time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what is meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach, I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose a game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast, I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete, well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test. Like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed. So now let me flex. Yeah, I'm a work through the struggle and hurt. Cause I know my worth. And I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me. How'd I turn pain into energy? Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually when it stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear.
The Snapdragon Pro Series powered by Samsung Galaxy is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra, and Monster Energy.
Are you guys ready for this? Let's show them. Time for talk's over. Let's do this.
Oh, what a beautiful play! He can take down anyone! Oh my god! यहाँ पर क्लोज करके शॉट लेके बच गया स्प्रिंग टाइल्स लेवल टेस्ट और उनके ऊपर धावा बोला जाएगा एलिमिनेशन
Hello and welcome once again. We're back with the swing of things. Day number 2 right here of SPS, where BGMI action continues on along, and this being week 3, the intensity has definitely risen all the way to another penultimate level, where of course Necro joining us along for today's ride, the 6 games that are going to be played out today. You mentioned this yesterday as well, mate. Week 3 is the most important week, where these teams, if they're not going to be able to perform, well then we can probably make up our minds that we're not going to be able to see them in the LAN finale. But along with all of that, before we jump into the conversation, it is definitely a huge thanks to our sponsors, which is none other than Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most, along with Monster Energy, Unleash the Beast, and how can you forget Samsung S23 Ultra? What a behemoth of a power that brings to your hands. Let's get started with the show, Necro. A tough day today is what I'm expecting for these teams, dude. I am really... I don't know what to even say for them.
I mean, remember yesterday I built a narrative. I said, you've got 6 games in your hands, and today only 3 of them are left. And now that is a big sign of concern, because tomorrow making a comeback is next to impossible, especially if we're all the way at the last page of the overall standings. Right now is the way to go. And speaking about the last page of the overall standings, you've got some of the big names over here. Metal Esports currently is at the bottom. That is a heavy hitting team, and still them being at the bottom of the overall standing, it's a massive statement being made inside of the league stage itself. And then you've also got Team Zero. Currently that team is also supposed to be one of the star teams, but unfortunately the players are not able to perform up to the mark. Even Team X-Spark is currently on the 25th spot, so that in itself should explain how dire of a situation it is going on the last page of the overall standings.
Absolutely, mate. So perfectly mentioned by you. And again, I mean, as you mentioned these names, we've got Reckoning Gaming sitting on that 24th position, where we would want to be able to see a different jump back from their place as well. But all of that will, of course, be played out today. But before we talk about what to expect, one thing is set in stone. That's going to be the format itself, where it all started off with the Open qualifiers, from where we've got 8 qualified teams that have joined on along, and they are now part of the challenge season, where along with 24 invited teams, these teams have been divided into 4 individual groups, A, B, C, and D. Now, amongst them, only 16 teams are going to move into the LAN finale. So week number 3 is what we're part of. Week 4 will be the final round before the top 16 move on ahead.
Exactly, and as you mentioned, the LAN finale, every single player wants to be over there because of course they're going to meet a lot of fans. But now let's move on and take a look at the point system on exactly how to accumulate that spot, how to get that spot in the LAN finale. This is what the process is going to be looking like inside of the game. If you get the first placement, you will be getting 15 points. Second placement will grant you 12 points, and the third will give you 10 points, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you see that 1 point per finish. And that is something that's quite an important factor because teams like Global Esports, they haven't really been focusing on the placement points that much. Instead, they're focusing on the elimination points quite a lot.
Absolutely. Another team to bring up based on yesterday's play is going to be WSP. The way they started things off, the way they were hitting perfect home runs yesterday in terms of their performance was really good. In terms of the finish points, it was really looking good, but they also did throw a couple of teams. In fact, one namely team under the bus, that was Entity itself. We'll have to see if there will be a swing around today from Entity side against what WSB had to say yesterday. But that we will figure out later, because right now, groups in front of our screens, Group A, B, C, and D, and the games that are going to be played out today are 6 in number, where all the teams are going to be jumping in with 3 individual games per team.
Exactly. So we've divided all the groups with each 8 teams in it. So of course, as we've seen, Group A, B, C, and D duke it out for a really long time. Today, the groups will be shuffled, considering yesterday Group A and B played the first 3 games, and Group B and C Group C and D played the rest 3 games. But today things will be shuffled up. So of course, even there's going to be a bit of a question mark on how exactly the rest of the teams are going to be playing, because considering there is a shuffle between the teams, so you never know what's going to be up for mark in the future. Yesterday we saw so many drop collisions on the pit stop itself because the plane flight path was being super cruel, and I'm a big fan of that. I want to see some early game action. I want to see some early game collisions happening, because once again, these shuffles really do make that possible.
Absolutely, it just completely, changes the pace of the game altogether compared to what was anticipated from the previous day's game plan. And all that summarized again is going to be making a huge change actually on the overall ranking itself. So before we get started with the day, let's have a quick look onto the overall ranking. As of now, we've got Team IQ So leading the charge with 4 chicken dinners and 231 points in total. That is 4 chicken dinners. That amounts to 231 points. But now look at the team that is sitting on the second position, Entity. This team, yesterday, they barely scratched the surface in terms of points. I mean, they got single-digit points from individual games that they played, and they're still sitting on the second position with just 1 chicken dinner. Incredible.
I mean, it's Entity Gaming once again, considering we know what they're capable of, right? They've got the consistency. They know how to play on the placement points. You can clearly see over here as well, their finish points are quite less compared to the placement points. Yet it's not that big of a difference, considering recently Entity Gaming, they started also going for the elimination points, which has not been working out that well. But still, I mean, they are trying to bring a great balance between both those factors, which is quite good. And as I mentioned, if you're going to be somewhere in the top 5, you're going to have a lot of cushion. And it's completely okay, even if you're getting left out in a couple of games, because you're pretty much going to be making it inside of the top 16 whatsoever. Now, we've got the second page in front of us. Alibaba Raiders currently at the 9th spot. Even this team is playing quite consistently, and this should keep on going on. But one single slip-up, and their position can be easily compromised.
Or one good game, rather, or one good day, perhaps, because that is where I want to bring up the name like OR Esports, sitting on that 15th position with 160 points. I mean, the day that they had yesterday, what a perfect turn of events for OR Esports as they jumped on from that final page all the way on to the second page in the top 16 itself. So definitely a kudos effort being showcased from OR Esports, but they are yet not out of that red zone. Moving on ahead towards the third page of this overall ranking. Now this is where things get a little interesting. Team Blind Esports is what I'm looking at. Now Blind Esports, we're still missing the hard-hitting play that we anticipate from their side. They're sitting on the 19th position. They definitely have what it is needed to be in the top 16 to be a part of the LAN finale, but for now their performance is hitting a bit of a lackluster kind of a play. It's just not bringing in the consistency that we expect from them.
Absolutely. I mean, you also saw Team Prince over there, and even Team
Right.
Prince is a heavy-hitting team. You never know when this team's going to be bouncing back in the overall standing, so you also got to watch out from a lot of these teams in general. Even on the last page, you've got some of the best teams India has to offer. You've got Xpark, WinGod, Skult Esports yesterday. They managed to get one chicken dinner, and that was also their first chicken dinner in the challenge season itself. So that was, of course, a big statement being made by the side of Skults. Maybe today there's a chance they can pull off a comeback, but they've only got 3 games in the hand, and all 3 games have to be nuclear performances, which I highly doubt that's going to be there on the board. Then you've got TWM Gaming, another team that is supposed to be like the tactical one in the battlegrounds,
Right.
but unfortunately that tactical aura has been disappeared.
Indeed. I mean, yesterday we saw TWM, the way they were making those rotations is where they were getting caught off guard many times. They were just not able to, complete the rotation and convert that into a really successful win or a really successful game altogether itself. Now, that is something that we do not want to be able to see happen again today. But today is another day, and at the same point in time, as you perfectly mentioned, the groups are going to be shuffling themselves as well. Yesterday we started off with Group A and B participating in the first 3 games. Today, that is intended to change. That will definitely change the overall expectation of what to anticipate from these individual games from one to the other, because yesterday we had different drops and today might be clashes, and in all of that I am so eager and patiently wanting to see Group A and Group D go head to head against each other, because in Group D we've got Entity Gaming, and is it not Group A where we have WSB? Yes, it is WSB coming in from Group A. So if that is how we start off today, that would be absolutely incredible. But sadly, that's not the case. Oh.
Exactly. Today's schedule in front of our screens, because Group B and C will be the one to kick things off on the map of Erangel. That means things will be quite spiced up. Now, inside of Group B, you've got some of the big names as well. Chemin Esports, you've got Hydra, OG, another team that is still on that upping curve. Then you've still got Carnival Gaming, Metal Esports, a team that is currently all the way at the bottom of the overall standings. At this point, I've already given up on Metal Esports, because I highly doubt, no matter how much they try, it's next to impossible to get back on top. Then you've also got Team Xpark. Still, they've got some sort of a chance to make a comeback in the top 16. But then inside of Group C, you've also got some of the big names like Revenue Esports, Reckoning Esports. You've also got Team Forever, who's currently inside of the top 16. But you never know. As I mentioned, if you're somewhere between 12th to 16th, you're always going to have that paranoia on your head, because you never know when you're going to be kicked out of that 16th spot.
Absolutely. You're always going to have that, that swing in flick that could be anticipated to go against you from any game, and that in turn will shuffle you out of the top 16 and perhaps take away or steal away the opportunity of being a part of the LAN finale. At the same time, in all of this, I do want to bring in our focus towards Group B's Carnival Gaming. Now, CG, the way that they've been performing, the consistency that they're bringing in every single game, we don't see a lot of miraculous plays coming in from Carnival Gaming. We don't see some crazy blunders being made. They just get those rotations done. They get those decent amount of placement points or finish points combined together. The consistency just keeps them looping around in the top 10, top 12 kind of an arena for them, which is looking really good. But hey, with that, we've got a brand new day starting things off, and right off the bat, we are going to be part of Erangel, where age-old, distinctive flight path that's going to be on our screens, dissecting the flight path. It is jumping all the way from, well, again, you know what, a comfortable start to the game is what I'm going to say to this for the teams. Necro.
Exactly. I mean, once again, you've got teams like Chemin Esports already taking exit from the plain flight path. Hydra as well going towards the Primor site. That's not exactly where Hydra likes to go, but maybe they're going to have a bit of a split considering Primor. It's going to be completely uncontested. 8-Bit's not really playing inside of these groups, so Primor is up for grabs. OG, as usual, they like to drop inside of Fair Pier. One player will go towards the military island. Then you've also got Team Forever just dropping somewhere near the Fair Pier area. And then you've also got the players of Skulls going towards farms. So in general, teams are still just going to be settling down. This plain flat path is not that cruel, so I highly doubt we're going to be seeing any type of drop collisions.
Absolutely. It should be a comfortable start for all of these teams. At the same point in time, what I noticed yesterday from entirety of these groups that are in front of us playing, when it comes to the map of Erangel, they kind of like to slow it down. They like to slow down the pace of the game altogether itself. And then till the time we jump into stage 3 and 4 is where real kerfuffles start taking place, real fights and skirmishes start bringing onto our screens the blood and the finishes. But again, today being another day, and the brand new start to the day brings ourselves towards a Georgia Pole-centered zone where we were just talking about TWM, and TWM, the inconsistent kind of a play that has been seen from them. This could be their moment to shine, because they are finding themselves in a really good position where they are south of Georgia Pole, and they've got no other team in the vicinity to be worried about. Right next to them, of course, we do have CES making a rotation as well. Now, talking about Chemin Esports, Chemin Esports is one of those, I wouldn't call them dark horses, because they're just part of the fights when it's required for them to be. Otherwise, they try and keep it like a clean sheet kind of a play style is what they bring themselves in towards. And when it matters the most, they jump into action, they take on those fights, they take on those points, and bring in some incredible positions for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I sort of agree with that statement, but once again, Chemin Esports, they started things off inside of this challenge season with a complete med strat. They started things off with a med strat. They were not even going for any type of battles. They would just completely rely on med strat, be it Erangel, be it Miramar, be it Sanhok, be it Vikendi, whatever map. They would just go for the med strat completely. And since this entire week has started, even at the end of week 2, they've switched up that play style. They're now just going completely aggressive. You rarely see Chemin Esports going for a med strat, maybe unless if it's the game of Sanhok. And Chemin Esports themselves know that we've pretty much made it. We are going to be inside of the top 16 whatsoever. We are going to go in the LAN finale whatsoever. So Chemin Esports at this point in time, I highly doubt they're even going to be caring about anything. And most of these teams that have already made it in the top 16, that are looking pretty comfortable in the top 16, I highly doubt they're even pulling out their A game. They're just trying to play this one as like a scrimmage.
Exactly. That is so true. So perfectly mentioned by you, mate. I mean, I couldn't have said it any better as well, because they have made it. I mean, this is week 3, pretty much the second day of week 3, pretty much in the middle ground of week 3 itself is where we're at when it comes to these teams. And they know then that if they are in the top 5, they've surely made it. They don't need to worry about much. They just need to play it safe and steady. And that clearly can be seen with the likes of performance that we saw coming in from, let's say, Entity Gaming yesterday, with barely 2-4 points from individual games that they were able to accumulate, still sitting on the 2nd position in the overall ranking. Chemin Esports, the way that they've been able to have their miraculous stay has resulted in them sitting on the 3rd position for now. But again, the first 3 games, they are going to be jumping into action. As we can clearly see, the rotation has worked out for them. They were very close to, of course, pretty much in the center of the zone itself. And now we'll have to see, are they going to be forced to take on a fight? Because as you were perfectly mentioning about Chemin Esports is what I noticed yesterday. I mean, they would take on fights, but only when it was required for them to, when they were stuck with so many other teams around in the vicinity. Otherwise, they would try and go for those late rotations. They would like to play it safe. And as they jump into the zone and to the fight, till the time they do, they would barely be left with, I mean, we in the lobby would be left with 12 teams, 13 teams. So a very safe play is what is being made from Chemin Esports. But hey, no complaints there. There ain't no rule that says they can't do that. As long as you're sitting on the top of the leaderboard, you're doing and you're playing your cards right.
Absolutely. And talk about playing your cards right. One team that is definitely playing their cards right is Seoul.
Wow.
For them, everything's going on the way. They've got some of the best IGLs. They've also got one of the best assaulters that the country has to offer. They've got the best second assaulter as well in the name of Ronnie. So in general, it's a pretty stacked lineup. Manya, Knuckle, S-Power, Ronnie. All the players are some of the known players in the community. S-Power, one of the young prodigies. He's already proven to all the fans that he's got that what he's capable of.
True.
And still, he's here to make even more history. And Seoul, for now, is currently sitting at the 1st spot in the overall standings. Everything's going pretty good for them. And as I mentioned, even the play and flat path was quite nice, so we are not seeing any type of drop collision so far. Everyone's just dropped in their own drop locations. They're going for the loot. It's a pretty peaceful start.
Indeed, for now, they're all playing it safe. Looking at down south towards the Soskono military base itself, we've got the likes of RGE, who are sticking out of the zone altogether. Same is the case for Middle as well, who find themselves at Novorupnoi. So a very safe start to the day for all the teams. We barely see any teams wanting to contest any region, apart from, of course, the South Georgia, where we have still teams around in the vicinity of the position held on strongly by TWM. But apart from that, all the teams are slowly going to be making their rotations. And of course, as of now, no skirmish has been found. No team has found their crosses against any of their opponents. So a very safe start.
Hold on, look at the big boy mountain. CG, they're already on top of it. I like this proactivity from CG, Carnival Gaming. It's a team that does not really like to go for a lot of flashy plays. Instead, they just like to stick to their main game, which is playing defensive. And Omega, the IGL, he himself believes in the fact that best defense is the best offense. And that's what CG likes to do. They just like to play completely defensive. You would rarely see this team push up against someone unless they've got no other option left. And once again, right now, they're completely set up for a defensive stance. Just look at it. 2 players on top of the hill, 2 players right underneath inside of the compound. The 2 players on the top, they would give all type of intel around the hill. And the 2 players inside of the house, maybe if they've got a line of sight, maybe they can try and take him down. So I like this play coming out from CG, but maybe a little bit more firepower on top of the hill can definitely help.
Absolutely, that's exactly what I was questioning in while you were mentioning CG's position, because we know that they like to play it real safe. They like to not jump into fights, and being on top of that mountain is going to give them a lot of information. But are they going to utilize it is the question. Are they going to be proactive about it? And the trigger discipline that we've seen from them needs to let loose a little and get some finish points from their side is something I would love to be able to see. But will that be the case or not? Because right now, it seems to contest their positioning. We've got the likes of Team Forever jumping in to close proximity of the position held by CG as well. So an interesting place that CG find themselves in. But we'll come back to that as slowly and surely, down from south of the region, we've got iFlix slowly making their place. Again, it is a slow start to the game, to the day. As slowly and steadily the time ticks down in stage 1. Teams from the position that IQ Soul is at, teams are going to be making a rotation from there, right behind IQ Soul as well. We've got FS, we've got Revenant. But as of now, it doesn't seem like there's any trouble for any of these 3 teams to contest against each other.
I mean, Soul's like a pack of wolves just moving in together. And then, speaking about iFlix, a while ago you brought this team up. And yesterday we saw a big change in the pace. iFlix was just going for any type of fights that they can get their hands on.
True.
They could just see red in front of their eyes before now. The only red I can see in front of my eyes is Team Soul ripping apart the flesh of Chemin Esports' players. Sensei and Fierce down, and now Team Soul, they're on the hunt. They're on the prowl for the rest 2 players. What a quick sweep that was. 2 players just evaporate into thin air, and Chemin Esports, now they're down 2 men.
As of now, his power's been dropped down as well, but Joker is going to be able to give that revival. So that is no worries, no troubles at all. But again, just a few minutes ago, I was just mentioning how Team IQ Soul were making a rotation, and behind them we had Revenant. Somewhere along the line, while that rotation was being made, Revenant switched their position, and IQ Soul was so quick in understanding the positional awareness coming in from IQ Soul was so spot on. Like you perfectly mentioned, without missing a beat, they jumped into the opportunity and took down 2 of the players from Revenant, and that in turn has resulted with Revenant down to just a 2-man squad. And IQ Soul.
It really makes me wonder, what was Revenant exactly thinking then?
Right, exactly. That's what I'm questioning as well, because they were behind IQ Soul's position while the rotation was being made. So a 2-man split coming in from Revenant, it seems to have backfired. Aggressive play by IQ Soul, most certainly.
A big, unfortunate moment for Chemin Esports. There's a chance, though, Dope can get a life. But then you've got a man like Eggy who's trying to move up and make an off angle on that entire thing. And of course, Eggy's not going to let this resurrection slide away that easily. But still, the rescue mission, it's already on the way. Eggy can see the players as well just going for the resurrection, but Eggy cannot stop out in the open. Dope is already back up on his feet, so it's a little bit late. Chemin Esports back up on their feet. Everything's looking okay for now. As I mentioned, Dope is probably going to be back up on their feet, but I still like the proactivity that WinGod Esports tried to showcase. Might just be a little bit too late, though. 2 players inside of the containers of Georgia Pool. The rest of the players of Chemin Esports in the front lines. And Chemin Esports, they're going to have smooth sailings around the shore.
For now. Just for now. Because Chemin Esports, I mean, they are 2-man split. They were spotted on. They were brought down to their knees. But thankfully have been able to get that revival. But never mind that. We got IQ Soul once again in part of another fight against the players of Metal this time around. By being caught out in the open, IQ Soul. This team, the aggressive momentum that they started off yesterday with 2 chicken dinners, correct me if I'm wrong, is just moving into quite a wonderful start to day 2 for them once again.
So, once again, another fight. FS Esports now, they've heard all the firepower around the Soul side, and now they're here to take him down as well. They instantly catch S-Power too. And S-Power on the investigation gets caught, and now Soul is down to just a 2-man squad. As I mentioned, dude, I told you, Soul is just playing this one like a scrimmage. They do not even care at this point. Soul knows that they're at the first spot of the overall standings. It's next to impossible to kick him out of the top 16. So you might as well play this one like you're having a good time inside a game.
Oh, they surely are, as we've got Metal Esports jumping into the position, and they are playing it perfectly as well. I mean, they were bringing in those perfect sprays, but sadly not being able to convert that into a finish point. In turn, it is IQ Soul's 2 other players, the 2-man army of IQ Soul. They're still not deterred as they get few more points dropped on against the players of Metal, as Paradox and Encore are eliminated from the entirety of the lobby. And Metal, again, I mean, they started the day off sitting on the final position, 32nd position. It seems they're not going to be able to jump ahead anymore.
Somehow alive from Metal Esports, but he's barely surviving with a sliver of HP. And Soul with these 2 players are, of course, pressuring Sayam down a bit too much. Sayam realizes the fact that it's next to impossible to get out of that spot, but still Joker is desperate to get this man down.
This is
Joker needs to realize
crazy.
one thing. Yeah, Joker needs to realize one thing, though. There was a buggy right next to him.
Sorry to cut you off, but that's all that I was mentioning, mate. I mean, the way Joker is playing, he's just got a dominator field right now, all top of himself. With the DBS, he was able to bring down FS's Azanki, but again, the numbers advantage not favoring Joker, of course. And you perfectly mentioned the way IQ Soul have started the day. They are playing it like a skirmish, and they just want to be able to practice whatever different stats that they possibly can, and that in turn has brought in, well, decent amount of finish points for them, but now they're left down to just a 1-man army. That's going to be Ronnie, and his position has been compromised thanks to Metal Esports. Now, finally, it seems Metal might just be able to get a revenge finish point right here against Ronnie from IQ Soul.
Yeah, but it's a bit too
or
late,
not.
though.
Or not.
Considering Metal Esports, they're all the way at the bottom of the overall standing, so they cannot afford to let any man go away like that. And even Ronnie's dealing too much damage. Even the Blues over here. Ronnie's going to be able to patch himself up. But Metal Esports, for them, their hopes and dreams have already been shattered. And Ronnie single-handedly is manhandling the entirety of Metal Esports. And now that duel is isolated to just a 1v1. Sayam's going to smoke himself out. Ronnie's got no vehicle to get out of this tricky spot. Somewhere down line, the advantage is without a doubt in the hands of Sayam, but now he pulls out the bug. He wants to get out of that tricky spot. He catches a lot of bullets upon himself. Finds himself a bit of a cover behind the tree, but for how long he's going to be staying safe, that's the real question. Ronnie stacked up on the loot. He's got a lot of utilities as well to back himself up, but Sayam peeks out, and he's going to be the one to come out on top in that duel. Metal Esports, they still somehow survive, but a lot of damage is already dished out on them, and I highly doubt their hopes and dreams will be living for long in this game.
Indeed, the revival is going to be made. That will allow Sam, along with his teammate Top Dog, to be able to hopefully get out of this position and find themselves in a decent safety net off the zone, which is 600 meters away from them. But for IQ Soul, their journey ends right here for the first game of the day. But a decent start for them with 4 finish points. Sadly, no position point for IQ Soul, but that's okay. I mean, they started the day with 231 points. The team below them is Entity Gaming, that is not playing. On the 3rd spot is Chemin Esports, and we saw Chemin Esports as well had a tough start to this game, where they found themselves towards North Georgia, and they were being sprayed on a pen. So Team Soul perhaps should be able to retain their pole position. But never mind that, because for now.
TWM Gaming in a bit of a trouble, especially Pio all by himself in an enemy territory, surrounded by all the foes that he can be. Team Forever in the front lines. They can definitely hear all the footsteps around him as well. But Pio, he managed to find the first knockout with a beautifully placed utility, and now he's got 2 players to take care of, but the DBS is going to be a little bit too powerful to come out on top with. TWM Gaming now starting to get dismantled. This is some clinical dismantling of TWM Gaming. But even Team Forever, the equal amount of damage is being dealt out, but it's not going to matter. Ninze hits the floor as well, and Team Forever, within a flash, they just come out on top. For TWM Gaming, the woes continue.
Definitely sad state of affair right here in this fight for TWM Gaming. I mean, they started off real strong. The positioning that they had and the game in the zone was looking real good, but they were just not able to hold it out for much longer as they get eliminated on the 15th position right now with 0 placement points, sadly. I mean, they did get 1 finish point, so that is all that TWM is going to be able to sing in this Erangel. But as we move on towards Team Forever's position, it seems to be wanting to be compromised as Alibaba. Raiders, they have their crosses set. Duke, he's trying his level best. I mean, out in the open, he himself is not in the bestest of positions right here to be able to, of course, spray on ahead either the position of Team Forever or Hydra that's going to be right in front of him. And being so out far in the open, he can very well be sprayed on upon from multiple directions. That is what Duke needs to be careful of.
Oh, Duke has got the line of sight on the players of Team Forever. He can see them moving out as well. Definitely did go for a couple of shots, but he's not going to be able to find anything just for now. It's too much of a pixel angle. Hydra officials still in front of us, and another team that is capable of a lot of big things, but they're still struggling quite a lot in the overall standings. They're not that far away from the top 16, though. They can easily make it. But let's see what the future planning is going to look like inside of this game. And Hydra, as soon as they decide to reposition themselves from that spot, the real problem is going to start to hit the deck, but I highly doubt they need to do so, at least for now. They've got the circle, so they can't keep on chilling in that same spot, but soon enough, the wall of death as well is going to close in, and that's when the real decider will happen.
Absolutely. Down to 14 teams with 51 players still surviving in this lobby. Team Forever, they had a really good skirmish out there, and it is all thanks to Flock right there from Team Forever, who's been able to get 3 finishes along with his teammate. And look at that, Chemin Esports, their woes just keep on dwindling down against them. The position that they were on, 3rd spot, it does not seem like they're going to be able to jump up much higher because they drop down on their players. They're down to a 3-man squad, if I'm not wrong. And again, for iFlex, as you perfectly mentioned, Necro, as well, yesterday iFlex, they jumped in with quite an aggressive stance with 8 finishes plus is what they started off their first game with, and today it seems that they are continuing with that momentum.
FS Esports, they can spot the entirety of Revenant Esports. The remaining 2 players make it out in the open. Unfortunately, the rotation's going to happen quite easily. FS Esports, even they catch a lot of damage upon themselves. Dynasis was knocked out. Secret's barely alive on a sliver of HP. Even FS Esports, they need to stay alive inside of this game. They cannot even make a single mistake. If they do, one more game will be taken away from their hands. And at this point, they're just desperate to get all the points they can. Orangutan, they've heard all the kerfuffle. They've heard all the ruckus that was going on in this area. They're here to scout it out. Potentially, if it is a third-party chance, then OG would like to take it. But OG, even they need to play a little bit more tactical. They're still in the danger zone in the overall standings.
OG finding themselves on the 11th position as they started off with 171 points. Again, the positioning that they had against FS right there, with the flanks that they had created, OG against FS, it was looking real good, but they prioritized getting into the zone. Finding themselves in a better position is what OG needed, and that's what they did. As they move on away from the fight against FS, we can see that they're making a very big rotation. That's OG side, the team in green coming in from the left of the map. What do we have going on right here? We've got some fishes roaming about, and that's going to be the players of Middle Esports. Just one final player, Siam, all by his lonesome, trying to survive for as long as he possibly can, trying to get as many placement points as he possibly can. With just 1 finish point, Middle Esports, their troubles have not ended in week 3 as well. They started off with them on the 32nd position, and with the way this game has gone, it does not seem to be changing anytime soon, the 32nd position for Middle Esports.
Middle Esports. Just one more man left alive in the name of Sayyam. And look at Skulls. At this point, everyone is just playing for the information. They're just playing for the intel. A lot of teams are stacked inside of this Georgia Pool City. And that's why soon enough, you're going to see a lot of bloodshed. Wind God, even they're starting to get picked off slowly and steadily by the players of iFlix. Even Hydra, they managed to get themselves in a big fight. This is what's going to happen slowly and steadily as the zone's going to keep on closing up. Everyone's going to have to leave that comfort zone and move out of it. And as soon as that happens, that's when the bodies are going to start to hit the floor. Even soon enough, Hydra, they have to leave that city and come out. And when that's going to happen, maybe even Skulls will start taking fight against him. And Skulls, for now, they're looking pretty comfortable. As I mentioned, they're just playing for the intel.
Absolutely, they're in the zone, they're playing for the intel, right? Close in proximity is going to be the team of Team Forever. But down south from this region, outside the zone, we've got the likes of OG, who are yet to make an entry into the zone. Right next to them is going to be FS as well, as we can see slowly making their presence. But it seems like out in the open, there's a lot of teams wanting to get into the zone. And that's where FS's rotation has been compromised. A tricky zone is what this is. There's not a lot of space left for these teams to be able to share this area.
Mafia spots out Insidious. Insidious was out in the open in that house. Gets caught through the window. Instant knock comes into play. Mafia. Nicely done. FS Esports now in the front of OG. And for OG, FS Esports is working like a barricade. And that's why OG just cannot pass through. But here we go. One single nade finds the opening. And now it's just an absolute bloodshed. And within a flash, the entirety of FS Esports, they just come crashing down.
Wow. That was incredible conversion coming in right there from the side of OG, of course. They're yet to jump into the zone, but what incredible prowess that was, being able to utilize that nade to perfection. And on the northern side, I mean, we were talking about south, and that is where OG made their mark right now on that fight. But from the northern end, we've got the likes of Team X-Park from the North Giorgio Bridge as they try and get into the zone. A crazy fight is what this is turning out to be, where a lot of these teams are part of third-party fights as well, because so many of these teams have found their compounds, and a lot of information being retained from the side of Reckoning Esports has resulted in them taking on shots from far away distance and dropping down their opponents like flies. And that exactly can be happening right here against the players of Skulls as well. Good spray, but Skulls, they back away. They want to play it as safe as they possibly can. They were able to get a chicken dinner yesterday, that's Skulls Esports. Right now, in just this small of an area, we've got 12 teams, 34 players. And in the center of it all, we've got Team Forever.
Oh, Team Forever. 3 players in the houses. And 2 players of OG. In the same squad houses, but the circle's moved away. And look at the amount of teams that are left outside of the circle, Blotter.
My.
You already know what's going to happen. Soon enough, the wall of death is going to start to close in. These teams have no other choice left than to take the odds and move inside of the safe zone. And that's what's slowly and steadily starting to happen as well. These teams wanting to set themselves up for succession. So many utilities are now going to be poured out. You can see the amount of smokes that are being laid out. Team Forever, too, now starting to get pressured by their opponents, by OG. And Forever, they decide to move out of that spot. Soon enough, they will definitely be caught as well. They've taken a lot of damage, but they still somehow managed to cross on over. CES is going to be their opposition now, but they need to patch themselves up before taking a fight against Chemin Esports. Wind God, too, getting pounced on by the players of OG. And Wind God, maybe slowly and steadily, even Eggy's going to get picked off. He's the final glimmer of hope right now, alive for Wind God Esports.
Not for long, it seems like, because OG, they know the positioning that Vince God will come in from, and it was a 2v2 affair between those two teams. And along with all of that, look at CG once again. They stuck themselves together as a 4-man army, and in doing so, they've been able to bring down their opponents right here at the edge of the zone from the northern end itself. And that is where we have one final player, Siam, coming in from the side of Metal, and then we've got the players of Revenant Esports, where it is all down to Blaze, and the Blazing Glory that he anticipated to be able to survive and get some placement points for his team. team is not going to be able to do so. Hector with the DBS not being able to do anything against Siam, where Middle Esports' Siam, the one-man army, has been able to accumulate, I believe, 3 finish points all by his lonesome. This is definitely good play from him.
Sam is carrying the entire team on his back. Middle Esports were supposed to get picked off in the early phase, but Sam is the only glimmer of hope that is alive, and he's actually making a lot of work happen. The next circle shift as well happens, and it's going to be on top of the players of Reckoning Esports. For them, it's a date with destiny to collect so many elimination points that are going to be on the way. Majority of the teams are on the opposite side of the road, and as soon as the real cross is going to start to happen, Reckoning Esports, they would rack up so many elimination points, but somehow X-Spark, they've already managed to topple on over. But now, they're going to get wiped out by the players of Alibaba Raiders. They had a nice crossfire setup with the players of Reckoning Esports, and unfortunately, Team X-Spark, they've been picked off. And now Reckoning Esports, in the dominating side of things, the only big thorn in their way can be Alibaba Raiders and the remaining 2 players for this victory. But considering the spread they have in the final few moments is quite nice, I highly doubt these players are going to be able to do anything. Especially Alibaba Raiders, they cannot cross on over at all.
Oh, they've got no way to make an entry. I mean, as far as the utilities are concerned, we're looking at Duke right here with 1 Molotov, and that's all the utility that he has. The smoke wall that they need to be able to create to get into the zone against the position being held on by the players of Reckoning Esports. This is not an easy affair for them, but at the same time, Reckoning Esports, I mean, the amount of utilities being utilized right here from Koya, it is absolutely insane. And in all of that, Duke just jumps in with a buggy, and what a perfect spray. He brings on down 1 player, and that in turn is a 3v2 affair. But in all of this, the X factor can be brought on from the other surviving player as well, and that is none other than Medal Siam.
Exactly, those 2 remaining solo players, as I mentioned a while ago, they can be a big thorn in the way as well. Final 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen, from which Alibaba Raiders is one of those, but Ralph is going for a med strat. Sam is the only man that's currently left inside of the zone as a foe for Reckoning Esports to take care of. And somewhere down line, Hunters, he's got a bit of a knowing that where the last man can be. Hunter spots out Sam. He goes for a drop shot. He drops down, but he's not able to catch Sam. But that nade's going to seal the deal. And Hunter somehow is still able to stay alive. He cannot make it up the rid, so Hunter's life is done. But that's okay. Reckoning Esports, they've came out on top inside of this first game. The circle was quite a weird one. But Reckoning Esports, somehow they had the luck in their favor. And the circle shifted right on top of them in the final few moments. And the game was granted to the players of Reckoning Esports. Look at Ralph. He's still going for the med strat, but he finds 1 elimination point before he gets picked off by the zone. But Reckoning Esports, they're going to be your winners of the first game of the day.
Absolutely wonderful turn of events right here for Reckoning as the zone moved away from all of these teams that we were looking at towards the team in yellow. They played it to perfection as soon as they had the opportunity. They had themselves fanned out the flank angle that they had created. It was just playing their cards right. They knew where their opponents were. They had the information, and that resulted in a perfect utilization of that positional awareness into a chicken dinner for this team. Amazing play. Nothing can be taken away from Alibaba as well, because of the way that they had to get into the zone is where things went, so very wrong for them. Duke tried his level best. He had no utility at all. He jumped into this buggy, ran across the entirety of the board to get as close as he possibly can into the zone. Was able to bring down one of the players from Reckoning, but that was all that he was part of, because Kyoya from up top, he was bringing in those nade parades. He had all the information and he retaliated in style with his DBS. And then it was just easy picking for the players of Reckoning Esports as they got an incredible winner chicken dinner for game number 1 of week 3 of day 2.
And Reckoning Esports, before this game, they were on the 24th spot. And after this game, they will be somewhere near the top 16, or maybe inside of the top 16 as well. This was a game that was desperately needed for Reckoning Esports to make it in the top 16. And now slowly and steadily, they're on the steps of success. And I'm just loving to see it, because Reckoning Esports, it was supposed to be one of those teams that we know packed a lot of punch. But unfortunately, for some reason, they were just sticking to that last page. But now this game is going to give them a new ray of hope.
Oh, it most certainly should, and definitely will be showcased on the overall ranking as well, as they get those numbers accumulated for them from this first game. And Reckoning Esports, I mean, had that zone not moved on towards the team in yellow, it could have gone so differently. The result could have been so different, but you know what? The ifs and buts conversation is what this test is about. But overall, when it comes to the battleground, that is where Reckoning Esports, they utilized the information to perfection, and all of that came together in style, and the synergy being showcased right there in that flank. It was just spot on play for a conversion of chicken dinner. It was bound to happen for them, but nothing taken away from their opponents as well, as Alibaba tried their level best in the final moments where things were stacked up against them.
Exactly. I mean, especially Dope getting taken out over here. I thought that Chemin Esports, maybe for them, the run is probably going to be that safe. But no, instead, Dope was able to get back up on his feet somehow. Chemin Esports, they were quite quick on that recovery. Soul, at the start, I instantly understood that Soul is not really taking this game that serious, considering they know they've already made it inside of the top 16, so they do not really need to play this game with their A game anyways, and they were just trying to go for all the fights they can, which I completely respect. You might as well try to warm your hands up before the finals and try to take a lot of fights in order to just warm yourself up in general.
Indeed, and that's exactly what they did so perfectly. But at the same time, I mean, TWM, it was like a wonderful silver platter handed over to them as far as the zone was concerned. And in the first fight that TWM were up against, they ended up losing out. So not the kind of conversion that we anticipated from TWM. And right here, this is where I do want to give kudos to Middle Esports' Siam. All by his lonesome with the DBS in his hand, he was able to bring down the players of CG, where Carnival Gaming, they were doing what they do their level best, which is to bring in a consistent play every single game, and that's what they kind of did in this game as well.
Yeah, Carnival Gaming, their hopes and dreams got shattered by that one single man of Middle Esports, but once again, for Middle Esports, their hopes and dreams have been shattered for a long time. They're at the bottom side. They're literally at the last position of the overall standing, so I'm not exactly sure how much that performance is going to be helping them out, but Middle Esports, they need to play as a team, and the team play has not been there since a long time, and that's why Middle Esports, they've been deactivated from the entire competition. But maybe that sort of a solo man performance can actually propel their confidence up, and maybe Middle Esports in the upcoming game can make something happen, considering it is the game of Miramar. And we have the MVP as well from the previous game. It's going to be Siam, a solo man on a mission, and look at the finished contribution, 100%. He got all the eliminations for his team.
Absolutely. I mean, this is the momentum that you were talking about. If nothing else, a boost that was required and needed in terms of the morale for Middle Esports. That is what Siam has been able to get and gather for his teammates from this first game of day 2 right here in week 3. And that in turn, hopefully as the day progresses on in the next 2 games from this team, it should do wonders, because that's what we want to be able to see. But I wonder, is it a little too late or not? But hey, you know what? It don't matter, because if you're able to do that all by yourself, then definitely with your teammates' help, you can have a really good game as well. And that is what I'll keep my fingers crossed for Middle Esports.
Exactly. Now the stars of the match in front of us, considering the last man got taken down by the blue zone, you do not really have the finisher over here, but it's going to be best companion in the name of Wind God Eggy. He managed to get 4 rescues on his teammates, and that's why he's going to be the best companion with the survival time of 24:32. Not a lot of survival time, but still, Eggy, I still remember back in the day, this man was supposed to be like the bolt action king. And when I saw this man for the first time use a Car 98, I was just absolutely astonished. He was connecting some inhuman shots, but unfortunately, I'm not really seeing the same Eggy anymore. I'm not really seeing that bolt action king anymore.
I mean, not only that, but the entirety of WinSquad itself, I mean, they do utilize and try, but somewhere along the line, the conversion itself has kind of swindled down a little. But at the same point of time, again, I would like to keep my hopes up for the side of WinSquad as well as Middle Esports, because if this is how the day is going to be starting off, where the team that is sitting on the final position, a player from that team walks away with an MVP, and along with that, when it comes to the best companion, we've got the players of WinSquad, Eggy jumping in, and that is a team that was sitting on the 26th position, so we can definitely expect a very different storyline by the end of today.
Exactly. I mean, the match rankings in front of us. Reckoning Esports at the first spot with 24 points. Alibaba Raiders with 17. Middle Esports with 14 points. That's a lot of points, I'm not going to lie. Middle Esports, this can definitely be a little bit of a push start that they really needed in order to make it somewhere on the second page. But Chemin Esports on the 4th spot. Still, the consistency keeps on going up for this team. Revenue Esports, even though they were almost about to be picked off by the players of Seoul, they still managed to accumulate 8 placement points, which is quite fortunate for them. Team X-Park with 8 points as well. Orangutan with 7 points. Even for them, the consistency is still moving up. Team Forever, not a lot of points, but it's completely fine. You're still inside of the top 16.
Absolutely. And as we move on ahead towards the final list itself, we've got Team iFlex right here on the 9th position, followed on along closely by the team of IQ Seoul, who got finished and eliminated on the 16th position. But because they got those 4 finish points, they are sitting on the 10th final match ranking from this game. So definitely the aggression helps out quite a lot. And then following them up close is going to be CG Carnival Gaming with just 1 finish points and 2 placement points. 3 points in total is what they got. But moving on down south from this position towards the 13th, 14th, 15th and 16th holders right here from this game number 1. It is FS Esports, WinSquad, Hydra Officials, TWM Gaming. A lot more things need to churn and turn for these teams to be able to get a miraculous week 3 for themselves as they jump into week 4. But if this is the kind of consistency that they're going to be able to showcase, then it's not looking good as far as the LAN finale journey, story, dream is concerned for these teams.
Still, the inconsistency just continues, and I'm not exactly sure what these guys can do. I mean, especially for Gujarat Esports. Hydra Officials, I would say they're okay, considering all they need is 1 solid game, and they will be back inside of the top 16. But especially for teams like FS Esports, Gujarat Esports, and TWM Gaming, they need these points. They cannot afford to waste any type of games anymore. The inconsistency is just hitting them over and over again, and for some reason, they're just not really able to come out on top. The upcoming game is going to be the map of Miramar. And once again, Miramar, we know there's going to be a lot of open terrains. Position is probably going to be key in order for you to come out on top. But for now, let's move on and take a look at the overall standings, because Team Seoul's still going to be at the top with 235 points, even though in the previous game they were not really able to accumulate a lot of points. But it's still completely okay. Seoul's still going to be at the top. WSB Gaming all the way at the 4th spot. You've got Alibaba Raiders at the 5th. Then you've got God's Reen at the 6th. Revenue Esports, as I mentioned, the previous game was quite consistent, so they've managed to accumulate that 7th spot. Carnival Gaming still on the 8th.
Beautiful, beautiful play right here. I mean, kudos to Alibaba Raiders right here without a chicken dinner, whereas teams around in the vicinity of them have 1 chicken dinner at least and sitting on the 1st page, whereas Alibaba sitting on the 5th position without a chicken dinner is a commendable effort coming in from their side, though we can clearly see that they've worked more so towards those placement points compared to the finish points. But hey ho, as long as it works, don't change it, and that's what Alibaba Raiders have been able to do consistently. And talking about that consistency, Carnival Gaming also being in the same kind of a lime boat, where this time around they got 2-3 points is all they got, but they're still on the 8th position.
The 2nd page, though, this is where things are going to be even more spiced up. Now you've got teams like OR Esports, Big Brother Esports, and Godlike. Considering these teams aren't really playing the game anymore, are playing inside of these 3 games, so that means there's a chance for the teams in the latter half of the board to sort of make a climb and push these teams down. But once again, when these teams are going to be back, there's a high chance that they'll probably make it inside of the top 16. But anyways, you talk about the danger zone from the 12th to 16th spot. The only team that is currently playing inside of this game is Team Forever. And for Team Forever, they need to squeeze themselves out of that top 12 spot. I'm not gonna lie, they need to at least make it inside of the top 6 or maybe top 7 before the end of these 3 games. If they're not really able to do so, well then Team Forever, they will be maybe out of the top 16 at the end of the day, and I'm pretty sure they do not really want that. You've got the 3rd page, Team Prince, Hydra Officials, Team iFlix. In the previous game, Team iFlix was trying their best, but unfortunately the circle played a massive curveball, and that's why iFlix just got screwed over.
Indeed, and as we move on down through the list, we've got 23rd position held on by Team X-Park. As this game, I mean, the final moments of the game, the final stage 6 is what it was when Team X-Park from the northern side of the zone tried to make an entry. They were not able to get a lot of points from there, but again, the aggressiveness that is anticipated from X-Park was a little bit showcased in the previous game. Hopefully that will be the same in the upcoming game of Miramar. But this final page, now this is where teams like Metal Esports sitting on that 31st position with 22 games played, they have 106 points. And this game it was all thanks to Sayam, of course. Let's just hope that the morale boost that Sayam has been able to create in this first Erangel game of the day continues on for Medal Esports. But for TWM Gaming, FS Esports, I'm not entirely sure what exactly should they work towards, what exactly should they even change, because FS Esports, they were part of some good fights, but the conversion wasn't there. TWM Gaming, they had a really good position in the zone, but as soon as the first fight was brought onto their compound, they could not even stand to for more than a minute. So a tough affair for both of them. And again, you know what? Enough said. Fingers crossed. Let's move on ahead towards the next game.
The upcoming game is going to be Miramar, so I don't exactly know how much of a pressure is going to be lifted off. And considering if you're going to be a group, or considering if you're going to be two groups that are going to start off the tournament, that means you will be facing on Erangel, Miramar, and Erangel. And those are some of the basic maps. Everyone's going to be feeling super comfortable, including you yourself. But that can also work with you or against you. And I would say, considering if you're all the way at the bottom page, then it's pretty much going to work against you, because you do not even have the momentum to continue on forward. And that's where things do sort of tend to get screwed up for the teams at the bottom page. And I guess right now they just got to face it with head on, because they've got no other option. They've still got 3 more games left over. And right now, the upcoming game is going to be the game of Miramar, where things will definitely be spiced up for the open terrains. Blotter, I want to know your prediction. Who do you think is going to be taking this one home?
Well, I mean, for Miramar, I would absolutely love to be able to see a really strong game coming in from the likes of Team iFlick, perhaps. I mean, the way Team IQ Soul played, they are just wanting to have a really good time is what we can anticipate from them. But when it comes to a chicken dinner winner, I really would love to see, like I said, Team iFlick to be able to get a really good conversion from this Miramar.
So your prediction's going to be iFlix, huh?
Yeah.
All right. I mean, I would say that's a pretty good choice, considering iFlix, they are showcasing some promising firepower. So I would say iFlix is a pretty solid choice. Even I want to go with a team that is currently struggling a lot. Maybe, you know what? I'm going to go with the table bottomers. I'm going to go with Metal Esports. That team is currently struggling a lot. And Sayam in the previous game was able to get 4 elimination points with 100% finish contribution. Maybe Sayam's performance can levitate his teammates' confidence as well. And maybe the teammates as well will try to back up Sayam in the gameplay. I'm not exactly sure how that's going to work out, but I'm not going to lie. I'm just firing a shot in the dark over here and just saying Metal Esports. But yeah, the plane flat path, ladies and gentlemen, for the upcoming game is going to be in front of us. The plane flat path starts all the way from Los Egos towards the opposite side, which is, of course, going to be Campo Militar, if I'm not wrong. So the plane flat path, once again, is a little bit tilted to the right side, but it's still completely fine, considering the plane flat path is not that bad.
Absolutely. Compared to what it was yesterday, this is definitely shot in the dark for the right direction and for the right intention, because a lot of these teams are going to be able to make their rotations to their concerned drops, which should be a comfortable one for now. As the game starts off ahead, that is going to be a very slow start for these teams, because after all, this is the map of Miramar. So it is intended to be a slowpoke affair, as it is a very big, extensive map. And so, compared to what happened yesterday, as soon as the day started off on the map of Miramar, we had in the first 3 minutes of the game in stage 1 itself, a team getting entirely annihilated. And that was Gujarat Tigers going up against their opponents, where it wasn't anticipated, but that's what GT had to say for that initial fight. Now, could that same be the case today? Of course, Gujarat Tigers, are not going to be playing. Their group itself is not participating right now, as they are from Group A. Right now, we've got Group B and C on our screens, and talking about early contestations, I want to be keeping my crosshairs set towards the players of Hacienda. Let's see, because right up top is going to be water treatment, where IQ Soul with a 2-man split are going to be dropping down. Close to their vicinity is going to be iFlix with a very fanned out approach coming in from iFlix as well. But looking at the zone, oh boy, well, this definitely should bring a really good smile on your face, Necro, because Metal, they have a really good positioning right here based on the zone.
Yeah, they're going to be going towards Montenevo, and still, I would say it's quite a decent position inside of the circle. Now, speaking of the fanned-out approach, though, look at Chemin Esports. 3 players inside of Valle Del Mar, 1 player, Phantom, all by himself towards the southern side. I'm not exactly sure what Chemin Esports is trying to do, but once again, Chemin Esports is another team that is looking pretty comfy in the overall standings. So inside of this game, maybe Chemin Esports, they might not try that much. But the teams that desperately need to try, though, they are going to be Metal Esports, Skulls, TWM Gaming, Hydra 2, FS Esports. All these teams, they need to desperately try because today is the only chance they're going to get to make it inside of the top 16, and they've only got 2 more games left over. 2 games sounds quite less, but at least if you're able to make yourself somewhere in the 3rd page, quite close to top 16, that can still do the job. And maybe at the last day, you can try to pull up a last-ditch effort to sort of make a comeback.
Absolutely. I mean, that is definitely well said. I mean, including this game, 2 games is all they've got today. And then tomorrow will be the final say. But before we jump on to tomorrow's games, today they need to make a mark and they need to get as close as they possibly can to the top 16 and perhaps the top 8 as well if possible. And for that, the names that you've mentioned, well, they're far out right now from that top 8 position, but the top 16 definitely is going to be a good fight if TWM can make it across, if Hydra can try and bring in their level play to get even better positioning, because when the day started off, Hydra was sitting on the 18th position. So when it comes to being able to convert and get it done, Hydra is looking pretty good for the top 16 position. Now, in all of that, Chemin Esports. The team did not have a good start on Erangel, so this time around they went all the way down south towards Dalmar. They're out by themselves, and they don't have a lot to worry about. As far as their positioning in the overall ranking itself is concerned, they don't have a lot to worry about. But playing it safe is what has been their strategy. I just wonder for how long are they going to be able to play it safe now, because this week and then next week on, all the teams are going to get into as many fights as they possibly can. And that is where playing it safe can very well backfire for Chemin Esports. But anywho, we'll see how big of a dip, if at all any, will Chemin Esports face, because sitting in the top 3, that is a very comfortable position. And for IQ Seoul, it's just a cherry on top, because they're sitting all the way on the top of the leaderboard with a pole position. And no matter what kind of a play style they bring themselves in with this game, they're going to be flying out with flying colors.
I mean, talk about with flying colors. It is going to be tough for a lot of teams. This circle is going to pan out in quite an open terrain, considering you can see the smack center of the circle as well. There's not a lot of cover. The only cover you see is a couple of shacks here and there, and maybe the terrains that you can try to hide yourself in. So yeah, the circle's going to be pretty cruel when it comes to the final few moments. Before now, as usual, the game of Miramar starts out. It's going to start out in quite a slow way. Even CG towards Picado, they're not really making some desperate moves. CG knows they're currently inside of the circle, so they do not really need to do anything. Soul towards La Cabrera. That's going to be an interesting start for the players of Soul. I want to see how the carry-on's going to look like. Starting all the way from La Cabrera towards down south, it's definitely going to be quite interesting. And one thing is for sure, Soul's made a statement in the previous game. They're here to take a lot of fights. They've already made it inside of the top 16. They do not care anymore. They're probably going to take a lot of fights. As soon as they see a team in front of them, they will just try to pounce on top of the opportunity and win those fights. And even if they do lose that fight, it's completely fine with Team Soul, as long as their position's not going to be compromised from the first spot in the overall standings, which is probably going to happen when the next 2 groups move in. But still, it's completely okay. Alibaba Raiders towards El Pozo. Even that team's looking quite comfy. Then you've also got Windgod Esports now finally starting to make some moves on the board. Closing it up onto the centric spot as quick as possible should be the way to go if you want to play the survival game.
And interestingly enough, Windgod do end up doing that. I mean, they do try and play that survival game really well. Just aren't able to extend it for long. That's the only trouble that we've seen from the side of Windgod. But for now, as they make that rotation to get more and more with the center of the circle itself, they're going to be in close proximity to the position held on by Skulls. Wonder if that's going to turn into initial bloodbath for for us and the viewers to bring up some energy in the game itself. Apart from that, apart from those two teams in close proximity, Vinsgod and Skulls, all the other teams are slowly making their way in towards the close proximity of the zone itself. And there we have it. We've got Hydra officials, Starboy with a Mini 14 and 8X taking on some long extended shots against the rotating team of FS Esports, but those shots are not going to get connected. But look at that, Hydra, Starboy, he is the flank angle, and then the way he's pushing on the players of FS, right in the crosshairs of his teammates. All three of them were ready, but no opening thus far.
FS Esports, they've pushed up against the players of Hydra, or vice versa. And considering FS Esports, they've got 4 players up and live. For Hydra, they've only got 3 players in the close proximity. One man's all the way in the back lines. Even Hydra's not looking forward to get it real up close and personal against FS. Both these teams, they're just probably going to be wasting through each other's time and utilities and all the resources. Secret's almost about to find a knockout too. That was quite a good nade. He was able to squeeze that nade in the tower, but unfortunately was not really able to find the exact knockout that was needed. So Hydra, all the 3 players still being pressured constantly by the players of FS Esports that have surrounded them. And Hydra, they've got nowhere to go. Even for them to make an escape plan, it just sounds a bit too much. So FS Esports, they've got them surrounded from all the different sides. There's one man from Hydra in the outskirts, in the back lines, making sure that the players are not going to be pushed from the back lines too. So I like the placement from Hydra, but I just want to see them being a little bit more proactive. Exactly what Duora is doing. There's a chance Duora can't find a knockout right here. Utility being tossed inside of the house, but still he's not able to find a lot of damage, and that's still going to keep the players of Hydra in a big pressurizing spot.
This is an interesting play being made right here from Hydra. It seemed like they were the ones in good control of this fight, but that's turned out against them, as FS have taken a real good control of this entire compound. Starboy being outside from Hydra officials, it seemed would be able to bring in a perfect flank and cover his teammates, but that also has turned into an absolute nothingness. And in all of this, as Hydra tried to make their presence felt to FS Esports, they've now got their crosshairs against another team, a third-party team, that was Revenant, I believe. So Hydra in a very tricky play right here. The communication, the conversation that is happening between the teammates themselves is really not doing wonders for them as of now. And one good nade or one good Molotov is all it's going to take for the players of Hydra as they go down. And FS have been able to bring in a perfect opening, perhaps. This is what they were waiting for, with Dennis's and Secret up on top. This could be the opening. This could be the point where they will try and make a push. But again, looking at those utilities, there aren't many that FS Esports have to play with.
Exactly. They've burned through a lot of resources. They've burned through a lot of utilities, resources. Look at the amount of utilities that have been baited out too. Even the Molotov, even the nades. FS Esports, they've emptied their tanks in this fight. And they do not really have a lot to carry on in the future. So FS Esports, something needs to be done right here, right now. They can just hear the footsteps next to him, but they still can't take any measures against it. And now this is starting to be quite irritating. Maybe the nade could have connected, but no, it was a flashbang. It was able to blind one man from the side of Hydra, but not able to do a lot. A misplacement of Molotov, and that's definitely quite stinging. FS Esports, they need to do something here. They need to pull out something. What can they do? I'm not exactly sure. All the 4 players looking quite healthy. Yeah, and this stalemate is definitely burning through all the resources and the time itself. So at least one of the team needs to make a wise decision and back away from the fight.
Let's see how exactly is this opening going to be created, or rather, which side is this opening going to be created? Could it be Hydra, or will it be FS? Now, Hydra, they have gotten out of the church altogether.
Interesting.
And FS, they have they have nowhere to go now because Hydra, they are spanning their wings all across, and that perfect nade brings down Atanke finally. An opening that Hydra had so patiently been waiting for has been opened, and along with that, another nade, a second one that does go down. 2 players down from the side of FS, and this is where Hydra can jump into action, and the perfect spray will connect, and that will perhaps be the end of FS Esports as Adu goes down. Hydra have lost out on Starboy, but that's absolutely a-okay. It is a 3v3 situation, or 2v1 correction, because now Juro and Spursh, these 2 players, they don't have utilities. This is the moment that they needed those utilities, because FS, they're left with just a one-man army, and that one-man army's nade. Oh, never mind, it's a third party coming in from Revenant.
Yeah, this is not looking too good. Both the teams, they're quite desperate. And Revenant Esports, they eat the players of Hydra alive. One more man to go in the name of Secret. Even his position's compromised. He's going for some blind shots in the smoke. And even he will be taken out of the game. Revenant Esports, they just came in like a cleanup crew, and they clean up all the ground that were bloody. Nicely done. Revenant Esports with the mop, they just mop up the floor with 2 teams. But they were not really able to get a lot of points out of that fight. Only 4 points accumulated. There was a chance they could have gotten a little bit more if they would have hit that third party a bit earlier. But it's completely fine. Still, those points are not that bad to start things off with. And already we're down to just 14 teams. So that's even better. Not a lot of teams to contest for the later game stages. Considering the circle's going to be out in the open too, you're not going to have a lot of terrains to play around with and a lot of houses.
Absolutely now. That was a good stalemate conversion into a fight. That is what we were part of. But apart from that, once again, as it comes to the other teams, slowly but surely, noise is being made on the map of Miramar right now. As we look on to the position being held on by the players of Five Fleck.
Team iFlix, it's one of those teams that we had a lot of expectations from. In the past, we've seen this same team play under the banner of Genix FM, the Fearless Marathas, and now the lineup's being changed to the name of Team iFlix. Definitely, they've got a lot of promising stuff to showcase, especially Maverick. I've seen this man perform in the past in some of the official tournaments, and this man was looking super promising. I want to see the same Maverick return inside of the lobby. But Maverick, he's been deactivated for a while now. Reckoning Esports, they've got the momentum in their belt. And considering the previous game was also a chicken dinner, Reckoning Esports, they must be feeling themselves. In the elimination feud, I saw IQ so losing out on one of their players. That's not a good news. Down to a 3-man squad, but once again, Seoul, they probably do not really care. They already know they have made it inside of the top 16. So you might as well just try to play for the fights in Seoul. They're probably just looking for a free ram-in. If they do decide to ram in against the players of Reckoning Esports, it's not going to be that good. Because Reckoning, they've got a solid cover to play with. But they're still just playing for the rotation, I guess.
Absolutely. Now again, though, momentum of the game has been slowed down a tad bit, which is what we expect when it comes to the map of Miramar. But now when the zone starts shifting about, this is where teams just jump into action. And that's exactly what we are to expect in the next 2 to 4 minutes. But in all of that chaos, the first fight that we were part of, quite an extended fight is what we were part of, where of course it was Hydra and FS, where Hydra's Starboy lured the players of FS towards that church and then got into a stalemate. As they finally took on a fight, it seemed that perhaps Hydra has the upper advantage, has the upper hand in the fight, and third party came in along, and that was none other than Revenant taking on those perfect shots and annihilating both the teams right there and then. Apart from that entire fiasco that we were part of, all the other teams, they are still to make their presence felt. We've got IQ Souls as Power. An incredible find, this lad, for this team. As Power's power has been felt so many times in so many different tournaments. He just needs to be directed in the right direction, and he just goes for it. He guns it across. That's what we saw from him yesterday as well, with him and Ronnie, and then getting a perfect chicken dinner for IQ Soul. And it seems right now that's kind of the play that Power is wanting to make with the flank angle that is created against the positioning of iFlex, where Soul's Mania, he's being absolutely quiet. But looking onto the top right-hand side onto the mini-map, we've got another team in close proximity to iFlex, and that's going to be the team of Skulls. So not the bestest of place that iFlex find themselves.
Indeed. I mean, considering even the circle's quite small, so it's understandable that all the teams are now going to start to close on up. They will have a lot of intel to play with, but they won't exactly know how to work around the intel. Considering the circle's going to be caught out in the open as well, high ground has to be the main priority, and not everyone can lay their hands on top of the high ground. CG is currently in the smack center. That's what CG likes to do all the time. They like to play from the centric spot. And considering they like to start things off with Picado as well, that spot was not that far away for CG to contest on. So for CG, it was quite an easy rotation straight up to the left side. The only team that can be a big threat for CG has to be in the name of Skulls, considering Skulls, they've got a bit of a high ground to play with, and they can't pepper the players of CG if they try to take any type of shots against him. And then you've got a team like Metal Esports, a little bit in the off-centric side, playing a little bit on the southern side. Let's see how Metal Esports is going to be directing this game for themselves.
Looking at the damage dealt on Alvex's Crypto right here, it seems like either Skulls or IQ Soul were able to get a good chunk of health and damage on Crypto. But that would also mean that his Vest and Helmet have taken a lot of damage as well. So for Reflex, this is for Crypto especially, actually, this is going to be very important to now stay as safe as he possibly can in that compound. And as we move away from iFlex's compound, we've got a team in the open. That's going to be Oasis positioning right here from Team Forever out in the open against the players of IQ Soul. Now, IQ Soul's as Power. Just a couple of minutes ago, we saw him taking on those sprays against the players of iFlex, and now it seems that he's diverted his attention towards Team Forever, and Oasis is going to be in his process, where Ronnie is going to be jumping into action, and it seems just a little too late. IQ Soul, they're out in the open. They've got to be very, very careful right now. It seems that Oasis is going to be dropped down, but at what cost? Because Mania has also been dropped down. That's thanks to TWM finally taking on some aggressive sprays.
I mean, this in itself just showcases exactly how much Soul cares about this game. They were out in the open chasing a man, and they were just focusing on that one single elimination point. This is not the exact Team Soul we know.
Oh, wow.
And as I mentioned, Team Soul, they just do not really care. They're just on a hunt. They just want to get the elimination points, probably get the warm-up done before the finals. Team Soul, they're playing this game in quite a chill way. Now, Power's going to be the only glimmer of hope alive to pull anything off, but even I'm sure Power's not going to be the man to play this game super slow. He's probably going to try to get inside the fights. So let's see what the approach is going to be looking like. Power, he will at least try to go for a few third-party scenarios if he does hear a lot of shots going around. And if he also sees the elimination feed going off as well. Team Forever, for them, that could have been a super tricky situation to get out from, but still somehow they have managed to get out of that situation. Luckily enough, Oasis was not taken out, and Oasis being the IGL, he needs to stay alive inside of the game. He's got a lot of roles to fulfill. Ninja Jot from Team X-Spark, another man who's desperately needed in order for succession off Team X-Spark. And for Team X-Spark, they're almost losing out on the verge of Team Dreams, so that's not looking too good. If Dreams is taken out of the game, that's the IGL of Team X-Spark out of contention. and it's not going to look that great. So instantly Ninja Jot closes on up. He's trying his best to get Dreams back up on his feet.
And as we move on ahead towards another set of teams that needs to do so good, well, never mind that, as we've got Team iFlex finally jumping into an opportunity against the players of none other than Alibaba Raiders, where they have taken on a lot of shots that the DBS has done a lot of wreck. But now the numbers of iFlex have also dwindled down. Incity is down, Crypto down, it's all down to Madrick, and this is not going to survive for too long, as he himself is going to be mowed down again. The team iFlex is going to get eliminated right here on the 13th position, sadly with 0 finishes. So no placement points, no finish points, getting eliminated with 0 points from this game. iFlex a tough affair for them.
Kyoya gets knocked out by himself. I think it's because of fall damage. Kyoya falls down to his death. And now TWM, they managed to engage themselves in a big fight. Not that great. The Nick sails in, and it's going to deal a lot of damage. The job's done. Reckoning Esports is going to be the one to come out on top in that fight. Where exactly is Kyoya? That's my question. Reckoning Esports, you see 3 players in front of you. And I guess Kyoya has been eliminated from that fight. Yes, he was.
Absolutely, but right now it's going to be all down to Skulls and how exactly are they going to be able to play their cards out right now. But they've lost out on 2 of their players, Beast and Bijlu. Crosshairs is going to be set from Bijlu's side against the players of X-Spark, where X-Spark was just in the nick of time able to get in their vehicles and get away. So now, this fight, it's just chaos all the way ensuing from one fight to the other. Vinsgod, we saw them a couple of minutes ago taking on shots or trying to get a play set up against the players of CG, where CG's consistent, safe approach has resulted in them holding on to the compound for a bit more longer against the push coming in from Vinsgod. And that in turn has resulted in CG getting 2 finish points, and the fight is not yet done. But moving away from that, before the players of X-Spark get eliminated right here, they've been able to get perfect revivals on themselves. Sarang is going to get revival as well. So all 4 players are going to stand true and tall for a bit more longer in this game, as now being on top of this mountain and this ridge, they're going to have a clear chance to take down the players of Skulls. And this is not what Ninja Jod wanted. He just wanted to take on some key information and not drop down itself perhaps, but again the zone has moved away from them, and this is the moment that Spark are going to have to now get outside of the safety net to get into the zone. Talking about safety net, no team has a safe cover for themselves apart from CES. Chemin, of course, they will find themselves a compound. Apart from that, as Necrod mentioned a while back, no team has a safety net in the final moments of this game itself. The zone is out in the open.
Exactly. I mean, especially OG. The players from the top are just getting peppered down.
X-Spark slowly and surely, I mean, we saw them almost at the brink of elimination. They were able to get those survivals again. Sarang was brought on back, but he seems to have been lost to the cause. That's okay, because right now 3 players, Ninja Jod along with Spraygod and Dreams, have been able to annihilate 6 players from this lobby. The position that X-Spark is in, they have played it in perfection. They have done wonders to the position that they've been able to rack up for themselves. Now it all boils down to how many more points are they able to get. Ninja Jod, he does not want to back down. Another wonderful spray just before retaliation comes in.
Yeah.
Strongly from the side of Revenant.
Alibaba Raiders, even they've lost out on 1 player. Chris OP knocked out. Roman OG's on his way to get the resurrection. Can it be possible, though? That's the real question. Roman OG should be able to lay his hands on his teammates, but unfortunately, the wall of death is now going to start to move up. And Alibaba Raiders, they've got no other option as well to try and make it inside of the circle. Reckoning Esports, they've got a massive ramp coming in on their way, and Duke gets knocked out. The confirmation soon enough going to be there, but Alibaba Raiders, for this game, their journey might just be it. Reckoning Esports, nicely done. So far, they're able to stay alive inside of the game, but even Metal Esports, now they're starting to get picked off. All the players were just out in the open in the smack center, and they were also the center of attraction. Fierce gets knocked out too, gets spotted out in the open. Revenant Esports, a bit of a blunder from their side as well. The wall of death is now going to start to create so many issues, and I said this as well, the circle's going to be out in the open. And that's what exactly happens. So many players, when they're trying to make it inside of the circle, they're just falling down.
And as they drop down like flies, we're left with only 4 teams surviving. Revenant Esports with 10 eliminations, all 4 players stand, and this is a fierce play that have been created from Revenant. But hey, you cannot take away the limelight from the consistency being showcased. The players of CG, they are in the top 4 with all 4 players surviving. A team that got a previous chicken dinner is still part of this game. That's going to be Revenant, along with Reckoning Esports as one final player, if I'm not wrong. The team in yellow. In this entire play, what exactly is Carnival Gaming going to be able to dictate? Because all of this, and we still have the teams that are leading. And in one of them is going to be the name of CES Phantom. So Chemin Esports' Phantom, he has played his cards right. He's got himself very close to a shack. A smoke wall from all the angles. All he's trying to survive is possibly.
Oh, Revenant Esports. Some shots in the blind, but still, the smoke lines are protecting them for a really long time. Carnival Gaming, they engage in a massive fight against their foes. Unfortunately, they've taken a lot of damage, and Revenant Esports, they wanted to take the advantage of that damage, but they were not really able to do so that well. And now it's all down to Phantom, the last glimmer of hope alive from Chemin Esports. And still the consistency just keeps on going up for Chemin. They just never lose out on one single game. You will always see them being super consistent. And even inside of this game, you've got Phantom. It's a 1v4 scenario, and Carnival Gaming, they know they've got the advantage. So you might as well try to be a bit proactive and take the advantage of this entire situation. Phantom pulls out an aid. He's also got a Molotov to deal with. He's found himself a bit of a pixel angle that he can stay safe inside of the shack with. Phantom's position compromised, pulls out the AKM. It's doing a lot of damage, but it's not going to matter. A DBS to the face to seal the deal, and it's going to be the players of Carnival Gaming to come out on top.
What a perfect play right here for CG. Carnival Gaming, the team that we've been talking about, bringing in the consistent play every single game this time around. Dominate and play it to perfection as they convert that consistency into an incredible chicken dinner. Winner chicken dinner coming in favor of CG. They're going to be elated for sure. The consistency that they had was keeping them in the top 8 on the first page. This time around, they're going to be jumping up positions as well. And there we have it. The known faces with Hector. This is what we wanted to see for Carnival Gaming, because these lads, they've got a lot under the belt, and chicken dinner is all that was missing along with that consistency, and now they've delivered that in style as well.
Carnival Gaming, this chicken dinner was needed for them.
True.
And now with this chicken dinner, Carnival Gaming, they've got the cushion. And they've also got the assurity that they're probably going to make it inside of the top 16. Not probably, they will make it inside of the top 16. So Carnival Gaming getting that assurity. Now even Carnival Gaming can try to bring out some shenanigans, maybe try and mess around inside the lobby, do some new stuff if they really want to practice a little bit. But as I mentioned, Carnival Gaming, their main and bread and butter play style is to play super defensive. And even inside of this game, Carnival Gaming were playing defensive. They somehow got themselves in the top 5, considering the circle ended quite close to Picado. So Carnival Gaming, for them, the rotation wasn't really that tough. And that's how Carnival Gaming just pretty much came out on top. I mentioned this as well. The circle's probably going to be out in the open, super out in the open. And that's what exactly happened. There were a few shacks here and there, but still, you were not really able to play around it that much, because one small shack, 4-player, it just sounds a little bit too much to provide cover for all the 4 players. So once again, Metal Esports, they tried their best to squeeze themselves inside of that shack, but then they just got peppered down. They were also the center of attraction. So Metal Esports were not really able to do a lot in that scenario.
Absolutely, but let's of course go through the highlights right now from the entirety of the Miramar game and find out where exactly did the entire storyline begin. Well, it began from that southern angle, but this is where the first fight, or the second fight, or in fact even the third fight is what we were part of, where it was none other than Hydra going up against the players of FS, and both these teams right here finally in this kerfuffle when they met against each other in stage 2. They were dropped down like flies thanks to the third party we brought on from the players of Revenant, and this is where Revenant came into the limelight as well, and we saw them all the way in the final moments of the game with the top 4 teams.
Exactly. And then Team iFlix too. This push from them was quite nice, but it didn't really matter in the end because they were the one who got taken down. Team iFlix, once again, that they're trying to show that aggression, but sometimes they need to realize overstepping some boundaries as well can be quite harmful. And that's what exactly happened in the previous fight. They just overstepped a lot of boundaries. They got picked off. Team X-Spark, still the woes keep on continuing for them. They're getting these picks here and there, but they're just not really able to survive for that long inside of the game, and that's now starting to be a big concern. And as I mentioned, Team X-Spark, they're also pushed all the way down on the last page of the overall standings, which is not a good outcome at all.
Absolutely not. And this is the final moment where it seemed like Carnival Gaming, again, I mean, the play that they made against the final player of Chemin Esports right there, that was Phantom, it seemed, had the numbers not been in favor of Carnival Gaming, it actually could have been Chemin walking away with a really good performance from that final moment. But in turn, this is what CG needed, and they have been able to get it in style. But all that matters right now is, where exactly is this game going to place CG in the overall ranking? And more so is going to be a question about the MVP itself. Because you mentioned it, I mean, Kevin, somehow they always find one of their players in the final moments to be able to get those, if not the finish points, then some placement points. And that's what they did this time around. But is that all that is needed to be the MVP? I don't think so. Where exactly are we to anticipate an MVP coming in from? I would rather want to look at what we had the players of Metal doing, what we had the players of even Revenant doing, actually.
Revenant Esports, at that point, even Revenant Esports was just taking a lot of fights. And once again, they didn't really have a lot of option anyways, because Revenant Esports, the position they found themselves in, it was quite a tricky one. They were out in the open. The only thing that was really providing them the cover was the smokes that were in the front lines. And as soon as the smoke started to fade away, Revenant Esports' lifeline as well started to fade away. And you saw the players of CG too make a push against, or you saw the players of Revenant Esports make a push against CG. And Revenant Esports got instantly demolished. And it's only because of this man right here in front of you, Neo. He managed to get 6 finish points wrapped up with a finish contribution of 43%. Neo, this man was an absolute monster in the previous game. CG, they probably do have a lot of elimination points wrapped up. If he got 6 eliminations and only 43%, CG must have at least more than 10.
Absolutely, has to be the case, because that is the kind of aggressiveness that we saw this time around. Interestingly enough, that too from a team like CG. And look at that, CG all the way in the limelight, from the MVP to the stars of the match itself. And best companion, we've got Hector with 3 rescues coming in, and of course the finisher, it was Goblin with 3 finishes of his own as well. So definitely a commendable approach for Carnival Gaming. The Carnival has begun for the side of this team. But for how long is it going to stay is what I wonder. Because is it just a one-time story, or can they keep on repeating this kind of play? Eventually, in the end, what matters is to be in the top 16. And that CG has been able to miraculously prove again and again that consistency is the king.
I mean, Goblin with the finisher as well, with 3 finishes wrapped up and 0 assists, with a survival time of 27-36. CG, team play has been really looking on point recently, especially inside of the challenge season, and they have been looking in general in sync, and I'm just loving to see it. Miramar is one of the maps that you need team play at the highest. At CG, they pretty much had beautiful communication around the players. They exactly knew where each and every single team is, and they just had a lot of intel in general to work with. Now, as we do have the match rankings in front of us of the previous game, CG with 29 points and 14 elimination points wrapped up. That was definitely quite a massive game, but then you see the players of Revenant Esports with 20 points, keeping up that consistency. Chemin Esports as well with 16, Reckoning Esports with 13, Metal Esports 8 points accumulated from that previous game. Maybe they will be lifted off from that bottom position, but they will still be at the bottom page anyways.
Indeed, that is true. But this is definitely signs of revival being showcased from the side of Metal Esports. And talk about Team X Spark right there on the 7th position with just 1 placement points, but 6 finish points is what Team Xpark were able to accumulate for themselves. So definitely a commendable, aggressive approach that has been showcased in the previous game from Xpark as well as in this one. But is this going to be enough? At the same point of time, what is not going to be enough, of course, is the play that we're being witnessed from the players of Orangutan right now, from TWM Gaming right now, because these teams, they need, I mean, more so for TWM Gaming, of course, because they need to have a really good conversion, which sadly is just not coming their way. Even if the zone works out for them, even if the rotation works out for them, the conversion itself, the fights itself for TWM just does not end up going in their way.
Exactly. I mean, especially as you mentioned, for TWM, the fights are just not really working out that well. I still remember in the week one itself, TWM Gaming, they just showcased quite a promising affair. They were taking down some of the top teams like they did not even mean anything. For example, God's Reign, TWM took them down in a 4v4 combat, super clinically. It was one of the most clinical dismantles I've ever seen, and that's why I was super impressed by the players at TWM. But then after that, we've seen a big dip in the performance, and that dip is really now starting to cost them a slot in the grand finals. And I think so, TWM at this point in time might just be too late, considering you've only got one more game for today. And
exactly,
even if they do decide to wake up right now, I think so it will be quite a late of a wake-up call.
Well, fingers crossed. Hopefully the wake-up call has been given, has been showcased, has been proven, because looking at the way today's two games have been and looking at the position that TWM have been in, the conversion should have been better. That's where I'm going to leave it at. But again, like you perfectly mentioned, there's still one more game remaining for them for the day. That's going to be the upcoming game, and we can expect a good turnout for them, hopefully. At the same point of time, for IQ Seoul, again, nothing taken away from their play and their position, because like you perfectly mentioned, they're playing like they want to be able to practice in a skirmish, and that's exactly what we see every single time, at least in today's play from IQ Seoul. But looking at the overall ranking, based on that play, IQ Seoul has been dropped down to the position after 20 games, whereas Chemin Esports and that final play right there that we saw from Phantom, the final player surviving from Chemin Esports, basement points did wonders as they got two more points, pushing them in the lead.
But it's completely fine, though. It's still not that big of a difference, right? In the first and the second spot, 235, 237. You've only got 2 points separating you from getting the first spot. So Team Soul still is not going to be stressing out that much. Then you've also got Revenue Esports barely making it to the third spot, too. 212 points. And then you've got Entity Gaming with 217 points. Revenue Esports, they only need a few points more, and they will be in the top three itself. As I mentioned, after that previous game, Carnival Gaming, they have assured their spot in the grand finals, and they have managed to get themselves the 5th spot in the overall standings. So even they're looking super promising. And as we do move on to the second page, look at that leap Reckoning Esports took after that first game. They're inside of the top 14. Promising stuff.
Absolutely incredible stuff right there. Jumping into the top. But along with that, now with one final game for Group B and C, the team that I really want to be able to showcase a resilient play is going to be Xpark this time around, because Xpark, I mean, today's plays that they've been able to make have been doing wonders for them. But will their play be enough for them to jump on and get closer and closer to the top 16 is what I wonder. As of now, as we look on to the team right here that is sitting on the 14th position, Reckoning Esports, they have played their cards right till now. With one final game remaining, I'm sure they're going to be jumping out from that 14th position as well.
Exactly. Third page of the overall standings, and now Global Esports. I mean, they were, of course, on the second page, but look at this team, Godlike. They've been pushed down on the 17th spot. They're not in the top 16 anymore. Team Prince being pushed down to the 18th spot. This is not too good. Hydra officials still on the 19th spot. For Hydra, there's a chance to make a comeback in the top 16. And Hydra, they need a chicken dinner in order to do so. And if they do want to have a little bit of cushion in the top 16 itself, Team iFlix quite close to the top 16 too. Xpark on the 22nd spot, not that far away. Xpark, even they need one solid game, and they will be super close to that top 16. Last page in front of us, AUTOBOTZ Esports on the 25th. You've got Skulls Esports, Wingod Esports on the 27th. TWM Gaming, we were having a big conversation about this team, and yes, the struggles are clearly visible. Still, they haven't moved from that 28th spot. They're still sitting in the same spot. TWM Gaming, something needs to be done.
Absolutely, but whatever Middle Esports is doing, well, it seems to have taken them away from that 32nd position at least as the day started off, and we saw them now sitting on the 30th position with 114 points with one final game remaining for the players of Middle Esports. This is the opportunity, the do and die opportunity for them to get as many points as they possibly can get racked up. On the previous page, we saw X-Spark. The jump that they've made is looking really fantabulous for their side as they started the day sitting on the 25th position with 123 points. Right now, they're sitting on the 22nd position. That's for the side of Team X-Spark. So definitely look forward to a much better play coming in from them. That again, like you perfectly mentioned, for Group C and D, oh my apologies, from Group B and C, this is the final game of the day. If this does not go does not bode well, because again, you know, the best part in all of this is, I don't know if it should be called the best part or not, Necro, but you know, a team like Team IQ Seoul is providing an opportunity for all these teams that are not in the top 16 to really rack up those numbers. If Team IQ Seoul starts performing, then automatically they're going to be taking a chunk of those points that are available in the lobby. And even if that sort of an opportunity being provided, the teams are not able to do it, then it is looking like the LAN journey itself is probably time to bid adieu to that.
I mean, once again, let's be honest, the teams at the bottom page, they're just not really able to win the fights. Straight up. No, they're just not really able to come out on top when it comes to the mechanical prowess of the game, and that's why they're still sitting at the bottom page. And for them to win the fights, especially at this point in time inside of the tournaments, even if they do start to win the fights in this upcoming Erangel game, it's still not going to matter. The wake-up call is going to be a little bit too late. Tomorrow's the last day of the week 3 itself. And inside of the last day, if you try to make some type of mayday calls, I would still say it's really not going to work out. So at that point in time, you might as well just try to play for the consolation. You might as well just try to play for your hands to be settled inside of the game, and maybe just learn something. You never lose, you learn. And just try and learn from your mistakes that you've made throughout this entire tournament. It was a long tournament, so I'm pretty sure when you go back home, when you sit down, relax, and when you look at all the VODs, you're probably going to find a lot of mess-ups that you initially did inside of the game. I'm also talking about Middle Esports. I've been mentioning about this team since a long time. We've seen this team play over and over again in the past, so many of the times. We know all the players in that lineup too, but still, for some reason, Middle Esports is not able to perform with having so much experience too underneath their belts. Then it really just makes you raise a lot of concern and a lot of fingers. And as I mentioned, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Erangel, and also the last game for Group B and C, Blotter.
Absolutely, as we were just discussing it, this is the final game for Group B and C, and we're going to be going on to the default map of Erangel once again for these teams. Now, talking about consistency, that is what we can clearly see being showcased from the side of Reckoning Esports, from the side of Revenant Esports. So these are teams that are racking up those points and numbers and getting closer and closer to the top echelon of this entire lobby of 32 teams. But in all of that, now, which team are we to look forward to? Because Erangel being the OG map itself, all the teams are going to be looking at a wonderful conversion for themselves. Though, in all of this, in today's play, I want to say Orangutan has kind of been missing from the limelight. Vinsgod we've been talking about, but they've been part of fights as well. Whereas for OG, they've made those rotations work out, but again, the fights have not been in their favor. So perhaps for this game, I would really love to be able to see what Orangutan do.
Orangutan can be a solid pick without a doubt, considering they're also inside of the top 16. And just like how Carnival Gaming, they've got themselves a cushion, there's a chance even OG can lay a cushion for themselves. So far in the first 2 games, OG, they haven't really pulled anything exceptional. They're just doing the basic stuff that they like to do. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The plane flat path starting all the way from military base towards the opposite side, which is going to be shooting range. The plane flat path is tilted to the left side a little bit. It is going to be a tough stretch for the teams if they do want to go towards Jasna Poliana, even Severny, even Milta. But let's see how the adjustments are going to look like.
All right, and with that, off to a perfect start. We are all over again on the 3rd match of the day. And right off the bat, we've got Reckoning Esports moving on towards the military base this time around, and in close proximity to them, we've got well, probably know the team actually, because they're going to be given the military base all to themselves, which is definitely a good start. But is that the same that can be said for the players of OG? Because a very fanned out approach is what we're looking at once again from the side of OG, where Ash is going to jump on to the military base, get that vehicle, and quickly move on ahead across that ferry pier bridge to get in close proximity to his teammates. Now, OG is where I want to keep my crosshairs set up towards and see what exactly do they bring out in terms of their performance. Yesterday we saw from them an incredible conversion of a chicken dinner. I do want to be able to see that sort of an OG today all over again as well. And this being the final game for both of these groups, for all of these teams on our screens, a lot of momentum should be made. And looking and talking about momentum itself, we've got the player of Revenant right here, who has been dropped down, and it is none other than Skulls itself who's been able to do so. Seems perfect sensei approach out. That is not what we anticipated. Skulls player beast from far away with an 8x and a mini 14. How quick can you be to be able to scope that out, spot that out so quickly? And in return, he's been able to drop down the numbers of Revenant Esports, where they're down to just a 2-man army, and Skulls is off to a great start.
I mean, I mentioned this too. Extending all the way towards the right side is going to be a big deal. And Revenant Esports, they like to go all the way towards Milta. So Revenant Esports decided to take a little bit of a pit stop, and Skulls Esports, they instantly punished the players of Revenant Esports. Revenant needing to deal with some heavy blows off the bat is definitely blowing their back away. But let's see what the players of Revenant can do to find the recovery from such a bad spot. And talk about a bad spot, Chemin Esports off the bat, they're taking a fight against the players of Team X-Spark. But Chemin Esports, even in return, they lose out on 2 of the players. Team X-Spark, for them, it's an opportunity that they really need to grab on. And they're also starting to make their way towards the fallen players of Chemin Esports. But from the back lines now, a lot of pressure is going to be dealt out as well. M249 pulled out from Venom, and they're, of course, doing a lot of damage. Team X-Spark out in the open. Sarang is over there. And Chemin Esports, at this point, they do not really care. They're still in quite a good spot in the overall standings. If they won, they can't commit fully to this fight. But instead, they're looking for to back away or maybe create an off angle.
It seems like they want to be able to get away from this entire fight altogether itself. That is from the side of Chemin Esports, whereas for X-Spark, it was definitely a good start. They got 2 finish points, and in all of this, while this kerfuffle was taking place, we had the players of FS jump into action as well, where FS Esports, they got themselves a few teams, or a few players, their opponents knocked down and got some points for them from them as well. So quite an aggressive start to this Erangel, the third Erangel, the third match, second Erangel for the day, where it seems both these groups, Group B and C, they are in for an aggressive play right here for the final match for both these groups. For Chemin Esports, though, as we just mentioned, it was a difficult outing. Same can be said for Revenant as well. But good, really good conversion coming in from X-Spark. Really good utilization coming in from Skulls as well, as they got 2 individual finish points for those teams. And the action is still not yet done.
What a good catch!
What a play and spray that was. Revenge all the way through.
Chemin Esports, what a way to cut off the players of Team X-Spark. Chemin knows that were the players of X-Spark, so instantly they moved on forward, and they took over their drop location, and they knew that X-Spark's going to show up. This is some brilliant stuff by Chemin Esports. They've cut off the rotation for the players of Team X-Spark, and they've already dealt so much damage. For Chemin Esports, they've got nothing to lose from this fight. For X-Spark, they've got everything to lose. Oh, this is some brilliant stuff. Chemin Esports thinking for the future, making for the future too. And now Team X-Spark as well, they're just down to a 2-man squad. It's going to be a 2v2 affair. And as I'm mentioning over and over again, X-Spark, they've got everything to lose in this fight. The only way X-Spark can actually survive is just back away from this entire place. Get your basic loot and just move away.
Oh, but they would never do that. X-Spark would never ever do that. I mean, we've seen the kind of aggressiveness that they play or love to play with. And with a two-man split coming in from the side of X-Park itself, with Sarang and Dreams, the only two players survive. And Chemin Esports, they know how to play it safe, and they know how to play it more than safe, how to play it slow. That is what Chemin Esports knows. And so they can wait for as long as X-Park wants. And as soon as X-Park makes the move, Chemin is going to be hot on their tail. And look at the communication. I mean, I'm sure the communication is the result for which Venom has got himself so close to this angle right here. Towards northeast, where Sarang from X-Park is. So Phantom and Venom from Chemin Esports, they both patiently wait to be able to get a few shots across and get a few more revenge points right here against the players of X-Park. And as you perfectly mentioned, Necro, I mean, for Chemin Esports, they are sitting in a really good position in the overall ranking. They don't need those points as much as X-Park does.
Soul, of course, they start taking fights once again. And this time on the receiving end, I think it's going to be the players of Skulls. Soul, they're on a massive prowl. They're on a chase for this one last man alive from the side of Skulls. And at this point, Soul's just not going to care. They've got all the shotguns in their hands, and they will just barrel stuff the last man. Arto falls down, and so does the entirety of Skulls Esports. They just come crashing down for Team Soul. Now it's going to be a hunting party. Team Soul's out on a purge.
Well, Team Soul, they did not like losing out on that one position. And that is what they want to be able to climb up to once again. That is what they wish to do as well. Whereas Ronnie right here, from the side of IQ Soul, he is going to be looking pretty comfortable right now with his teammates. With 3 finish points confirmed. Team Soul off to quite a rocking start for the third and final game that IQ Soul have on their hand. They do not want to back out. They do not want to back down, that's for sure. And talking about backing out or backing down, that is the kind of play that we unexpectedly saw coming in from Carnival Gaming from the previous round on the map of Miramar. But this time, for Carnival Gaming, once again, when it comes to the positioning that CG find themselves in, they're looking pretty comfortable. In fact, very comfortable, as they are in the center of the zone down south of Ruins area. And there aren't many teams that CG are going to have to worry about as of now. In fact, all the teams are very spread out right now. So it's still going to be a few minutes of quiet for CG before they can expect any fight to be a part of.
I mean, Skulls Esports being eliminated on the 16th spot. It's just going to lighten the weight a little bit. CG, as usual, playing defensive inside of the game. That's what they like to do. Right next to CG are the players of iFlix towards Pachinki. Then you've got OG2 slowly and steadily closing on up on that same spot. Even Reckoning Esports, soon enough, they're going to be ejecting out of that military base. And so, they're on the prowl. They're on the hunt for another team. You can see on the map as well, they do spot a couple of players of WinGod, especially one man isolated, and instantly looking forward to see if they're going to get the confirmation flown up. The demonic plans have started for Team Soul. And they're seeing all those rotations too. I just want to see them take down a couple more teams, just left, right, and center. I want to see them just devour and dismantle teams. And WinGod might just be the upcoming one that this will happen to. But WinGod, they've got no intentions of taking the fight. But look at Team Soul. They're actually moving out of the blue itself. They're not even trying to make the rotation inside of the circle. Instead, they're moving out in the blue. What are they exactly trying to do here?
That's a very interesting position for IQ Soul right there. Getting into the blues, I'm sure they must have heard all the noise from the rotating team of WinGod. They wanted to perhaps get behind them, but never mind that, as we come back again to the first blood situation altogether from this game, and that is going to be between X-Park and Chemin Esports. their luck seems to have run out as the Blues have caught up to them, and the stalemate has extended this far out. A 2v2 situation between these two teams. Adiasnaya still extending forth. No one's the wiser in this fight.
Yeah. I mean, Dreams has started to close on up. And Chemin Esports, they're taking a lot of damage from the blue. Chemin Esports, they wanted to get their hands on the vehicle that was in the front lines, but Sarang blew up the tires, so now Chemin Esports, the only option they've got left is to take this fight, and that's what they're doing. They're slowly and steadily moving up close and personal against Sarang, and Sarang's just hiding and tucked behind this wall. As soon as the players of Chemin, they're going to realize the fact that Sarang's right over here, they will at least try to do something. Close, super close.
Oh, this fight.
Yeah. It's so awkward.
It is so awkward for Sarang.
It is just a battle of utilities at this point. None of them are trying to get real up close and personal. No one wants to take a gunfight. Instead, to face against each other with utilities. But for now, Team Soul, they've taken fight against WinGod. I mentioned this too. Team Soul, the upcoming hit list, the upcoming target on the hit list is going to be in the name of WinGod. And the fight definitely does happen. But at least for now, it feels like WinGod's going to be the one to come out on top. One more man to go in the name of Ronnie. But Ronnie's just driving past. He's playing some mind games with Ovi. He knows the last man is in front of him as well. And if Ronnie gets his hands on this elimination point, Team Soul will be taking an exit from this game with a decent amount of points in general. With 7 points accumulated, I'm pretty sure Team Soul, they can see red in front of their eyes. And still, with this final squad wipe, Team Soul will be taking an exit from this game with consistency. And now Ovi realizes that he's getting approached by Ronnie, but Ronnie's the one to come out on top. Even though the man from WinGod, he had the peekers advantage, but still Ronnie pre-fired around the corner, and he came out on top in that one. Nicely done. Soul, 7 points accumulated.
That was a really good conversion right there from the side of Ronnie. For IQ Soul, I mean, they've taken on that lead all over again. They dropped down to the second in the overall ranking, and now with 7 points confirmed, they are definitely going to be jumping up to the pole position in the overalls. You can definitely not deny that. This team, it is legendary. It has been legendary in the Indian esports circuit. And when it comes to the fans, I'm sure they're going to be elated with the performance that Ronnie and his teammates have been able to showcase. And this is just stage number 2. But as we move away from the final player of IQ Soul, we've got Medal Esports on our screens. Today, Medal Esports, they have been doing some miraculous plays, or trying to at least, as they moved away from this 32nd position to the 30th. They've got a long ladder to climb. And this being their final game, they want to be able to jump into that first gear drive and be able to take on these shots and sprays against the players of FS Esports. But no opening has been created thus far. So slow poked affair for Medal, as FS Esports are going to be getting away from this entire fight. They've left behind Secret, but other than that, they have moved away from this entire fight. They don't want to see any of this anymore.
Indeed.
Sad for Medal.
I mean, Medal Esports, they've got no other option than to play this one super passive, and that's what they're doing. They're playing this one as passive as possible. With all the 4 players alive, Medal Esports, they do realize this game has to be a nuke. If they're not going to be able to drop a nuke, if they're not really able to drop a lot of points in general, then that's it for Medal Esports. Their journey inside of the tournament, that's it, done. They at least need 15 elimination points, or maybe even 20 if they can lay their hands on top of it, but it's too much to ask at this point. We know. If the team's not even able to keep the consistency up with 7 to 8 points per game, I highly doubt they're going to be able to get 20 elimination points in one single game. So, realistic point of view, Medal Esports, they're probably out of this tournament. They've been knocked out. FS Esports, they're around the corner, quite close, but I highly doubt even FS Esports would want to take a fight against Medal Esports. Still the early phase of the game. You do not really want to deal a lot of damage to the opponents, neither get dealt a lot of damage upon yourself. So might as well just play super safe.
Yeah, that's what it seems like FS Esports have in their mind. Secret was left behind right there as the team rotated. As his teammates rotated, they found a different compound altogether. And look at the way the zone itself has taken a curveball shift towards down south, towards the positioning of Reckoning along with OG. This is a brilliant turn of affair for these teams that find themselves towards the southern side. And in all of that, we've got Metal Esports as well. But on our screens, as we move on towards the players and position held on by the players of Reckoning Esports, now, right in close proximity, the team in yellow are going to be jumping into action as OG along with Team Forever. There were a lot of teams around in vicinity for Reckoning Esports to be able to spray on upon, but for now, no opening was created. Sprays were being brought on against OG, but none bringing down the player. So stalemate, perhaps for now, that Reckoning is going to be a part of. But OG, they are in close proximity. So stalemate not for long, though.
Indeed.
OG, all they need is one clear wipe from the Reckoning Esports' lineup.
And they're just trying to find that line of sight. But Reckoning Esports, even they're playing this one quite safe. They've got the one man in the back lines on top of the hill, who's sort of like the overview, who's like the drone view on top of this fight. And he's also looking at the back lines too at the same time. Metal Esports, they engage in a fight against the players of Revenant. It's quite a massive knock too. Aquinox in that range gets knocked out. Dinosaur's beautiful spray. Metal Esports' elimination point have been stolen away by Dinosaurs. And it's going to sting to them quite a lot. Metal Esports, they decided to move away. Their position got taken over by the players of FS, and FS instantly steal the elimination point away too. And now look at Fierce, all by himself in this ridge. He's also got the bottom ground to play with, while Team Forever, they've got the high ground advantage. And Fierce's position's going to be soon enough compromised. The utility's being tossed on over, and Fierce getting chipped out. Mafia's barely alive too, but for Team Forever, they've got the advantage inside of this fight. It's a 1-on-4. Revenue Esports. This last man is quite isolated too. Fierce has got nowhere to go, and then to accept his fate. And that's what's going to happen soon enough. Nate's being tossed on forward, but nothing being found just yet. Fierce has found himself a bit of a cubby to hide around with. But for how long can he actually tuck himself in there?
Oh, Fierce is a really good spot right there. Because the way the zone is playing out, I mean, if he's not overextended from the players of Team Forever, he can definitely work towards some placement points. While this fight was continuing, we saw the players of OG, aka OP, finally take on some shots and create an opening as well against the players of RGE. But with these 14 teams in total surviving, 2 of which, Soul and Revenant, are down to just one-man army for themselves. Whereas for X-Park and Chemin, that we were part of in the initial moments of this fight, they are still surviving. They are the latest rotating teams from the Blues. They are still surviving. X-Park with 2 players, same is the case for Chemin Esports as well.
iFlix in the front lines. And you can see that iFlix is currently in a solid spot in the smack center too. Before now, another fight brewing up. Alibaba Raiders, they get backstabbed. Oh, it was not that good of a position to back out away. Roman instantly gets capitalized upon, and soon enough, the confirmation is going to flow up to Hydra officials. They've found themselves a solid spot to be in. But Hydra officials, they took that spot away from Alibaba Raiders. And now Alibaba Raiders still just roaming around the corner. They've got the high ground to play with as well, but they've got another threat approaching them in the name of CG. And Alibaba Raiders, they do not really have the man advantage too inside of that fight. In fact, they're in a man disadvantage. With only a 3-man squad, Alibaba Raiders need to fight a 3v4 against CG, a team that's currently doing pretty good, and they've also got the momentum. This is going to be a tough fight for the players of Alibaba Raiders.
Though again, the positioning that Alibaba Raiders are in, it can very well do wonders for them, because for CG, right behind them is going to be the players of TWM. And if TWM are to rack up those numbers, this is the moment where they really need to stand true and tall right here against the players of Carnival Gaming, where Carnival Gaming is going to be the first ones to deliver the blow. And it is none other than Hector. Omega does go down, but Neo, Hector, and Goblin, they're going to be delivering those massive punches right to the face of TWM. But in doing so, TWM retaliates, and a third party being brought on from Alibaba, and this is where CG themselves get sandwiched not long before they've got something to say.
Rough luck. TWM, Kiolamao's on the left lines. But in general, TWM screwed up massively. They've got nowhere to go. This fight against CG is now starting to extend for a little bit too longer, and Alibaba Raiders, even they're getting desperate to lay their hands up inside of the fight. Even they want a few elimination points here and there. TWM Gaming, now they decide to close on up. Even Payo has started to close on up in this fight. But look at Ronnie in the back lines. Even he's making quite a desperate rotation. So many teams, they're just looking over this fight. I'm just still waiting for the players of Alibaba Raiders to step inside of the fight, but they're taking their own time. Utilities being tossed in by CG. They're finding the openings too. But Ronnie around the corner, even he's starting to be a big threat now. He can jump out of the vehicle anytime and take shots against the players of TWM, or maybe even their opponent, CG. And CG is now starting to get picked off. Goblin found. The confirmation's instantly going to follow up too. Hector's the only man left alive in the back lines.
In all of this chaos, for Carnival Gaming, it was a tough luck situation, of course, because they were only able to communicate and convert this into one finish point for themselves. Hector's still surviving. He's got a very good helmet and vest to himself. But that is all that he has working for him, because right behind him, TWM's player, is going to be able to mow down Hector, and CG lose out on this fight. And in doing so, TWM have been given a sign of relief, as they will be able to get their teammate revived, a 2-man army. But a tough position that TWM find themselves in.
Hydra officials, they can hear so many gunshots around him, but all they can do is just sit inside of this house and look over the fights. If they're not really able to get the line of sight, they just can't do anything. Instead, just use their ears and gather intel. Metal Esports Paradox found. Encore still is in the outskirts, a little bit off that watchtower. And Encore, as soon as his position's going to be compromised, that's it. Metal Esports, they will come crashing down. No matter what Metal Esports tries to bring inside of the game, it just doesn't work out. The only thing that's keeping Encore safe in that spot is the smoke that's in front of them. Soon enough, it's going to start to fade away. But what just happened? Team Forever, they catch one player off OG, just lacking. And they instantly take him down. Team Forever, Omega as well is in a bit of a danger. Oasis chipped out. Flock's knocked out. Even Team Forever, they found themselves in quite a pickly spot. To get out of this spot might just be too much, but Oasis dodges that nade. Wall of Death now is starting to move up. Ash needs to move in as well. He's got too many players to deal with, and he gets overwhelmed. Mafia distracts, and Oasis owns his opponent.
OG. They definitely tried right there. Where Ash, again, like you perfectly mentioned, just not able to take care of so many players in front of him. They're down to just one final player. But for FS Esports, Atanki, he's got a lot of information right here against another surviving team. That is going to be Chemin Esports, with 2 of their players still surviving. Phantom and Venom, they've made a long journey to get into the top 10 right here. Revenant get eliminated. With FS Esports, they're trying to get that information converted into finish points for themselves. All 4 players still surviving. Atanki, the man who's leading the charge from the side of FS Esports. They're out in the open. They're not yet into the zone. But the position that they've held is towards the northern side. And slowly and steadily, as they get closer and closer towards the edge of the zone, they've got a lot of information that they are utilizing to perfection. FS Esports, this could be a really good conversion for them.
in general, the circle's out in the open, blotter. And when the circle's out in the open, and especially if you're a team that's currently not inside of the circle, for you, it's going to be a big problem. And FS Esports, they're punishing the opponents. Chemin Esports, they've taken a lot of damage. They're quite vulnerable. Venom is the only man to go in the front. Phantom gets picked off. Venom's position's compromised. Utilities are now going to start to blossom as well, but they need to make it inside the circle. And that's what the players of FS Esports realize instantly. They pull out the buggy. They're on the mission to make it inside of the safe zone. Team iFlix as well. They're going to try to pull the same stuff. But as soon as Hydra, they try to make it in the circle. Starboy gets picked off in the process. Mafia and AKOP are the only two players who are looking safe. But not for long. This wall of death is now starting to cause a lot of problems. But look at Secret in the back line, just going for the constant med strat. This Nate's going to find the knock, though. And Secret's been taken down from the game. iFlix, they take down the last remaining survivor from Team Forever.
iFlix, they've got the players surviving from their side. They've got a few players in front of them. But the numbers that iFlix have, this can definitely do wonders for them. From one side it's going to be iFlix, from the other it's going to be Hydra, it seems. Between these two, there is this one player in green. That's going to be Orangutan's AKOP. And a nade to his face will bring down his health down to 40%. He's got 2 first aids down to 1. But his position has also been compromised right now. That smoke is going to start dissipating anytime soon. And as soon as he gets away from here, this is where OG's final player, AKOP. Few more finish points all by his lonesome. 4 finish points converted from him. A perfect spray, but no conversion thus far. Right behind him is going to be Hydra's players as well. Somehow, Hydra just does not know where Orangutan's AKOP is. And before they can steal the finish, it is going to be iFlix completely converting this into the 2v3 affair.
Hydra now. They've spotted out the players in the front. iFlix slowly and steadily, they're getting dismantled. And Hydra with the advantage inside of the fight too. iFlix, the only man that's currently up close and personal against of Hydra is Insidious. And he's the only man who can turn things around, who can flip things around in their favor. But Hydra, they're just constantly pressuring the players of iFlix, and they're just dealing a lot of constant damage. Insidious spots out Spray God, goes for a couple of shots, but nothing connects. And now Insidious's position's compromised too. That was not a good spray at all. He reveals his position, and now he needs to deal with so many nades. But one nade in return from Madrick finds the knock. Diora goes down. Spursh is quite softened up as well. And the players of iFlix, they found the go call. That was the only knock that was needed in order for them to get the push up. And as for iFlix, they're too close to up. Turn one more with the nade. Utilities being starting to happen back and forth with the bodies. And now Hydra, somehow they found themselves in the advantage. iFlix in the verge of getting eliminated from the game. It's a 1v2 scenario. Hydra with the man advantage. But look at Spray God. He's got no first aids. He's got no heals to patch himself up. And soon enough, the wall of death is going to start to close on him. Spray God deals a lot of damage. And Hydra is going to be the one to win this game too. Solid stuff from Hydra.
Incredible conversion from Hydra right there, but that was just in the nick of time. iFlix, they were so very close. The flank that was created, the nade that was being brought on from the side of Insidious, it was looking so very good. It seemed that they had Hydra cornered. It seemed that it was a moment that iFlix will finally be able to convert it into a chicken. But it was Hydra in the end. A perfect game for Hydra, a much needed game for Hydra right here. We spoke about it, the momentum that Hydra moved in with, it was looking very good. And of course, with this chicken dinner going in their favor, they have definitely secured their position in the top 16 now. They ought to have, but we shall confirm that later. But what a comfort, what a comfortable finish to their day right now, because this was the final game for these two groups. And Hydra with the chicken dinner right now is going to be elated at the same time for iFlix. Nothing taken away from them. It was a good play, but the flank angle. Had they utilized that flank angle from Insidious, it could have been and should have been actually their chicken dinner.
Insidious, when he took shots against Prey God and he was not really able to find the knockout, that's where iFlick screwed up.
So true. Just unbelievable conversion. And of course, that is what happens in the game, in the battleground. It's just so knit and grit. It's so neck and neck every single time, and just one good spray and it all dictates where this entirety of the fight and the entirety of the game is going to be going towards. Well, this time around, it was none other than, of course, the players of Hydra getting a beautiful, beautiful chicken dinner for themselves as we move on ahead towards the highlights of the game itself. There we have it. As it all started off, it was X-Spark against the players of Chemin Esports, where those two teams got head in neck and neck, and only 2 players remained from both on their sides as we moved on ahead from that fight towards the players of IQ Soul. Now this is where Ronnie all by his lonesome was able to hold on strong for a long time for his team, was brought down to their knees, but again he was left all by his lonesome against the players of Vince God. But that was again a GG play coming in from Ronnie, because all by his lonesome he was able to bring down Vince God, take on finish points, and that in turn I'm sure is going to bring back IQ Soul's position all the way to the pole.
Exactly, especially this entire kerfuffle that was happening at this area. Carnival Gaming, Alibaba Raiders, then there were a couple of more teams who wanted to chime inside of the action. TWM as well, they came in with a third party. Then you even saw one man from the side of Soul. It was Ronnie who was trying to engage inside of the fight. There were 5 teams in that same spot going for the fight. It was just an absolute mess in the same spot. But then later on, we saw even the players of Team Forever taking down the players of OG slowly and steadily. Once again, OG, they're in the top 16, but they still need to find that cushion. And OG, they're fighting for that cushion and that confirmed spot in the finals.
Now this is where Insidious, the way he had that spray and it did not connect, that is where the opening was, of course, left out all in the open for Hydra's spray god, and he played his cards right. He in fact played it to perfection, the way he's able to utilize the information of his teammates, and of course it's in his name, the spray. They were just so spot on, not allowing even a single opening and outlet for his opponent iFlick to be able to get a chicken. And of course, beautiful conversion for both of those teams is what I'm going to say, because eventually in the end this was final game for both of those teams for the day. And well, they both walked away with decent amount of points.
Exactly, as you mentioned, this was the final game for these groups too. So all the choices, unfortunately, they made. As I mentioned, there were still a couple of teams that were all the way at the bottom half of the board. For example, Skulls, TWM, Team X-Spark. X-Spark, at least they've still got a little bit of chance to make a comeback maybe tomorrow. But for the teams that were at the bottom that have already played their 3 games today, I might as well say this, that you guys, the chances for you to qualify inside of the top 16, they've vanished away. But the MVP of the previous game is in front of us. Spursh, it's going to be with 4 elimination points and the finished contribution of 36. Hydra in general, they have got a lot of elimination points from that previous game.
Absolutely. I mean, 4 finishers and only 36% finish contribution is what we're looking at from Spursh. So that means his teammates are, of course, held on strong, and that in turn has resulted in him getting only 36% of the finish contribution. But overall, of course, Hydra, the way the day started off, they were sitting on the 18th position or something, I believe. Yep, they were on the 18th position with 152 points. And now, what we were talking about, one good game and you can propel yourself all the way into the top 16. That is exactly what Hydra, I'm sure, have been able to deliver from this game. But again, you know what? In all of this, I do not want to take anything away from Team Soul, because they jumped into action as soon as they were dropped down to the 2nd position and finished off with 7-8 finishes in this game.
I mean, it's Hydra all over the place, and the stars of the match, Spursh twice, with also the best companion with 1 rescue and 4 assists, and then you've got Spray God with 4 finishes and 4 assists, and 2 assists, my bad, with the survival time of 27:08. So, of course, Spray God, he's one of the OG players that is out there, and once again, he's showcasing all the fire prowess that he's got. Spray God in the back, he used to play for MG, so once again, this man's got a lot of potential, and now is playing underneath the Hydra banner. Of course, Hydra isn't really able to gel in that well just yet, considering some recent tweaks have been made inside of the roster, so it's definitely going to take a bit of while to communicate better. It's going to take a while to get the team synergy on the point as well, but once that happens, Hydra will be an unstoppable force as well. Let's move on and take a look at the match rankings too, because this is going to be revealing a lot of the stuff. A lot of teams desperately needed points. OG, they got 14 points, so they should still be good. iFlix with 18 points. Maybe they have breached inside of the top 16. We don't exactly know how that's going to look like. FS Esports with 9 points. Team Soul with 8 points. Even they're looking quite comfy. Metal Esports with 7 points. And Team Forever with 6 points accumulated. Team X Spark, still the woes keep on continuing with 5 points. The same thing can be said for TWM.
This time around, Carnival Gaming, a team that in the previous game got a chicken dinner. The consistency that we see mostly from their side this time around was taken a dip. But that same thing cannot be said for Chemin Esports. I mean, they were left down to just a two-man army, and they still walk away with 11 total points. So a GG play coming in from Chemin Esports as they retain their top 3 position, I believe, from this game as well. Now, for Reckoning Esports, sitting on the 16th position is definitely a big dip. Based on how their previous games have been today, they have had decent performances, but in the final game that they had to play, they walk out with 0 points. It is going to be a troubled day as far as the overall is concerned for Revenant, but that's okay because tomorrow is another day. Tomorrow, in fact, will be the final day for week 3, so there is still an opportunity for them to keep on rising up to get into the top 16.
Exactly. And now, once again, as I mentioned, for the teams that are currently on the 3rd page of the overall standings, there is still a chance to make it inside of the top 16. Tomorrow's day is going to be super crucial because we've already got a couple of teams that are not going to be able to qualify inside of the top 16. Tomorrow we'll have some confirmed names that are not going to be able to make it, even from the 3rd page. So in general, the competition's starting to get heated up even more. And you guys know, at the end, only 16 teams can move into the challenge finals, which is of course a big cutoff. But hey, I love to see some brutal tournament formats. That just makes a lot of entertainment for the future as well. And some of the top teams are also getting knocked out of the tournament. So I guess, as people say, you never lose. Instead, you learn. Even those top teams, maybe they do have a lot to learn for now.
Oh, 100% Necro. I would definitely second that conversation, mate. And that learning curve, it never stops. And that is something that, of course, for today, for now, the learning curve is going to get started for Group B and C because their games are done. Now it's time for them to go back to understand what exactly could they have changed, what exactly should they change for tomorrow's games. But right now, this was the final game for Group B and C.
And now Group A and D is going to be the one to chime inside of the action. Before we move on with the schedule, we also need to look at the overall standings and find out how exactly the overall standings are looking like after the previous game. You've got Chemin Esports, Soul, of course, at the top. On the 3rd, you've got Entity Gaming, Revenue Esports. The previous 2 games were quite a big slip up, but still they've managed to get the 4th spot in the overall standings, which is completely fine. Carnival Gaming on the 5th, WSB on the 6th. Alibaba Raiders still consistent in the top 8, sitting inside of the 7th spot. And then you've got OG barely making it on the 8th spot. Nicely done, OG.
Absolutely. I mean, OG sitting on the 8th position with yesterday's game converting into a chicken dinner. The positional jump that OG have been able to retain for themselves in this week is absolutely miraculous. And the week has not yet come to an end. So can definitely expect a lot more climb coming in from OG for tomorrow's games. But right now, moving on to the 2nd page. Now, this is where God's Reign, they're going to be jumping into action with the upcoming games of the day as they only played 21 matches. But for the likes of Team Forever, Hydra officials, today's games are done. They've played their share of games, and sitting on the 10th and 11th position for now is definitely going to be a comfortable spot for both of those teams. But jumping down from this position towards, well, let's say Team iFlex sitting on the 14th position with 169 points, and 6 points shy is going to be Reckoning Esports on the 16th position with 24 games played. The fight is not yet done for Reckoning Esports Team iFlex to be in the top 16 because now the other teams around in the vicinity of the 14th and the 16th position holders are going to be playing their 3 games of the day. That will mean that Team iFlex can probably see a downfall, perhaps onto the 3rd page as well. And same can be said for Reckoning Esports.
Without a doubt. I mean, a lot of teams are going to take a downfall from the top 16, let's be honest, because Godlike's going to be making it back in the top 16. Big Brother Esports is going to make it back. Even OR Esports is probably going to make it back in the top 16. Blind Esports is solid chance. Even Team Prince instantly After the 16th spot, you've got 4 teams who are looking for a breach inside of the top 16. So maybe the 4 teams in the top 16 will be kicked out. So this is what I was saying. If you're anywhere between 12th to 16th spot, you're always going to have that paranoia. That's why I like to call that the danger zone. And if you're anywhere between 12 to 16, you better be ready to be kicked out. Then you've also got a team like Team 8-Bit who's looking forward to probably make it inside of the top 16 barely. But 8-Bit, they're facing their own struggles, so I don't exactly know how today's day is going to look like. 8-Bit, they've had their own inconsistent moves inside of the game. Third page in front of us, or the last page in front of us, my bad. AUTOBOTZ Esports on the 25th. FS Esports, they've played their 3 games today, and they're still on the 26th spot. The same thing can be said for Skulls Esports and WindGod. Man, a lot of woes.
Oh, a lot of woes right there for all these teams from the 26th all the way to the 30th position, where, of course, they've all played their games for the day with 24 in total, and being on the final page of the leaderboard is not looking too good for them. And as you perfectly mentioned, Necro, that overall, again, tomorrow we're going to be that much more clear as to what teams can we actually expect to move away from that 4th page, or even that 3rd page for that matter, because the points they keep on racking up. I mean, a team like Chemin Esports who barely walked away with 2 points, my apologies, with 2 finish points in the previous game, but still had the consistency to get 2 of their players all the way into the final circle was just commendable. But with that, let's move on ahead as we've got an interview lined up right now.
What's up, Mr. Ashutosh? कैसे हैं आप?
बढ़िया है, आप बताओ कैसे हो सबके सब?
इतनी बड़ी मुस्कान मैंने इससे पहले पंख के चेहरे पे कभी नहीं देखी, ना एक्सो में देखी, ना इससे पहले कहीं VLT में। मतलब इतना मजा आ रहा है क्या अभी रेकनिंग के अंदर?
हाँ, मजा आ रहा है यार, खुद से कर रहा हूँ और बाकी अपने लौंडे हैं, अच्छा खासा पंप हूँ।
It's like भावना, like हमने एक ओपन क्वालिफायर कास्ट करा था, ओपन क्वालिफायर और चैलेंज सीजन कितना फर्क है पंख?
फर्क तो यार एक्सपीरियंस का है। ओपन में तो क्या होता है, बंदे पैनिक करके खेलते हैं, इधर एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर है एंड भीड़ भी ज्यादा है, तो थोड़ा ऊपर नीचे होता है परफॉर्मेंस सबका।
देखिए पंक, आप काफ़ी टाइम से आप और इमॉर्टल एक साथ रहे हो और काफ़ी लाइनअप्स पे चेंजेस देखने को मिल रही हैं। फिर से आप देखिए क्योया को ले लिया है, हमने देखा है हाल ही में बहुत अच्छा खेल रहे थे बट स्लम्प आया। अब टर्बो का भी एडिशन, थोड़ा डायनामिक्स के बारे में हमें समझाइए, क्या चल रहा है?
मेन तो सिनर्जी का इशू है कि बंदा कभी कभार ओवर कमिट करके मर जाता है। जैसे इम्मो है, एक्सपीरियंस प्लेयर है तो वो ओपन में मरता नहीं है, बट क्योया टर्बो में शिफ्ट करता रहता हूँ मैं। उनमें से कौन मतलब ओपन में ना मरे, दोनों मतलब बेसिकली मरते तो है, बट ट्राई कर रहा हूँ कि कौन बैठ जाए टीम के साथ।
भावना, एनीथिंग यू वांट टू आस्क?
जी हाँ, आपके साइड से अगर हम देखें, आज बहुत मेजर कमबैक देखने को मिल रहा है। व्हाट रियली वाज हैपनिंग रॉन्ग इन द प्रीवियस डेज? पिछले दिनों में क्या खराब जा रहा था?
हम खुद ही अगरे थे, मतलब जोन तो हमें मिल रहा था बट एक एक करके हम मरे जा रहे थे। वही हमने आज इम्प्रूव किया है कस्टम खेल के।
यू नो पंक, मैं ना जब से चैलेंज सीजन चालू है ना, आई फील बैड फॉर दोस टीम जो कोने में उतरती हैं। मतलब तुम्हें लगता है कि अभी सब सेंटर की टीम ने होल्ड कर रखा है, अब लोग कमेश की स्टाइल पर उतर रहे हो, यू नो कैम ब्रावो जा रहे हो सैनोक में, तो ये जो आपको लगता है कि सेंटर होता आपके पास तो और बेहतर हो सकता है मामला गेम के?
नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है। आपने देखा होगा मोस्टली जैसे बाहर की टीम GDR है, जब भी जोन इधर कंटेनर्स का किधर भी बनता है तो वो लोग निकाल लेते हैं, तो ऐसे सेंटर मैटर नहीं करता, मतलब ड्रॉप्स वगैरह।
अगर आपको ऑप्शन दूं मैं, तो आप कोई सेंटर एरिया नहीं लेना चाहोगे अभी?
नहीं, ले तो लूं, अपार्टमेंट लूं।
हाँ, ये क्या बात,
सबको चाहिए, करेक्ट। बट पंक, इसके ऊपर एक सवाल और रहेगा कि अब देखिए काफी मैचेस तो अभी भी बचे हैं, बट कल से आपके क्या स्ट्रैटेजीज रहने वाले हैं, क्योंकि आज आपने एक पाथ लिया है राइट डायरेक्शन पे, सो व्हाट आर वी गोइंग टू एक्सपेक्ट फ्रॉम रेकनिंग टुमारो?
मेन तो एम अपना यही है, कंसिस्टेंट रहना है। हम लोग को मतलब 4 मैन लास्ट सर्कल तक सरवाइव करना है। हमारा मेन बीटी मतलब एक एक करके मरने में जा रहे हैं, तो मेन हम सरवाइव करेंगे तो अच्छे खासे पॉइंट निकाल लेंगे कल।
एक स्पाइसी सवाल है पंक, कंधे भारी लग रहे हैं क्योंकि फ्रैगर बोर्ड्स पे आप चल रहे हो, IGL हो, सबसे हाईएस्ट फ्रैग चल रहे हैं, आपके पास इतने अच्छे सॉल्टर्स है, कभी टेंशन आ रही है वो बात की कि बाकी प्लेयर्स कब स्टेप करेंगे? होती है बातचीत?
नहीं, हाँ बातचीत तो होती है, ऐसा नहीं है बस। अरे मैं क्या है, मैं ऑफ एंगल पे ज्यादा रहता हूँ तो मुझे 1-2 किल एक्स्ट्रा मिल जाते हैं। वो लोग को क्या है, उन लोग को मैं होल्ड वगैरह पे छोड़ देता हूँ, तो मेरे को उधर से एक्स्ट्रा किल मिल जाते हैं। हमारे बीच में ऐसा कुछ है नहीं किल विल का, टीम गेम प्ले और चलता है, वही चलता रहेगा।
You know, ये अप्रोच काफी अच्छी लगती है जहाँ पे सब पे भरोसा बराबर रहेगा। बट जाने से पहले एक छोटा सा एक वो है पॉइंट टारगेट क्वेश्चन वाला, कोई ये 32 टीम में कोई बहुत इंप्रेस कर रहा है आपको कि भाई ये क्या खेल रहे हैं, भाई मजा आ गया, ये कुछ है जहाँ से हम कुछ सीख सकते हैं, ले सकते हैं, ऐसा कोई टीम है?
मैं तो सोल से ही सीखता हूँ, मतलब मान्य वगैरह से बहुत पहले से फॉलो कर रहा हूँ उन लोग से, मतलब बहुत चीजें सीखी है मैंने, और मैं टीममेट को ही बोलता हूँ कि सीखा करो उनसे।
और ऐसी टीम जिससे उम्मीदें हैं बट वो काम नहीं कर पा रही वैसा।
उम्मीदें, अब भाई ऑफ कोर्स सेंसी से है भाई, रेवेनेंट से वो कभी कभार अच्छा
छेड़
खेलता है,
दी
कभी कभार
नब्स। इनका चल रहा है काफी टाइम से, लैंड पे भी होता रहता है।
एक और मेरा सवाल रहेगा, मेरे को किसी ने बताया था कि इमॉर्टल को आप कहीं ना कहीं डॉक्टर ईमो बोलते हैं, तो वो साइड हमें क्या उनका देखने को मिलेगा इस बार? बिकॉज ज्यादा हील
वो तो
बैटल
यार,
हो नहीं रही है।
हाँ ना, अभी फर्स्ट एड पे डिपेंड करता है, क्या पता ज्यादा मिल जाए तो इमोर्टल, डॉक्टर इमोर्टल भी देखने को मिल जाएगा।
क्योंकि आप एक टाइम पे ईमो को छोड़ देते सिर्फ फर्स्ट एड कलेक्ट करने के लिए, वो चीज इस बार नहीं हो रही है। मुझे लगा था कि शायद एक डाउनफॉल जब चल रहा है आप हील बैटल पे स्विच करेंगे।
हाँ सोचा तो था, बट क्या करे, ड्रॉप्स वगैरह का थोड़ा बीटी आ रहा है। फर्स्ट एड वाली टीम तो कोई और ही है, अभी हम उनके ड्रॉप्स पे क्यों ही जाएंगे।
थैंक यू सो मच आशुतोष,
चलो,
एंड
दे
अच्छा
दिया।
लगा मिलके आपसे, और बेस्ट ऑफ लक। आज के तो मैचेस बढ़िया थे, अच्छे थे, कल के मैचेस भी इसी स्पीड इसी इंटेंसिटी से खेलना, ठीक है? ध्यान रखिए,
बाय बाय।
बाय।
I mean, quite interesting, huh?
Again. Yeah, definitely a good. I would say a good interview, a much open interview that it was. But again, you know, this is where the learning curve also kind of hits a bottleneck, because after all, these are experienced players that you're talking about, and they've been in the circuit for such a long time. So there's only so much that they can say, and of course, the tournament is still ongoing. It's not yet done. So there aren't too many shots being fired as well right here in the interview, as they were yesterday.
Once again, Reckoning Esports, they made a big comeback, right? Right now, they're currently inside of the top 16. But, hey, I did not say they have a cushion. Reckoning Esports, still, they have got a lot of problems underneath their belts. They're still in that danger zone. Hopefully, that problems will be sorted out later on. But, ladies and gentlemen, you guys know now there's going to be a bit of a group switch up, and also the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to be beginning. But before we start the game of Sanhok, we got to thank our sponsor. Of course, thank you so much for Samsung Galaxy S23 Ultra. Then you've also got Snapdragon Elite Gaming, and thank you so much for Monster Energy. With that being said, Blotter, the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to be on the way, and I'm super excited, man. I'm not going to lie.
Absolutely, dude, because as you perfectly mentioned as well, right now, with the change of the map itself, we're looking at a change of group. Now we're looking at Group A going up against Group D. That will mean the likes of Godlike are going to be jumping into the action. We've got Gujarat Tigers, who were doing pretty good previously, who are going to be perhaps given another showcase of what to expect or not. Well, time will definitely answer that for us. AUTOBOTZ is a team I do have high hopes for. I just don't know if it'll be enough for them, because that's another team that's kind of in the radar, which can or not be a part of the LAN finale, as we've spoken about. But again, you know what? In Group D, you've got Entity Gaming. So definitely, based on what they did yesterday, I believe today they might be a bit more aggressive. Because yesterday they were playing it safe. They were playing it like they've already showcased. They've proven what they need to. So they were playing it safe. And perhaps today, they might jump into action. That's what I want to see, actually.
Yeah, I mean, now Group A and D is back in the action. I'm not gonna lie, I want to see some banger performances from names like Godlike Esports. I also want to see Blind Esports perform. GT, they're still doing quite okay in the overall standings, I'm not gonna lie, but still, it's not the prime GT that I'm expecting. Even Team Prince, as I mentioned as well, Blotter, in the past, Team Prince in the first week was at the top of the leaderboards. They were top in the charts. They were a big problem in the foot for all the top teams, and now Team Prince, they've fallen down massively. But here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, a switch in the group and a switch in the maps as well. We're now going to start off at Sanhok for Group A and D, as the plane flat path starts off all the way from Hotin towards down south, which is Bantai. And let's see if we're going to see any type of drop collisions off the bat or no.
Let's find out, because yesterday again, as soon as we jumped onto the map of Sanhok, it was none other than the Camp Alpha Kings.
TCGE. Blotter, a big drop collision coming in towards Temple.
Let's see, is that going to be the case or not? Because it seems that...
they moved away.
Is it...
They moved
no,
away
it is going to be the latter. They do not want to be a part of that fight just yet. I mean, yes, it's their first game, but they don't want to be that swift and instantaneous. Now, they want to give each other the opportunity to be able to, if nothing else, get some daggers in the hand. And along with that, perhaps if a few nades, utilities and guns are provided, even better for that fight to take place. But they're not too far away, so there is still that chance of them finding each other as they make that rotation. But in all of that, looking at the zone itself, I mean, it goes on the way with Paradise Resort being in the center of the zone, and Paradise itself has been taken in control by GDR itself. So a good play right there as far as the zone is concerned, a comfortable one for the teams. Then again, it's a very small map. Had it also gone all the way down south, it doesn't take too long for the teams to rotate. But while rotating, what matters the most is those third parties and fourth parties that are so consistent on the map of Sanhok.
I mean, Team Zero, they've taken quite a scattered approach inside of the game off the bat. They wanted to contest the players of Global Esports. They wanted to drop on top of the temple. We've seen this drop collision happen once in the past, but instead it was against the players of Team Seoul. And now TZ, they've learned their lesson, I guess, because last time they lost the fight against Team Seoul. So TZ, they do not really want to fight against the players of GE anymore. Instead, just accept the boundaries, move back a little bit, take a scattered approach, just back away from the fight and play as safe as possible. That's what TZ are trying to do. And it's understandable, too. They're at the bottom 3 in the overall standings. So Team Zero might as well try to scrap 2 points before getting taken out of the game. And talk about the scraps. You've got Team Prince starting things off on a great note. They find 1 scrap point, which was just lying around the board, and they claim it and instantly back away. Team Prince. Right next to the players of God's Reign. God's Reign inside Paradise Resort. You've also got the players of Big Brother Esports on the left lines. Autobots towards Cow. Blotter, you know what? I forgot to ask one thing. Which team do you think's going to win this game? What are your predictions? I mean,
all right.
Well, maybe, I guess, my personal prediction would definitely be God's Reign, considering it's their comeback. Once again, God's Reign, even that's one of those teams that have got nothing to lose. And even if they are on the losing position, we know what they're capable of. They're right now in form as well, so I highly doubt they're going to be losing out on this finals. It should be quite easy for them to qualify inside of the top 16. So yeah, my choice is going to be God's Reign. But Blotter, who do you think is going to be winning this game?
Well, I mean, God's Reign is a really good pick, but I want to be able to see what Godlike are going to be jumping in and when exactly are they going to be jumping into the action, because yesterday we saw... oh, hold on. Actually, you know what? I'm going to go with Entity, mate. I did call them out. I did say that I want to be able to see a play coming in from their side. In fact, yesterday, Entity Gaming and we saw the likes of WSB kind of take shots against each other, kind of bring themselves some interesting banter against each other. And today, from Group A, we've got WSB, and from Group D, we've got Entity Gaming. So I would love to be able to see Entity Gaming kind of start the momentum for today with a chicken dinner. Let's see if that'll be the case or not.
So many possibilities, especially when you've also got Genix FM returning in the mix. Even TTE's back in the mix as well.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see them back in the swing of things, though. I mean, Team Together Esports, even they're inside of the top 8, if I'm not wrong. They're looking quite nice, quite comfy. But let's see how the future lines are going to look like for TTE. Because it's a group of 4 players that are quite new to the competitive scene. And compared to these experienced teams, there's always a chance you can be dominated on. But so far, TTE, they've been super impressive. They've been quite impressive, I'm not going to lie. But let's see how the future lines are going to be holding for them. For now, 8-Bit 2, even they're starting to be a big sign of concern. 8-Bit, for them, the performance has been on a big downhill. No matter what 8-Bit is trying to do, nothing's working out for them.
We've seen a big sloop coming in terms of the performance and the result from 8-Bit, that's for sure. Now, what exactly could be the reason for that, or is the reason for that, or what needs to be changed from them? Well, we are hopefully going to be able to answer that today, because if today 8-Bit does not change that play, then it is tricky to see them in the LAN finale. But at the same bit of time, high hopes will definitely remain and sustain for all of these teams, because after all, on the map of Sanhok right now, we've only seen one finish. We're looking at 63 players, so definitely a slow start too. Oh well, I will mince my words, because this is where chaos, it seems, is going to be ensuing against the players of Genex FM. They were making a rotation, and it was none other than 4Shot Esports, who have been able to skillfully bring down not one but two of the players. Skillful goes down, along with not only skillful but another team altogether. That's going to be third party to cross, and Blind Esports chime into the fray, as well as Genex Esports. Well, the rotation from them, it has definitely dwindled down. Those small little spray right there, and now it seems that Blind Esports, they're going to be holding onto their crosses or not. Sprays are being made. 3 finish points is what Dark Lord has been able to accumulate as of now, and it seems the reason for that was because his teammates were on the move, and just like that, Skips jumps into action and quickly annihilates the entirety of his competition, as he will take down his opponents. And 6 finish points have been converted just like that for Blind Esports. Well, you were talking about Blind Esports as to where are they missing, and here they are. They aren't blind no more. They can see their opponents, and they are thrashing them down.
I mean, this is Blind. It's an experienced lineup too. Now it's trying to pull up against the players of 4Shot Esports. They know they've got the man advantage inside of the fight. Cheyenne in the compound. In the house itself, now it's starting to get pinned down. Skips in the outskirts. Cheyenne trying to pull off some shenanigans too. Is taking a lot of damage. And Hirsch spots him out. Even Goku's softened up a little bit. And the players of 4Shot Esports, I highly doubt they're going to be surviving for any longer. Goku's the only man to go, and he's barely alive on a sliver of HP. He's trying to patch himself up, and they know that Goku's in the closet room too, and that nade sneaks in, and that's it.
Wow.
Goku has been taken down and dusted. Skips is going to be the man to get the loot scooted up.
This is incredible play right here coming in from Blind Esports, as they get 8 finish points, and it's not yet done, because from one fight we move on to the next, and that's going to be none other than Entries Troy with a DBS in his hand, who wants to be able to mow down his opponents, and that is going to be the players of TTE. Now, they've been caught out in the blues, but that doesn't do much trouble for Troy, because that's all that he wanted to sing, and that was his DBS making the swing. In doing so, 4 finish points converted. They did lose out on Pokar, but they did annihilate their competition. That was in the name of TTE, and quickly, swiftly, as I was just mentioning, within 2 minutes, we're down to 13 teams.
8-bit. They know exactly where the players of Entity are too. They heard all the shots, and now they're here at a third party and claim the remaining points, and that's what they do. 8-bit's going to be the one to get all the scrap points that were laying across the board over here. So nicely done by the players of 8-bit, but even they've taken a lot of damage, I'm not going to lie. If there's another third party over here, things might just be it. But 8-bit starting things off with 3 elimination points so far. Already the game's just started, and you've got 4 teams taking an exit from the game. Only 12 teams alive, and it's just the stage 2 blotter.
Absolutely, that's what. And I was just noticing, where are all these teams taking on these fights? And they're down south. They're far off the zone itself. They're on the Camp Charlie Island right now, 8-bit, and they are going to be able to make that rotation. They've been able to get their teammates revived, all 4 players on the Camp Charlie. They are the only ones surviving. When the game started off, we had the likes of Entity right around the corner as well, but none of that is going to remain anymore. TTE were right over there as well. They are not going to be remaining anymore. And there we have the map on our screens, as I was just trying to describe it. From down south, from Camp Charlie Island, we've got only 8-bit making the rotation. From the western edges, we've got Global Esports, who's still out in the blues. We haven't yet seen them in the action just yet. But it's only a matter of time before they are going to have to, of course, force a fight to get those points for themselves. But again, towards the center, this is where I anticipated the fights to be. I mean, GTR, they've been at that Paradise Resort for quite a long time now. Right across in the proximity is going to be AUTOBOTZ, but none of them want to be taking on those fights. The teams that are in the zone, they do not want to take on these initial fights. They're just waiting. They're patiently waiting.
I mean, Team 0 too. There's a chance Team 0 can go for the Met strat. Sanhok and Vikendi, they're one of the best maps you can find to get these free position points if you're going to position yourself in a good way and you know exactly when to start the met strat. Global Esports as well, completely down south. Even they're taking quite a safe rotation. Yeah, they're probably just going to go for the met strat blotter. Maybe try and get as many mets as possible. And then the 3 players will enter inside of the circle and start taking a lot of fights. Before now, even 8-bits outside of the blue. But look at the smack center. You've got Big Brother Esports. You've also got Gujarat Tigers playing esports a little bit in the off-centric spots. God's Green. For them, it's a date with destiny because the circle's right on top of Paradise Resort. So it's looking quite good.
Did not anticipate a stalemate on the map of Sanhok. That's what we're a part of right now. Where teams, they are taking it steady, they're taking it slow. Because as soon as a fight begins, the information is going to be retained from their opponents as well, and that's where third parties are going to be drawn in. That's exactly what happened with Entity over there on the Camp Charlie Island. But as soon as Entity eliminated their opponent DTE, 8-bit jumped into the action and eliminated Entity themselves.
I mean, look at Team Prince. They lost out on one player a while ago. It was the players of God's Green who managed to get the knockout. I think it was Prajwal who got knocked out too. But Team Prince, they managed to get the resurrection back upon the fallen player. So it's all good in the hood over that side. Team 8-bit, they found themselves a safe grounds for now, but they're still not inside of the white line. They need to be there. And at this point in time, if you're going to be one of the late breachers, you better be ready to assert some dominance inside of the safe zone. If you're not an assertive team, playing passive in the game of Sanhok's not going to work out at all. Jonathan's wall now starting to chime inside a fight. It finds one player from the side of Blind Esports. Hirsch has been taken down and dusted.
There we have it. Team Godlike, Z-God jumping into action. As Jelly was dropped down, he seems to have retaliated, and the revenge fight has been showcased right here from the side of Z-God from Team Godlike itself. And that's where Blind was hurt the most as they lost out on Hirsch.
Oh, Skips! He finds Z-God. That's a beautiful knockout. Godlike, there's a chance they can be eliminated because even Jelly in the backlines was knocked out. Jonathan, he finds a return knockout against the opponents, but he needs to patch himself up in return. Blind Esports, the resurrection should be there under the fallen player Skips. And that's what is exactly happening. Dark Lord is giving the resurrection onto Skips. And as soon as Skips is going to be back up on his feet, the real problems are going to start to hit the door. But Blind Esports, they're starting to get knocked out slowly and steadily. These nades are doing a lot of damage. And Jonathan, he spots out a couple of feet underneath the house. Skips is now inside of the shack. Adi will be confirmed as well. Godlike slowly and steadily marching up against the players of Blind Esports, and they find one man slacking. Skip's taken down as well. Blind Esports, it's one of the most systematic dismantling I've ever seen. Godlike slow and steady approach against the players of Blind, and they're eating them alive.
As you perfectly mentioned, a very systematic approach, a very synergistic approach being showcased in terms of bringing down Blind right here from the side of Team Godlike. But in the vicinity, we also saw the players of Global Esports, I believe it was, that was making a rotation against the compound of GL. And there we have it, Global Esports. They have come in close proximity right above the shacks of Godlike as well. From Blind, Dark Lord is the only final player surviving. The initial aggression that we saw coming in from the side of Blind Esports seems to have now dwindled down to just a one-man army, as he's going to have to now hold it steady. But not long before he can maybe have a revenge factor right here if Global Esports enters this fight and dominates against the players of Godlike, because Godlike, as soon as they get out of their compound, they are going to be sprayed and mowed on down. But for Global Esports, again, the blues is something that they need to worry about. I mean, the zone is right behind them, but they can stick it out for as long as they want because they want to get those finish points. They've got 0 right now.
I mean,
they're not going to let that team get out that easy. That's Godlike.
Yeah, there's 3 elimination points just waiting for you to be grabbed up. So you might as well try to just stay out. And they've already managed to grab one of them. And you want to hear the fun fact? Even though Blind Esports is getting eliminated so early... What?! Okay, I'm just left speechless on what exactly just happened. Dark Lord, He just catches two players from Godlike, completely clueless, and he gets them both down. Blind Esports, they've got 10 finish points this early inside of the game. Even if Blind Esports, they get eliminated right now, they're still going to have so many points, Plotter. It's completely fine. But imagine the amount of dead bodies that are around that area. He can rack up so many first aids, Plotter, that he can keep on going for the med strat.
That's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, Dark Lord, the way the momentum has just turned in his favor, he's got 5 finish points for the side of Blind Esports, 10 in total. So the momentum worked out, racked up numbers for Dark Lord and his team. Along with that, as you perfectly mentioned, now he's got so many crates around lying in the vicinity that Global Esports is not going to overextend for. And that in turn can very well result in Dark Lord from Blind Esports getting a good mid start going for himself. There are 11 teams remaining, so even if he gets eliminated right now, he's still walking away with 1 placement point. So that's 11 points in total for Blind Esports, and that is definitely a commendable start to the day because this is just their first game. But now drawing our attention towards the team on our screen, that's going to be Global Esports itself. We need to be able to see a lot more from them as they slowly get themselves patched up. Plug along with his teammates. They are at the western edge, eastern edge of the zone, I believe. Yep, they're at the eastern edge of the zone. Right in the smack center, we've got Gujarat Tigers. Gujarat Tigers, a team that came into play yesterday, are still looking like they are going to be able to do really well in today's game as well because they find themselves in the center, smack center of this zone right now.
I'm still not able to get my head over what just happened. But okay, for now, got to shift our focus on to WSB and God's Reign. 2 massive teams, 2 mammoths colliding against each other. Before, maybe you could have said that this could be a David versus Goliath fight, but recently WSB, they're making some stark statement, so you cannot call them David anymore. So it is 2 Goliaths just kept clashing against each other. And now WSB too, even they're facing a bit of problems here and there. They finally pounced on top of the opportunity. They want to take a fight against the players of God's Reign. A lot of damage is being dished out. The players are softened up. WSB, they're getting a little bit too impatient. They pull out the DBS, and they take a fight up close and personal against God's Reign. Delta taken down, and even Shogun falls on top of his face. That's it. WSB, a clean sweep around the corner. The front line is waiting to be taken away. WSB, they've managed to get 4 points so far inside of the game, and they're still all 4 players up. This is a date with destiny for WSB, but unfortunately, they're against the wall.
Absolutely, and right behind them in close proximity is going to be the players of BB. That's going to be big brothers jumping into close play. But the DBS in WSB's hands is probably going to be very, very crucial in this fight, along with the LMG that we saw a couple of minutes back in Berserk's hand as well. So this is where BB can probably be stopped in their tracks before they make a very anticipatory push against the players of WSB. And there we have it, a perfect push before that can be anticipated. WSB push on ahead. Raiden along with his teammate have taken on a lot of damage, and a very swift approach from Saif right there, just patiently waiting on the angle with the DBS in his hand is going to be annihilating. And this is where WSB need to learn that over-aggression is not always the king, but that is what will be their demise in this time on this map of Sanhok as they get eliminated, leaving us with 18.
6 points accumulated though from WSB, not bad at all.
True that.
Autobots versus ORs, and Skrills is solo. Pro spots him out. 1 single bullet's gonna seal the deal. Autobots out of the game, down and dusted. That was the only glimmer of hope from Autobots that was alive. And Autobots, they only get taken away with 1 single point. Pro is the only man alive, even from the side of OR. A lot of teams, they've taken some massive blows. Blind Esports, Big Brother Esports, even OR, GE too. And those punches in the gut, they're now starting to sting. The Gujarat Tigers, Pro spotted, nicely done. Pro had no clue that there's a little angle from the window where the man of GT is just sitting down on. And Gujarat Tigers, this was my pick, right?
If you'd wanted to be, sure then, mate. Like, we've got 6 teams remaining. Yeah, this is going to be my pick for sure, mate. I'm sure that it can. But looking at 8-bit, we were talking about 8-bit, and 8-bit find themselves back in the center of the zone itself. I mean, the zone is just on top of their compound. This is their gains for the taking. Of course, Gujarat Tigers are looking very much in momentum. But 8-Bit, again, the juicy play that is being made right here from him is looking annihilating, and this is where maybe Gujarat Tigers could be annihilated. But what other team can be in a spade stopping Team 8-Bit in their tracks? Well, there is the Team 0 right behind them.
Exactly, Team 8-Bit, especially Dux now starting to catch a lot of hurt. So much chip damage being dealt out on Dux, and the only friend that he's got is that little piece of cover that he has in front of him, that concrete piece of cover. Oh, that nade!
Wow!
It just came right next to him and said hi.
That was mighty nade.
Knocked out, crawling for help, begging for mercy, but MJ's nade as well, it finds a knockout. But the constant pressure from 8-Bit is now starting to make sure that the players of Gujarat Tigers will crumble down. MJ, you might as well try to go for the res onto the fallen player. You're wasting a lot of time. He's tossing in all the utilities that he's got left over. He's pouring everything on the board. But I think so it's a little bit too late. MJ, just go for the res and play for the survival. You need to take this fight. You need to assert some dominance. You've got no other option left. Clutch God needs to patch himself up. Gujarat Tigers, it's too late. And Madman, he's already spotted out the players. One more nade's gonna sail in, and it's probably gonna deal the damage. Clutch God is slowly and steadily starting to close on up. He pulls out the DBS, but he gets caught around the corner. MJ, he's barely alive on a sliver of HP, a pixel of HP, and he cannot do anything. He's got a DBS in the hand. Maybe he can find one knock, but even that gets denied. And Team 0 Shadow is the one to come out on the second spot. Team 0, somehow the survival instincts, they've kicked in. You rarely see Team 0 come out on top in these type of circumstances, but this time Team 0, they've grabbed all the opportunity they can. Unfortunately, the chicken's not going to be there because the opponent, they had the man number. But 8-Bit, even for them, this was a chicken dinner that was needed. Maybe now 8-Bit can be really close inside of the top 16.
Oh, absolutely, Necro. I mean, we were talking about how 8-Bit, so deserving, such a deserving team. Not exactly sure what was going wrong, what was not working for them. Well, all the questions have been answered right now from this performance, as they have converted this game into a chicken dinner, and a beautiful chicken dinner at that, because they annihilated all the competition that was in front of them. But at the same point in time, this was a really, really good Sanhok. I mean, we had so many teams being part of some incredible fights. From right off the bat, we had Blind Esports walking away with 10 odd finishes for themselves, moving away from them towards the likes of course, 8-Bit right here. But you cannot shy away from Gujarat Tigers and their approach, as well as they got a decent number and chunk of those finish points as well. So for Group A and D, this is definitely a good start to the play that was required for them. And for 8-Bit, a commendable kudos effort, and it could not have come at a better time.
Exactly. I mean, I mentioned this too before the game started. 8-Bit was on 22nd spot in the overall standings.
Yes.
And they were not looking that great. They were not justifying that name. But after this chicken dinner, it's going to propel them so much more higher in the overall standings. They're going to be really close to top 16, or hell, maybe inside of the top 16 as well. We do not exactly know how the overall standings are going to look like. But this chicken dinner was desperately needed. And as we mentioned, the teams underneath the top 16, the 4 teams, they were looking quite close to the top 16 as well. There's a chance now a lot of teams from the top 16 will be kicked out.
Absolutely, mate. And with that, let's of course go through the highlights. First things first, and it was none other than this chaotic mess that ensued between the players of Blind Esports, and we had the players of 4Shot, where they were completely annihilated from the players of Blind Esports. Now, Blind Esports, they chewed on a bit more right there, because as they made the noise, they a few minutes later were caught on from their opponents as well. And of course, this is where 8-Bit started off with their momentum as they eliminated and annihilated Entity Game.
I mean, Blind Esports, this fight against Godlike was quite a scrappy one. Things were starting to be quite back and forth, back and forth. Godlike was the one to sort of gain the momentum, stop the players of Blind Esports in their tracks. But then later on, one single man from Blind Esports was enough to take down 2 remaining players of Godlike and just pretty much keep on moving on forward. I want to see how many exact points were Blind Esports able to accumulate from the previous game. They had 10 elimination points. Then later on, they were also having so many meds. Maybe he have gotten at least 15 or 16 points from that previous game.
Perhaps. But again, I mean, it was at the right time, and there were so many teams who needed these kind of points. 8-bit, blind, and in all of that, and at the same point in time, cannot chime away, turn our backs towards the players of Gujarat Tigers as well, as they held on strong for quite a long time, and they were looking pretty good. Had the zone favored them, this definitely could have been their game. Nothing taken away from them as well. And this is the moment, mighty moment, that perfect nade that was brought on. And in fact, talking about nades itself, I completely missed during the highlight the Dark Lord nade that was brought on. The final player from Blind, the way he was able to convert that moment, that was also definitely a miraculous play.
Indeed. I mean, Blind Esports in general, in the past, this team was called as Team Insane. All the players used to play underneath the banner of Team Insane. And we knew how aggressive that team was. And the same power has now shifted on over to Blind Esports, and the same aggression is also over there. Recently, we have seen a little bit of dialed down in that aggression, without a doubt, which is quite understandable too, because sometimes aggression is not the only way to play things out, and that's what maybe the players of Blind Esports have realized. But I'm going to hold on to that thought for now, because it's going to be Dark Lord from the side of Blind Esports, with 5 finishes wrapped up and 50% of finish contribution done by Dark Lord himself. And he was also the man who was going for the med strat probably later on, which I really want to find out how exactly, or how much exactly points have Blind Esports accumulated from the previous game.
Absolutely. And at the same time, what big jump have they made on the overall ranking based on that? And same question is going to be put up front for the players of 8-bit and the team of 8-bit, because with this chicken dinner, they ought to be looking really fantabulous when it comes to the overall ranking. But along with all of that, right now, moving on to the stars of the match altogether, we've got the players. Well, MJ right there, of course, the rescue that he was able to make, along with the nades and all the utilities that he threw onto the compound of 8-bit right there, just to be able to get that revival onto his teammate. But in the end, it was the finisher, 8-bit's Ronak, who got the limelight and got that chicken dinner for his team.
I mean, Ronak, as you mentioned, who was the one who got that chicken dinner for his team with 3 finishes and 1 assist with the survival time of 21:59. Now, 8-bit as well, they've got experienced players underneath their roster. There's so many teams who've got the experienced player, and there's so many teams who are looking forward to breathing out of the top 16. Godlike is one of those. Godlike in the previous game definitely felt like they could have easily toppled over the players of Blind Esports. Then a third party came in from Global Esports, which was an unfortunate circumstance, but they should have still realized that there's a man left over from Blind Esports who's looking forward to catch him off guard. And that's the exact moment Dark Lord was waiting for. The patience paid off at that moment. Now we've got the match rankings, and Blind Esports, they got 16 points. They managed to squeeze in 6 placement points with over the 10 points.
Absolutely, just incredible conversion of the game right there. And they've still got 2 more games. In fact, all of these teams still have 2 more games remaining for the day, 1 on Vikendi and 1 on Erangel. And if this is the kind of dominating start that Group A and D have in store for us today, you know we're in for a treat and a wonderful Saturday night, because next we're going to be moving on to Vikendi. And that is where, again, a lot of kerfuffle can be expected from a lot of these teams.
Now, once again, with these 16 points, Blind Esports have already made it inside of the top 16 blotter. 1 team has been kicked out.
Oh.
That's a breaking news, I guess. If my calculations are right, Blind Esports have made it inside of the top 16. They were really close. So I just want to look at the overall standings and find out exactly who is the one who got kicked out. All right, that's another thing. But then you still look at a couple of more deserving teams that should be inside of the top 16. I'm also speaking of Team Prince. I'm also speaking of OR Esports. That is another team that should be still in the top 16 itself. Godlike as well. Unfortunately, the team synergy and the communication is lacking a little bit inside of the firefights. They do tend to panic in certain situations, and I hope that panic's not going to be settling in, because once again, Godlike, that's an experienced lineup right there, and you do not really expect them to panic in these type of situations, in these type of circumstances. But still, the communication is lacking a little bit. Those micro detailings that you really need to fill in inside of the communication, that's something Godlike needs to work on. Those pinpoint communications that you need inside a fight.
Absolutely, and well, if you're talking about corrections to be made, I would bring up WSB because of the push that they made right there. I don't think it was so very crucial and essential for them to be able to do so. Yes, they were caught on in the blues, but all of them pushing on through the same angle one by one is just not the way that you want to be able to do it. And of course, for Big Brother Seth, all he had to do was hold on to the angle and pop goes another one, and that's all that he had to do. So WSB perhaps a bit more safe play can be expected from there. Hopefully it should be expected from them, but again, they're the ones who are in the battleground and they're the ones who are proving their mettle and worth. And right now, whatever they've done on the map of Sanhok, how big a jump have they made based on that? Looking on to the overall ranking, well, the first page, God's Reign on the 8th.
Well, I mean, the overall rankings, as you mentioned, God's Reign on the 8th spot. Now, look, you mentioned about WSB just making some weird decisions on the fly inside of the fight, and it's sort of understandable as well, Blotter, considering they're in the top 5, right? And as I mentioned, if you're a team, you're inside of top 5, you can always just try to go for any type of fights that you want. You saw how Team Soul was playing too. They're currently inside of the top 2, and Team Soul was literally playing only for elimination points. They did not even care. Even when they had only one single player left alive, he was not playing for the survival at all. Instead, he was still trying to play for the elimination points. So that in itself just explains the mindset that the teams at the top have. They just do not really care about the games anymore. Instead, they're here to take the fights. They're here to warm up their gunpowder for the final few moments of the tournament, which is probably going to be the finals. Now you've got the second page, and this is where Big Brother Esports, they've managed to squeeze themselves in, Blotter. As I mentioned, I mean, Big Brother Esports, them managing to squeeze themselves in, now it starts a big threat for teams like Team iFlix and Team Together Esports.
Absolutely. Even Hydra officials, no, not yet. I mean, they're at 182, but moving on towards the 17th position, there we have it. I mean, 3 points shy. Just 3 points shy, 169 on the 16th position, 166 on the 17th position is Blind Esports. So they've definitely racked up those numbers in the previous game, and now as they push on ahead, it's only a matter of these 2 games before they jump into the top 16. But how big a leap are they going to be able to make is what's going to dictate their performance in the, actually tomorrow, before we talk about week 4.
I mean, 8-bit 2. It's not that big of a leap in the overall standings. Right now, they're on the 22nd spot. But one thing is for sure, they're not that far away from the top 16 as well. Same thing can be said for Team Prince. Same thing can be said for OR Esports as well. One thing is for sure, at the end of the day, we might as well see these teams in the top 16 itself. But that means already existing teams in the top 16 will be kicked out as well. And to find out which teams are going to be kicked out, it is going to be an interesting affair, because all these teams, if you want to squeeze in, that means it's going to be a hell lot of entertainment tomorrow, because imagine how intense and close and fragile the overall standings are now starting to be. Team Zero was the one who managed to squeeze themselves barely on the 2nd spot. So Team Zero, they're currently on the 26th spot. For them to make a comeback, it is definitely possible in the upcoming 2 games only.
Well, that's going to be a tough luck affair for Team Zero, but we've seen those kind of plays coming in, and we can definitely keep our fingers crossed in anticipation up there on top for the side of Team Zero to, if nothing else, move on towards the 3rd page of the leaderboard, because tomorrow is going to be the final day. But today, before we talk about tomorrow, I keep reminding myself, we've got 2 more games remaining for all of these teams, Vikendi and Erangel. Now, Vikendi, just like Sanhok, there's a lot of ifs and buts that can take place on the map of Vikendi, and that is something that can very well help skyrocket the teams that are sitting on the 3rd page for Team Zero and the likes. Well, we'll see how exactly is it going to fare for them. Fingers crossed.
Not just that, though. I mean, even Gujarat Tigers now is starting to march inside of the top 8.
Most certainly.
Gujarat Tigers is now starting to march inside of the top 8. That means another team that is currently inside of the top 8, they're on the verge of getting kicked out. So many problems are starting to arise inside of the overall standings, and tomorrow is going to be super insane. It's going to be really insane. I just want to see how the top 16 is going to be looking like tomorrow, because in the last week, pretty much we'll have confirmed 16 teams, I guess, who are going to be moving in forward. And as I mentioned, if you're anywhere near 12 to 16 spot, you're going to be in that danger zone where you can't be kicked out anytime. Nothing can be said at that time. But even Godlike right now in the upcoming game of Vikendi is going to be really... It's going to be really desperate, considering Blind Esports is not playing over. Considering not Blind Esports, I mean Team Soul is not playing inside of the upcoming game of Vikendi. Things are going to be much more laid back, I would say, considering They like to drop all the way on the southern side, and they're also quite solid on the map of Vikendi. So Team Seoul definitely brings in that threat, but now they're not really playing inside this Vikendi game, so things can be a little bit laid back.
I want to say that it's still going to be a little bit sinister for a lot of these teams because Vikendi, you know, I mean, it's just expect the unexpected kind of a map. And that is where a lot of unexpected results is what I am anticipating from these teams. At the same time, a team like Team Blind, with the 17th position that they're on, with 3 points shy of the top 16, they're easily going to be able to jump in. I say easily, but again, the hope is that they are going to be able to jump in with the Vikendi map. But as you perfectly mentioned, that as soon as they do, how big a leap are we going to be looking at? Because 12 to 16, yep, there's a danger zone on top of those teams. But at the same time, the teams that are jumping from the 17th and below into the top 16, where are they going to land at the end of the day? If they are going to land on the 14th, 15th position, then it's basically back to square one in week 4 as well for those teams.
Now, in the map of Vikendi, we know the first 3 circles, they barely move. Or maybe you can't even say they do not move at all as well, because there's some bare minimum movement inside of the circle. So I just want to see a complete one-sided play in flat path, so maybe off the bat we can't see things being spiced up a little bit, because one-sided play in flat path, we saw yesterday exactly what can happen in those type of play in flat path too. We've got the schedule too. As we know, the upcoming map is going to be the map of Vikendi, and I like to call this map, which really brings in a lot of laziness. But the only thing that actually transcends on from over Sanhok to Vikendi are the med strat.
Oh yeah, definitely, 100%. I mean, the mid strat definitely is going to be one of the king plays that we've seen teams make on the map of Vikendi. But again, we shall see where exactly is the flight path going to be, and where exactly, or which team are the ones who are going to be able to, you know, capitalize on that first aid strat that is so many times seen on the map of Vikendi. At the same time, who are the aggressive ones who are going to be able to get a good start on this map? There's just so many questions, but the best part is, it is thanks to SPS that we're able to actually see Vikendi, because majority of the tournaments we're not able to see Vikendi being utilized. This time around it is, which again brings in a different kind of a change for the teams, for of course the tournament, as well as the fans watching it.
Exactly, ladies and gentlemen, soon enough the map of Vikendi is going to be on our screens too, as we've got the planned flight path starting in front of us, starting all the way from Abbey towards the opposite side, which is going to be Cement Factory. Now, this planned flat path, of course, is a little bit one-sided, but still, are we going to see a lot of drop collisions? Are we going to see those pit stops collision? That I want to find out. If you want to go all the way towards Goroka, Cosmodrome, even Coal Mine, it's going to be a hell of an extent, but still not that far away.
Absolutely, and again, this focusing itself majorly towards the southern side. I mean, this is what makes it tricky for these teams to be able to go all the way up north towards, of course, Cosmodrome. And we know that when it comes to the areas like Cosmodrome, or even towards the western side of the map towards Dobre, we have it so clear that teams are going to have to, well, grind it out. For the initial stages, for the initial first stage at least, it is going to be a grindy start for these teams, because they're going to have to be making those rotations and then get busy with the loot itself. But talking about the loot, as of now, in early swift approach, we've got the likes of Team TTE, who moved on down south, and they are going to be jumping directly on the Vinery area. Now, when it comes to down south of Vinery, they're going to be able to get a decent loot setup for themselves, but so much more can be expected up above them, where we've got the players of Entity, because they've spread their wings quite far out across the Hot Springs region, and that is where they can be anticipated to go against Gen X. Maybe we shall see if Gen X would be interested in that early skirmish.
Now, keep this in mind. This game is going to be a wake-up call for a lot of teams. Team Together Esports, Gujarat Tigers is one of those. Yeah, even though the previous game was quite nice, but still, they're somewhere around the 11th or 12th spot. So this game is indeed going to be a wake-up call. This circle as well is quite interesting. 30% of the circle is in the water lines, while only the rest of it is going to be grabbable. Now, that means you're not really going to be having a land area. There's a chance we might see some early collisions happen. But only time we're going to see those collision happens is probably going to be during the rotation phase of the tournament. For now, everyone's just going to be sitting down, looting up. Everything's going to be looking pretty slothy.
Exactly. For now, it is going to be looking pretty slowpoke. And looking at, looking at the zone, I'm feeling very comfortable for the players of Blind Esports because of the zone being pretty much on top of them, and they having found themselves at a really good position right there on Peshkova. Now, again, when it comes to the entire region being in their control, the loot is going to be pretty A-okay for them, and above, on top of them, is going to be Trevno, where we've got the players of OR. So both of these teams, they can play it real safe. They can play a very quiet initial stage 1 and stage 2 for themselves, whereas all the other teams, well, they are making a big rotation. Talking about big rotations, we've got the players of Global Esports. Now, Global Esports, they moved all the way up north towards the area of Krichias, and that is where they are going to be getting themselves set up. But that too with a 3-1 split. WSB against the players of Gujarat Tigers. WSB, they're on the hunt. I mean, based on yesterday's interview, we know for sure that WSB, they just want to be on a hunt, no matter what team crosshair they can find.
Blotter, all of that is fine, but he's got a double DBS in his backpack.
Yep. That's all he could find. He's got no helmet. He's got nothing. He's got double DBS and 1 first aid, and that's all that he cares about.
And now he finally gets his hands on a helmet and a level 1 West. Or not even that, no. He does not even have the West anymore. So the only thing he's got is a level 1 helmet. His level 2 helmet, actually. And now finally the battle of DBSs begins. But it's going to be Raiden to come out on top. Molotov as well, pushed out. WSB Gaming, they've already found the advantage inside of the fight. Another DBS pulled out by Zero. He finds the second knockout as well. I mentioned this a while ago too. It's going to be a big wake-up call for teams like Gujarat Tigers and TTE. But Gujarat Tigers, off the bat, they're just getting picked off like that.
Oh, that's not good. That is so not good for GT right there, because Gujarat Tigers, they tried their level best in the previous game to have a really good dominating start to their day, but this time around, the way that they've just been manhandled against the players of WSB is just bad luck. Sad state of affairs for them on the map of Vikendi right here. Whereas for WSB, again, I mean, skyrocketing performance is what we anticipate from them, and that's exactly what they're delivering. Every single time that we talk about this team, they've got something up their sleeve which is just so amazing and chaotic, and at the same time, of course, absolutely entertaining. And look at that, they're on the hunt. They know where that final player is going to be from the side of Gujarat Tigers, and MJ, he can start counting his stars perhaps, because all 4 players from WSB are on the hunt right now.
OR Admino, one of the OG players in the lineup. You've got a good mix of 2 OG players and 2 new players inside of the roster, or 2 new upcoming pros, I would like to say. Pro and Zap. And these guys are, of course, quite incredible when it comes to the firepower, but still OR is another one of those teams that has been struggling when it comes to the team synergy and communication. And we've clearly seen that happen in a lot of the fights as well. Maybe it can be recovered. They just need a bit more time as well, but the time's running out. The time is of the essence, and that's the main problem. You've only got 2 more weeks, and 1 week is already being played. So, yeah, it's a big issue. WSB, considering they've almost came out on top in that fight against the players of GT, MJ is the only man left alive, and right now MJ has just tucked himself in the corner. You can feel the fear from MJ. That's how scared he is. The players of WSB, they're not that close to MJ as well, but still MJ is not even moving a muscle. GT, they're playing for the placement points because they've got no other option. They're still barely hanging on the cliff in the top 16. And they cannot afford to lose out on this game. That is early. Blind Esports, they get in a fight against the players of 4Shot Esports. And 4Shot, they already start things off with a big disadvantage. DBS is in the hands of Blind, and of course they've got a lot of firepower as well. Utilities being tossed in from both the sides. But 4Shot Esports, they're here to return back the favor, and they shut down 1 player from the side of Blind. Dark Lord taken down. These quite softened up.
And just like that, Goku is going to be able to eliminate Adi from the side of Blind Esports. That remains, well, never mind. That remains 2 players now from the side of Blind Esports. A tough luck for Blind Esports. It seemed like they were in control, but 4Shot have done so well. But will there be a third party? I mean, GTR, Godlike right around the corner, but it seems like they are not interested in stopping right here. They do not want to be taking a pit stop right across this compound. They have no idea what's been going on, but they can hear a lot of noise. And that, of course, is the players of 4-shot just bringing and mowing down the players of Blind. And Blind, with that, are going to be left with just a 2-man squad. So previous game, it worked out real well for them this time around, though. A difficult play.
They saw the elimination feed, and they knew exactly where those 2 players are going to be running away. God's Green. Either they decided to keep this as a pit stop, or they were chasing down the remaining players of Blind Esports. And I guess the second is probably going to be the answer. Blind Esports now getting picked off, now getting hunted down. God's Green on a big purge. And Blind Esports, they're on the hit list of God's Green. One more man to go. Shogun was knocked out, but he's going to be back up on his feet. A lot of frags actually going around here and there in the elimination feed too. You also see the players of WSB getting taken down to a 2-man squad. And what? Within a flash, WSB eliminated from the game too.
Oh, absolutely. It was Gen X FM that was just completely annihilating the plays that they were making worked out against the players of WSB. And that in turn is all that WSB could sing in this game. I mean, an aggressive start is what we saw from their side, but that's all that they could dictate on Vikendi, sadly. And it seems somewhat of a tough luck, somewhat of a same affair can probably be expected from Blind Esports' final player, Harsh, as well. The G36 and a DBS in his hand, he's not going to be able to run away for too long because he's out in the open. And that's one thing that, of course, when you're out in the open on the map of Vikendi, becomes so very evident when you're on the run, especially on the snow. It's so easy to be able to spot you and mow you down and bring you down. That this time around for Harsh has been a sigh of relief because he's going to be able to survive for a little bit longer. In fact, not only a little bit longer, but he's been able to move completely away from the hunting party of GDR.
Now, the only thing these remaining players can do is just try to go for the mid strat. For example, MJ from GT and Hirsch from Blind Esports. But once again, finding so many meds all by yourself, it's going to be so time-consuming. It sounds too much as well. Now, considering we've got so many teams that have already taken heavy blows, my eyes are going to be locked on Team Prince. I want to see this team make a comeback in the overall standings. We know they're capable of that as well. But Team Prince, for some reason, they're just not really able to find that momentum that they were known for. Team Godlike in a fight against the players of Global Esports. This is going to be an interesting fight, and Global Esports, they've got no clue that Godlike is right in front of them. Nate being tossed out at Jonathan. He deals a lot of damage, and the man's on top of the roof. Jonathan's got no clue. There's another man in the front lines in the name of Ninja Boy, and Ninja Boy spots out Jonathan now. Jonathan isolated inside of the shack. I'm not exactly sure how good of a position this is going to be, but Jonathan needs to pull himself out, and that's what he does.
Wow.
Ninja Boy taking down Global Esports on the verge of getting dismantled systematically. And Godlike, Jonathan patches himself up in that fight. Once again, Global Esports in a big verge of falling down. Slug on top of the roof is taking damage, even from the opposite side. Global Esports on the verge of getting eliminated from this fight. It's a 2v3 scenario, or actually a 2v4 scenario. One man from Godlike is a little bit far away.
But in all of that, we've got a third party as well. That is in the top right-hand side of the minimap. We can see the team in grey. That's going to be OR Esports as well. But before OR jump into this fight, it seems that Global Esports themselves are going to get annihilated against the players of Godlike, where Slug has been dropped down to his knees. Beast is the only player surviving. And the fourth player that, Necro, you were mentioning from the side of Godlike is also going to be jumping into this entire play. That is that.
Oh, what? Hold on. An unintentional help from the enemies far away. And somehow Global Esports, now they've got a fighting chance. Z-God, though, he still somehow clutches it out. But Godlike, their hopes and dreams inside of this game have already been shattered. Jonathan and Mac down and dusted. What a big blunder that was. That an intentional help from the enemy sort of helped out the players of GE.
And took the limelight away from Godlike, rather. Because they were moving in with such synergy, with such momentum, with such prowess right there in that fight. But it all kind of just went down. Again, though, they did get decent finish points right there. Sadly, at the cost of two of their players, Jonathan and Mac. And the craziest thing over there was that it did not even do much to the third party that I believe it was OR that brought in that third party. I'm not entirely sure, but at the same time, whichever team that was that third partied, they know exactly where Godlike's players are. Anywho, with that, we're left with 14 teams remaining, and on our screens is going to be AUTOBOTZ Esports. AUTOBOTZ Esports, they have showcased signs of good fight, good synergistic fights, but they've missed out on their opportunity in the first 2 weeks, and therefore find themselves in a tough luck situation in the overall ranking. As of now, looking on to the map itself, the late rotating team of Entity, not having a good start to this day, are once again on the map of Vikendi, wanting to have a very passive approach.
I think so the team that went for the third party was Big Brother Esports.
All right.
Yeah, they've also got sort of a high ground on top of the players of Godlike. You can see on the left flanks. Yeah, they are a little bit far away, but still, maybe there's a chance they had the line of sight. But, yeah. Even while you saw them making the push against that one last man alive from Global Esports, Godlike was quite softened up. All the players, they took a lot of damage. 2 of the players actually stepped inside a Molotov. And they were barely alive on a sliver of HP. That's why a lot of things almost could have come crashing down. Yeah, it was.
That's what hurts the most. It was a 4v1. And out of nowhere came those shots from the third party, and it was just down to 2-man approach from Godlike. As Jonathan and Mac got annihilated, but yeah, unexpected.
Overconfidence paying off. Yeah, tunnel vision completely on that one single target.
Oh, yeah.
That's why you guys must have heard a lot. Do not tunnel vision just on one single target. Always keep a watch on your 6. And just if the people do not know exactly what do I mean by 6, it means on your back.
Absolutely. You definitely need to have that. And when you've got a team with 4 players and you're still tunnel visioning like that, it just becomes a little too... Anyways, that's what the momentum of the game is at times. When you're part of some fights and you've got just one player and you know he's right there, you want to be able to jump on with all the momentum that you can. It's just bad luck is what it is from the battleground. But after all of that chaos, now there seems to be a little bit of a lull right here in the game where 14 teams and 48 players still survive. But when it comes to the entirety of their positioning, each and every team, even the late rotating team of Entity, have found themselves enter the zone right now. And as we saw just in a matter of seconds, the zone is going to be restricting all over again. And Necro mentioned as soon as the zone was drawn, 30% of it was in the water. So there's not a lot of land lock that is going to be available for these 48 players to be able to share.
Big Brother Esports. All the players stand inside of one compound. Big Brothers remind me of one team in the past. And I'm not exactly able to recall that team's name. But that team used to stay like a pack, like a unit all the time. And all the players would just sit right next to each other, not even move anywhere else. I think so it's the old OR Esports that I'm talking about. Yeah, it is the old OR Esports.
Uh-huh.
OR Esports was the same team that liked to have the same approach. All the 4 players sitting right next to each other, somewhere close to the center spot. And that's how they liked to play. But as I've mentioned this too, a lot of times in the past, right? If you're a team who likes to play defensive or passive, majority of your strategies rely on complete research and studies. And if that's going to be lacking, then the defensive and the passive playstyle, it's not going to work out. Because you need to know exactly where the teams are positioned next to you. You need to know exactly where to rotate. You need to exactly know where to hold. All those things a defensive and a passive teams need research on.
Oh, 100%.
Oh my God, the next
You need
circle.
to. Well, Blind Esports' final player, Harsh, definitely is going to be counting his stars. And we can clearly see he's running. He's rushing and running on that open field as he tries to get to the water body. And right behind him is going to be God's Reign. And God's Reign, I'm sure, should be able to spot him down. Though let's see if any shots are going to be fired onto Harsh right there. Though onto the southern side of the zone, we've got the players of TTE. Did not have a good Sanhok, but on the map of Vikendi, they seem to be looking pretty good towards the southern side of the zone. But right behind them is going to be Gen X FM as well. So TTE, their troubles are not yet deterred.
The circle right now is just playing with the psyche of these players. 50% of the circles in the water lines, and only 50% of land areas available for grabs. And you've still got 14 teams alive, Plotter. That means bloodshed's on the way.
Oh,
you do not have a lot of land surface left over to keep your legs on. And for that reason, you will have to assert some dominance on the lobby and take over already existing spots from other teams. And OR Esports, there's a fight going on with the players of God's Reign. Shots being exchanged from both the sides. But up till now, God's Reign, they can get so much intel to play around with. They know exactly where the players of OR Esports are positioned to, and I'm loving this split from the side of OR Esports. It's a 2-2 split. 2 players up close and personal against the players of God's Reign. It's also like a future insurance that you know if the circle shifts away from them, those 2 players will at least be closer to that circle.
But you see, for God's Reign, the best part is they've got the information of the split coming in from the side of OR.
Oh my god, what is Hirsch doing?
Well, it seems like he's taken the most extreme situation that could possibly be drawn onto this map.
Or maybe he's just having fun swimming.
Oh, that could be very well the case. And look at that. Entity find themselves in the center. But before we talk about Entity, it is time for 4-shot against the players of AUTOBOTZ. AUTOBOTZ DVS is making a lot of noise, and it's going to be Mr. Spray bringing in that action and limelight. He's the final player surviving from the side of AUTOBOTZ, and it's a 1v1 situation between him and 4-shot. And 4-shot's Honey. He doesn't have a lot of health remaining. They're both rolling around with the DVS, perhaps, and it seems that
AUTOBOTZ
was not the time.
Hands are busy, gets caught out. And now AUTOBOTZ, they're just down on 1 man left over. And God's Reign, here comes the ramming. It's an opportunity for the players of God's Reign to mop up the floor. And they've already got 3 elimination points secured. And 4-shot Esports on the verge of completely crumbling down. It's all down to Cheyenne, the last man left alive. And even his hands were busy. And he gets caught. God's Reign, they were ready with the mop to clean up the floor. And now, there's only 1 man left alive from those squads, and even he's just ran away completely.
But wait, we've got another third party coming in the purple, and that's going to be none other than... Oh, never mind, friends. They came in close, but they're not going to be able to stop right here. AJ goes down. Well, a GG play being showcased right there from the side of GT, but sadly... not been able to do much, but God's Reign with 8 finishes converted, 4 players still surviving. The momentum is definitely theirs for the taking.
I mean, Entity Gaming, I've never seen a circle like this in the map of Vikendi. It's been a while, maybe. But so many teams are out in the open. Considering there's not a lot of landmass to play around with in the first place. Even Ronick is doing the same thing. He's in the water lines. At this point, 8-Bit and Blind Esports, they're in the best position to get eliminated.
Blind all the way from out there. Harsh, he just knocked down a player for Entity.
What is going on?
And that is the kerfuffle that you can absolutely anticipate every single time. And that nade does destruction.
The nade cooked to perfection, finds 2 knockouts! What is JD Gaming doing? This man is just going absolutely insane with the utilities. What a precision that was. Cooks them to perfection, perfectly places them on the target as well. And JD Gaming, he does the job perfectly. Gen X FM, These are the points you exactly need in a fight, and Team Together Esports, they're desperate to lay their hands on any type of points. In fact, these two teams, they're desperate to get these points. Even for TTE, they've already got the wake-up call, and they get collected like a token of candy.
And the fight's not yet done because GDR, they're in action, mate, and they push on ahead against the players of Big Brothers as well as Uzumaki is the only player surviving. Delta goes down to his knees as well, but at the same time now the communication from Seth definitely needs to be showcased towards Uzumaki, and now it's a 1v1. Oh, never mind, it's a 2v1 affair between these two teams. Seth has already told Uzumaki, his teammate, exactly where to expect the nades to come in from, and that's where Uzumaki is going to be drawing it close, but will that be enough? It will not. Uzumaki, he gets so close, but not too far because from far away, Shogun, no, it is Entity who does the destruction, and Shogun and his teammate, they are given a sigh of relief as GDR is going to be able to survive to fight another fight, and Entity allow it all to happen.
You know the funny part? The only cover that you see right now that's available in this circle are a couple of houses that Gen XFM is holding, and this hill right here. And that too is being controlled by God's Reen and Entity. And then it's complete open grounds. That means you've got nothing to play around with unless if you've got a couple of vehicles. That's the only thing you can use as a cover. And then you can see another team squeezing themselves in inside of the safe zone. It's going to be a clash against Team Prince. But 8-Bit Ronak and Hirsch from the side of Blind Esports, they're still in the waters.
They're still in the waters here.
Yeah, they're in the best position to get eliminated, Blotter.
They are. But Team Prince, you were talking about Team Prince, and the way Prince OG has found that crack between this mountain range, it's just looking absolutely pristine, and Entity has absolutely no idea. And even so, all the noise that is being made are from his teammates itself. So Prince OG, he can very well be the X factor dominating against Entity if Entity don't realize his position.
Oh, that nade was good. It was cooked to perfection. But only if it was a little bit down, then things could have been different. Justin, catching a bit of hurt. Someone just scoping the water lines. There's 2 free elimination points just lurking around. But no one's actually doing that. Everyone's busy against the players of Team Prince. And Team Prince right now, they're at the center of attraction. They're taking a lot of damage. Another man found. He tried to go for the flank, but Prince gets caught instantly. Nicely done, Gamla Boy. Good presence of mind. Good awareness.
True. Really well played right there from the side of Entities, Gamla Boy and Troy as they push on ahead with the DBS in their hands. It's all down to Prajwal as to what exactly is he going to be able to do. Jackson has been dropped down and Prajwal down to his final breath is not going to be able to survive, and that will be the end and demise of Team Prince, but not before GDR have something to say because Delta PG's nades, they have been cooked to perfection as was mentioned by Necro earlier as well, and they just keep on hammering on down. But one thing in all of this, where is Gen XFM? They have clear line of sight against the players of GDR and they're not taking it.
Gen XFM, they've moved to an advanced positioning. And the only team that has a position as good as Gen XFM are the players of God's Reen. And God's Reen, they have showcased a bit of a split. But Gen XFM, they're taking a lot of shots against God's Reen. So even God's Reen is a bit in his own a big world of trouble.
9 finishes for Gen XFM.
Yeah, they're just dominating this entire final few moments. And they've also got such a good positioning. Utilities being tossed on over, and that's it. Knockout found Gotsreen. Even they can't do anything. They've only got one last glimmer of hope alive inside of this game. And top 4 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. Gen XFM counting themselves in. Entity Gaming with 3 players. Hirsch is still in the water lines, and the water lines is now starting to close up. Hirsch is going to be like a shark as soon as he finds himself a little bit of a foothold from the water lines itself. He's probably going to be taking a lot of shots against Entity. And Hirsch is waiting for that exact moment. But I guess he gets eliminated by the blue. He's still in the water lines, Blotter. He's going for the Met Strat, I guess. He's going to try to patch himself up constantly. And yes, that's what he's exactly doing. He just wants to find himself a little bit of footing on that land. And it was as soon as he gets a chance to backstab the players of Entity, he's probably going to do it. He would at least want one single elimination point before he gets taken down by the blue. Okay, maybe
there
not.
we have it. He's gone down, but What a wonderful turn of events for Blind, of course, because they get real good placement points thanks to Harsh. And with that, we're left with two teams, my apologies, surviving right here. And Genex FM, the flank that they've created right here. Spider from one side, JD Gaming on top, and then his teammates, Skillful, creating the angles. Entity Gaming, they don't have a lot to work with over here. And the zone moving away towards the players of Genex FM as well.
Yeah.
This is tough luck for Entity, a 3v3 affair that they're in.
12 eliminations, and also one of the best positions Genex FM can have. And look at the split, too, that Genex FM has in general. Wall of Death starting to close up. Skillful's position's also compromised. But considering Skillful's going to have so much more back and fire, Entity Gaming, they need to leave the spot. Skillful's going to peek out. He finds a 2K. Even JD Gaming from the back lines, he supports him nicely. Entity Gaming on the verge of taking away from this game. One more man to go in the name of Kamala Boyne. Also, he's taking a lot of damage from the blue. It's done for Entity. They can't do anything. They need to move out in the open, and that's where the players of Genex FM, they get a massive advantage. And Genex FM, they're probably going to be your winners for the game of Vikendi. Last man in the name of JD Gaming, and he's also going to send it inside of the vehicle itself, and he gets him down. Nicely done. A good drive-by.
An absolute commendable effort right here from Genex FM, as they needed to get a chicken dinner right there. They utilized the position that they had to a perfect chicken dinner for themselves. And at the same point in time, of course, they waited. They were patient enough to wait to see, to get themselves informed as to where the opponent teams are. And once they had all the information is exactly when they jumped into action. They took down GDR and slowly got their crosshairs clearly set up for the players of Entity. An incredible chicken dinner for the fearless Genex FM. But right now, how big a leap is this position, this chicken dinner going to be providing for the side of Genex FM is what we need to see. Entity, they also had a really good game. I mean, they were not part of some good games yesterday, but today, with this performance setting on the second in the overall, the way that they played out, it is definitely going to be giving them a good jump on the overall as well.
I mean, Entity Gaming, as you mentioned, yeah, yesterday things are not really that great, but right now, considering they're also on the second spot in the previous game and also in the overall standings, they were somewhere in the top 3.
Yeah.
That's just going to be even more better. Maybe they can't propel themselves all the way at the first spot. They should be super close to getting that first spot under contention. But hey, we'll be able to find that out once we look at the overall standings. The previous game, Genex FM, the fearless Marathas, indeed doing quite a good job in positioning themselves in a really good spot. I don't exactly know what Hirsch and 8-Bit Ronak were doing in the water lines, but maybe they just wanted to play for the placements, I guess. They had no other option.
They had no other option, actually. I mean, all they wanted to do was just move ahead from one place to the other so that they don't get in the crosshairs. But let's, of course, recap it all through the highlights of this game. And it all started off in the first few minutes of the game itself, where we saw the players of WSB jump into action with that double DBS action that they were a part of. But that did not actually extend for too long from the side of WSB as well, as they were left with a bit of a dip in their numbers.
Yeah, Gujarat Tigers was the team that just faced up the front. And unfortunately for Gujarat Tigers, once again, as I mentioned, the previous game of Vikendi was supposed to be like a wake-up call, but Gujarat Tigers just could not do anything. Blind Esports as well, the same thing could be said for them, considering Blind Esports, they're still looking for to breach inside of the top 16, but then 4-Shot Esports came in, and they just completely shattered their hopes and dreams.
Absolutely, and this is where, of course, Blind Esports, this is the demise for Blind Esports. They were not able to get even a single finish point from this game, but Godel, the way they pushed on against the players of GE, this was really, really good. Jonathan, he got the final call in that, but now, this is the moment where they all pushed on against Beast, and Beast, with a DPS Beast in his hand, was able to drop them down one by one, and of course, with that third-party approach that was brought in to help him out, was just not what GL expected.
And then Godsreen came in the same compound. They came in with a mop and they just mopped up the entire floor. Autobots, they had so many points to accumulate as well. And Godsreen, for them, that entire spot was like a date with destiny. Genex FM 2, after wiping out the players of TTE, they had one of the best positions inside of the circles that they could have asked for. And then that entire position just won them the previous game. And as I mentioned in the final few moments too, Genex FM, they realized that all the teams are busy fighting amongst each other. So you might as well try to go and grab a bit of more advanced position inside of the circle. And that's what they exactly did.
Absolutely, and this was the final moments where Skillful, of course, with the Skillful spray, was able to bring down not one but two of the players of Entity as Pukhar and Troy went down. And this is the final moment where JD Gaming just put a nail in the coffin to get that chicken dinner confirmed for themselves. And that was definitely a very miraculous play and a much needed one for Gen X FM as well. And now it all boils down to how many points did they get, how big a jump as far as the overall leaderboard is concerned was Gen X FM able to get. But in all of this, kudos, commendable effort to Blind Esports as Harsh, of course, along with 8-Bit's final player.
Exactly. Now let's move on and take a look at the MVP. It's going to be Justin. Now, Blotter, let me tell you how Justin exactly got these 7 elimination points. You remember that third party against AUTOBOTZ and the team of 4Shot Esports? This is what Justin did right there. He accumulated so many points. Majority of the finished points were just lying around on the floor because the players are knocked out. And he just went in and they just completely mopped the floor. Justin with 7 elimination points with a finished contribution of 58%. Godsreen. I mean, as usual, that's what you expect from such a massive banner like Godsreen. And once again, they deliver consistently.
They do so in style as well. I mean, especially on this map, they did so in style. And that was what was needed to be seen from the side of God's Reign as well. And with 7 finishes, you're only walking away with 58% of the finished contribution. That means that your teammates as well brought in some really high numbers in this entire game. And that accumulated along with your placement points is a very good game for GDR.
Exactly. That's what you expect from a banner like GDR as well, too, right? Because Godsreen, they have been together since a long time. All the 4 players, they have been playing for a long time with each other. And this team is currently in form as well. So it is one of the best teams this region currently has to offer. So without a doubt, that's what you expect from a team like Godsreen. You expect some brilliant tactics, which they showcased in the previous game. Of course, Chicken Dinner was not really taken, but still they're quite comfy in the top 8. So they do not really need to take the Chicken Dinner anyways.
Absolutely. It doesn't really do... well, of course, if you get a chicken dinner, the momentum boost that you get, as well as, of course, you're able to showcase to the lobby that we're still here. But apart from that, it doesn't really do much, like you perfectly mentioned. And also, at the end, the main goal is to be in the top 16, which is going to allow you to propel yourself in the LAN finale itself. But right now, enough said, let's move on ahead and find out, apart from the first 2-3 teams on this leaderboard, what were the other teams up to? We had Blind Esports with 0 finish points, all thanks to Harsh walking away with still 10 points right there, thanks to the placement. And same is the case for Team 8-Bit as well. So this is the kind of consistency that Team Blind is always able to bring for themselves. But limelight not taken away from Gen X FM with 15 finishes along with the chicken dinner. That is a good play right there.
Exactly. Team Prince with 4 placement points and 4 total points accumulated. Now, as I mentioned, as soon as I saw a couple of big names being eliminated from the game, GT, Global Esports, OR Esports, my eyes were instantly shifted on top of the players of Team Prince because I had a lot of hopes and dreams by this team. But unfortunately, they were not really able to get a lot of points accumulated in general from the previous game. But I hope the upcoming game of Erangel is where they will probably have a reset and once again come back stronger, because Erangel is going to be the neutral grounds where every single team will be super comfortable on playing. And then you've also got 4Shot Esports on the 9th spot, AUTOBOTZ Esports, not that good of a performance, but maybe in the upcoming game they definitely can bring something up. Team Together Esports is definitely going to be a team to watch out for in the upcoming game of Erangel, because these guys have showcased some promising stuff on that map.
Yeah, TTE definitely have. And once again, I mean, Team Together Esports, the team that came all the way from the Open Finals itself, the way that they were able to, learn and improve their play every single time was something that's really commendable. But now when it comes to where it matters the most, this is where they need to showcase that dominance. And this upcoming Erangel being the final game of the day, well, this is the time that's none better than any other to be able to prove it, to be able to get yourself as close as you possibly can in the top 16, because tomorrow will be the final day for week 3. And if you're not able to get close to, in fact, top 10, then week 4 is going to be so very difficult. I mean, 1 point and you're not going to be able to make it in the LAN finale. That's
No,
what
it's
we're looking at
complete.
right now.
It's completely understandable too. Another wake-up call is going to be for Gujarat Tigers, right? OR Esports too.
Yeah.
Because before this
True.
game started, they were barely about to make it inside of the top 16, but unfortunately, OR Esports was not able to perform that well in the previous game. So even Big Brother Esports is really close to that top 16. It's the last game of the day as well, so these teams need to perform even better. And the same thing can be said for TTE too. Now, as the game started, TTE was at the 7th spot in the overall standings, but right now the spot has definitely dwindled down. So TTE 2 in the last game of Erangel, they need to do something. And my personal eyes are still going to be locked up on Team Prince because I still just have this itch. I just know that Team Prince, they're probably going to bounce back at the last moment.
I hope that they do. Honestly, I hope that they do. Because again, when it comes to the LAN finale itself, we want to be able to see a really close-knit affair between these new young bloods as well as, of course, the ones that are already invited teams and OGs themselves that are leading the charge when it comes to the overall ranking. That is what makes it a bit more exciting to the LAN finale itself. But before the LAN finale is even spoken about, right now we're part of week 3, and then next weekend is going to be week 4. So there's still a lot of grind that is still remaining. And as we've seen, one good day, 2 good games, and you're going to be skyrocketing yourself and concretely proving to the lobby that, yeah, we're part of the LAN finale, no questions asked.
And I genuinely think that Blind Esports is not exactly playing with their true potential. I still think that there's a lot of strategies that Blind Esports is keeping hidden up. And I'm just waiting for them to reveal those strategies because always it just feels like Blind Esports, they're just too hungry to go inside of the fight and they just end up overcommitting. And there's definitely a couple of tweaks that needs to be done, but I still feel like Blind Esports as a unit, they have been playing with each other for a while now. They should know exactly how the communication works within them, how the synergy is going to look like, but still for some reason, Blind Esports is struggling in some of the fights, which they should not struggle at all. They're supposed to have some of the best firepower inside of the country, but for some reason inside this tournament, Blind Esports is struggling outside of the top 16. But I think so in the last game, Blind Esports should be able to pack things up. Now, as we know, the last game is going to be Erangel as well. It's going to be an opportunity for a lot of these teams, even AUTOBOTZ Esports. It's a group of 4 players that came in out of nowhere, but AUTOBOTZ Esports, in the official tournaments, they showcase so many promises that now they have a decent fan base too. But inside this tournament, they're just not able to deliver with the promises.
Indeed, for AUTOBOTZ, again, more than anything else, it was, I believe, the pressure that they were a part of, and that in turn has resulted in a bit of a dip coming in from their performance. But I do really want to keep my fingers crossed for the side of that team as well, because AUTOBOTZ, they can do it, but more so from them, I've seen a big jump coming in from the side of Alibaba Raiders. And you know, the way Alibaba Raiders have just picked up the pace, picked up the slack, it has been really phenomenal and sensational to be able to witness. Does that mean that we cannot expect the same from AUTOBOTZ? That's definitely not true, but I'm going to keep my fingers crossed for the same, because so many times we've noticed for the side of AUTOBOTZ, it's the pressure that they somehow need to just be adaptive of, and the sooner the better, I guess.
I mean, you talk about some of the new and the upcoming teams. You still have TTE in there. You've also got Alibaba Raiders in there. You've got Big Brother Esports in there. You've got 4Shot Esports. But the teams that are actually doing good are some of the few. Like, for example, Big Brother Esports and Alibaba Raiders are actually performing consistently. And Big Brother Esports, they like to play completely passive. And I've mentioned this as well. If you're going to be playing passive and defensive, your entire strategy revolves around a lot of research. And if you're not going to be doing that research, well, then things are going to come down crashing. Then you need to play a little bit more assertive inside of the lobby. You need to be a little bit more aggressive and go for the aim duels, which is what Blind Esports is doing right now. And that's why I want Blind Esports to sort of switch things up a little bit. They did try to switch things up, which of course did not really work out. So maybe they're once again trying to go on that aggressive page. But even the aggressive page, it just feels like it's a little bit too unorthodox. They need to add on a little bit of more preparation before they go for a fight.
No, but I think you pointed out perfectly, Necro, that, you know what, when it comes to Blind Esports, they're not really revealing all of their cards right now. And that, in turn, is keeping their play steady and progressive. You know, I mean, that is what's keeping them part of the lobby. That's what's keeping them part of the entire fight. But it still is not what we expect from them, what we've seen from them. And that is something that maybe we can see in week 4, or more so is going to be drawn all out till we reach the LAN finale itself. And that is something that you perfectly, I think, have pointed out. And I want to be able to believe that, because no matter what you say in terms of the performance that Blind Esports is bringing in right now, they're still in the top 5 to the top 3 pretty much every single time. The consistency is always showcased from the side of that team. So you cannot really take that away from them. And that is something that, well, we shall see if the same will be the case from, like you perfectly mentioned other names, Gujarat Tigers being one of those few names where we want to be able to see the team like Gujarat Tigers to just keep it together and just keep bringing in those A-level kind of performances from their side, so that we are able to have them on the LAN finale. And it's just going to make the lobby that much more exciting to be a part of, to be able to cast, to be able to host.
I mean, let's be honest. Recently, because of the DBS, the meta has been completely revolving around the third parties. And we've seen so many third parties happen, especially on the map of Sanhok, Vikendi. In Erangel, Miramar, it does happen, but it's just a little bit more tougher to make the third party happen, right? Because you need to traverse through an open ground before actually executing that third party. But inside Sanhok, you do not really have to cover that much distance in order to make the third party, because you can just hear gunshots instantly. If there's gunshots going on, even like a couple of 100 meters far away from you, you can just easily hear the gunshots. So that's a bit of a difference between the third parties in the maps as well. And because of the DBS, things have definitely switched up. And Blind Esports, when the DBS was not even exactly part of the action, these guys used to be one of the most aggressive teams, and they also used to come out on top inside of the duels too. But since DBS is now part of the action, it's being used more frequently and more oftenly, this aggression is not paying off that well, because they're just overcommitting in some of the angles that they should not. And I think so that overcommitment is something that needs to be stopped. But as you mentioned, in every single game, at least they're still doing quite decent, so nothing much can be said. There's still a couple of questions if they're going to be able to squeeze themselves inside of the top 16 or not. We'll be able to find that out in this upcoming game of Erangel.
Absolutely, and with that, the final game of the day is going to be drawn on our screens in just a couple of minutes right now, as Group A and D jump in to the fight all over again, once again, to find out who is going to get the chicken dinner. And this is the game that I was actually waiting for, because yesterday, Entity Gaming and WSB got into a bit of a banter against each other in terms of the drops, and that is all being brought down on the map of Erangel itself. So do you think, Necro, that we can expect that sort of chaotic start to the game on the map of Erangel when it comes to these two teams?
I mean, as you mentioned yourself, if the plain flat path is going to be completely one-sided, then yeah, sure, it is going to be chaotic start. If the plain flat path is going to be dividing the maps into two halves, then absolutely not, because teams once again will start things off with their comfort zone, and once you are in your comfort zone, you tend to be quite lazy, and that's what happens. The game starts off in quite a lazy way. So in general, when the game's going to start off in a lazy way, you're not really going to be seeing a lot of movement. That means not a lot of fights in general. But when the circle starts to shift up, that's when we're going to see the fights happen. But if it's going to be completely one-sided, one thing is for sure, in the pit stops, we will see the fights. And some of the teams that will go for the fights head on have to be Gujarat Tigers and Blind Esports. They will not back away, especially Gujarat Tigers. Even in the previous game of Vikendi, they went for a head-on collision. But inside of this map, we're not exactly sure, because the plain flat path, it doesn't look too bad. Starts off all the way from Hospital towards the southern side, which is going to be no reply.
Absolutely, and that means that we can very well anticipate a bit of a tricky start for these teams, and a few maybe drop contestations altogether itself in the first few minutes of the game. But as of now, this southern facing flight path is definitely going to be keeping Sivoni shooting range a bit away for all of these teams. The teams like Global Esports who love to go down towards the northern side of the zone itself is something that can perhaps slow down their play. But overall, it's okay, because these teams, they've been playing it on the map for such a long time. So no matter how far away the flight path is, there are a few who are still going to be making that rotation all the way out against the flight path to get to their comfortable zones. And talking about those comfortable zones, looking at 8-bit, the way that they've scattered themselves all the way from Primorsk and Quarry down towards Ferry Pier itself, this is quite an aggressive play that 8-bit is making right here, which is looking pretty good, which is the kind of dominating play that we want to be able to see from a team like 8-bit, as they did get a wonderful chicken for themselves today. But talking about the military base, military base itself is in control of two teams, GDR being the ones along with Team Zero. But all the chaos that we're looking at, it is none other than AUTOBOTZ. And AUTOBOTZ Esports, they seem to have taken on shots as of now. and they have been able to actually drop down on their opponent as well, and that's going to be Genex FM. And looking at the zone is going to be dictating all these teams to be making a rotation towards the northern side, where Yasnaya, Stalber, Savoni, Kamishki, I mean, all of these are still out in the open, up for contestation. But where are we to expect these teams? We are going to find out. But look at that, Global Esports, as we were talking about it, Global Esports is just getting slowly and steadily towards their known drop, which is going to be towards Savoni North.
Back.
All right, and for now, again, apart from that early skirmish that we saw, not even a skirmish actually, just a drop contestation a little bit between Genex FM and AUTOBOTZ. The opening has been created, or never mind, there is a knock. There is a knock being showcased right here from 4Shot against GE.
Oh, I'm not sure if this was a good move or not by Hirsch. He closes himself inside of the shack. And Slug is right in the front. Slug's got the cover off the Weekle. Return knocks have happened on both the sides, but Ninja Boy's able to find Goku too. 4Shot Esports. Oh no, they're starting to fall shot inside of this fight. And shots are taken constantly by the players of Global Esports. So 4Shot Esports now can definitely feel that pressure. Mavi tries to close on up, barely surviving. He's got no meds too, so he cannot even go for the fight anymore. Beast is out in the open. The off angle can be deadly. Beast has taken a lot of damage at this point in time. Cheyenne's done a fantastic job in dealing the amount of damage that he's done. And now Ninja Boy 2 gets caught out in the open, nowhere to go. Even he needs to pay the price for that mistake. Even Slug gets caught once again, but Hirsch instantly falls down. It was a good cover fire in return, but still 4Shot Esports, they've got two players up alive. Mavi now trying to close on up, and his position's also compromised. Honey's got his hands on the pistol. What can he do? This is such an awkward fight. You do not even have the suitable weapons to back yourself up, and Mavi's got his hands on the shotgun. You cannot face against a shotgun with just a pistol, and Honey's still trying to go for the shots. He's still trying to pre-fire. Mavi's just not able to find that connection that is needed. And Global Esports, they can feel all the pressure. Mavi, he takes down the first. Looking forward to take down the second man as well. Pulls out the Uzi from the back, but he fails. He's not able to shut down the last man at all. Beast is going to be the last glimmer of hope alive for Global Esports, and Beast needs to close on up. But what is Beast exactly doing? That's my question. Is Beast trying to fall back? I think so, he is.
He is.
What? Could have actually wiped out 4Shot.
This is a chaotic start for Global Esports for sure. I mean, nothing taken away from 4Shot as well, as they did lose out on two of their players. But Global Esports, this was not expected. This was not anticipated, how they got crumbled down right here against the players of 4Shot Esports. Their Beast, the final player surviving from the side of GE, is just going to try and survive for as long as he possibly can. And it seems that the final game for Global Esports is going to be a one-man army approach from their side. For 4Shot Esports, definitely a decent start for them, because they needed the points no matter how they get it. This is how they've deserved. And this is where we can actually draw in a line and talk about how Global Esports, the rotation that they were making, they wanted to go all the way to their drop location, which is Savoni, which is where they like to go. But all the way from Ferry Pier down south towards north, the rotation that they made is just tough luck that they got caught out right in between. And now, with that being done and said, 4Shot Esports are going to be feeling a lot better with their positioning as far as this game is concerned, because it was definitely a good start for them. But now we'll have to see how much further away are they going to be able to get.
OR Esports and Godlike, they've always been meeting in the same city, in Yasna Poliana. This meetup's been happening for a long time, but they've never turned backs on each other.
Interesting.
They've never taken shots. They've never fought.
Wow.
So they've got this like peace treaty right?
That's quite a camaraderie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They've got this peace treaty that OR Esports is going to
Hey.
take one part of the map. I mean, not one part of one part of the city, and Godlike will
Right.
take the other part of the city, the remaining one. And they've been looting quite peacefully. But I'm just waiting for that one single day when someone decides to overstep one single house, one single line. And as soon as that happens, I want to see at least one bloodshed happen in this side of the city.
But you know, looking at the map and the rotating team of Big Brothers, I wonder if Big Brother are part of this entire contract.
No, they're not.
Because I want to be able to see the third party from Big Brothers right now. That would make things a lot more interesting right there at Yasnaya. Talking
Big
about an
Brothers-
interesting approach.
Yeah, Big Brothers is just taking control of that gas station that's near Yasna,
Yep,
which
yep,
is
they're
quite a
just
good
holding it
proactive
steady.
move. Oh, Gujarat Tigers in a bit of a fight. And Global Esports, unfortunately, even the last man has been eaten. Oh no, Gujarat Tigers. All the three players just jumping on top of that one single poor man. I feel bad for him.
Well, at least for Global Esports, they were able to get 2 finish points for themselves. They're not
Oh, no, that's
going dry. That is something. Better than nothing for Global Esports.
That's a lot of points. 2 points, imagine.
Oh yeah.
We've seen tournaments being lost just for 1 point.
Wow, humbug.
You remember what I'm talking about?
Oh yeah, definitely, mate. And I mean the
Season
tournament that
2.
we're part of. Exactly. It is, and such big numbers that you're talking about being
That
lost.
too, they lost 65 lakhs, if I'm not wrong.
60.
Yeah,
That's
something
what I
like that.
remember. 60.
1 crore or 65 lakhs, something like that. So
That
yeah,
is
every
just-
single point matters.
Oh, big numbers. And again, you know, when it comes to SPS itself, that's what I'm anticipating because of the way how closely the leaderboard itself is, dictating the fights. After every single game, the storyboard is so very close. It's like knit and grit. So this time around, I'm expecting a lot more teams to be stuck with exact same numbers because that's what we're looking at in the past 2 days as well that I've noticed. A few of the teams have had exactly the same number of points stuck between 16th and 17th position. Or stuck on the 14th and 15th position. You do not want to be in that radar. And therefore, as Necro keeps mentioning, the 12th to the 16th position, stay as further up and away from that as possible. But it's easier said than done then.
Eight Pit, God's Reen, Team Zero, all of them tanking the blue and then making it inside of the first zone. At least that's what God's Reen has been doing from the start. 8-Bit, though, I think so they're going to be part of this for the first time. I want to see how God's Reen's going to deal with this threat. Or maybe even if they do need to deal with this threat. I highly doubt they don't. Yeah, God's Reen, they're going to have smooth sailing around the corner from that bridge. No issues over there. Team Zero, even they're moving up north. Inside of the safe zone. Team Prince, even they're quite close. I want to see how Team Prince is going to be looking like in that spot. They're slowly and steadily being surrounded by a lot of teams around him. So I'm not exactly sure how it's going to look like. AUTOBOTZ Esports, for them, even they've got quite a solid position. Right in the smack center of the circle, too.
Oh, yeah.
Everything's looking good.
Now everything's looking great for a lot of these teams, in fact. Almost all of them. But the biggest factor of this all is that when it comes to the northern side of the zone, Stalbur, Kamishki region, there is no team in that area. There is no team around in that vicinity. So there's still a lot of landmass available, landlock available for these teams to be able to spread across, as we're looking at quite a lot of them making this rotation. For now, it's a slow, easy approach to the game for a lot of these rotating teams. It's only a matter of time. Though also talking about Stalbur, I wonder which team is going to be able to get that information. But talking about information, it seems like Sarvit has been able to retain the information against GT right here. As Gujarat Tigers, they take on one knock. Vicky goes down. MJ is holding on steady. Sarvit is down to almost a sliver of HP left on him, but his teammate right around the corner, Rushi, is going to be jumping in the head with his Karan Rizan. But what a perfect nade! That's going to be dictating one of the players going down. So a perfect trade being showcased right here between these two teams in this fight.
The downfall for Big Brother Esports inside of the fight might just begin, and it has already started. These nades are being cooked to perfection by Clutch God, and even Rishi falls down. Big Brother Esports, it's just the start for downfall. You better back away from this fight and just try to play for the placements. There's no point in just continuing the fight anymore. It's better to just back away, unless if you're really confident in still taking down the players of GT, which I would say would just be a super overconfident move. So it's just better to back away from this spot, and that's what the players of Big Brother Esports are now starting to do. And still you can see the players of GT in the back lines going for the resurrection, still taking a couple of shots against the players of Big Brother Esports, and even Big Brother Esports from the far afraid returning back some answers. But nothing can be done at this point. Big Brother Esports down to a two-man squad off the bat inside of the game. And Safe is still close to his teammates, so that's good news. But Rishi's a gone case.
Oh, yeah. Rishi tried his level best to get his teammate the cover, but Clutch God, with the perfect nades that he had, there was no way. There was absolutely no way that Rishi could have helped out. And with that, GT right here, Gujarat Tigers with 3 finish points confirmed for them. As we get near to the end of stage 2 itself, definitely a wonderful conversion right here for Gujarat Tigers as they find themselves in the center of the zone, and a good fight is what this has turned out to be for them. Though again, I'm sure there are teams around in the vicinity who have heard all of this spray. Yet nobody wants to overextend right now. Everybody's taking a slow and steady approach when it comes to this fight and this entire game. After all, this is the final fight for the day that these teams are going to be provided with the opportunity. Nobody wants to let it go that easy or take it lightly, of course.
I mean, finally, God's Green too. They've made their way inside of the safe zone, including 8-Bit moving in all the way from the left lines towards the northern side. It's been a while since I've seen a Stalber circle, and this might just be a beginning for that circle. A little bit of an overview on how exactly the view looks like from top of the Stalber Hill. And the teams that are currently on top of the Stalber Hill are Blind Esports and Team Prince. And that's the view they're getting. That means a lot of intel. What do you think, Blotter?
Absolutely. That's what I was also waiting for. Which team is going to be able to get up on top of that Stalber Hill and be able to get the information? And the information now with the control of the information, how exactly are they planning on approaching, I wonder? Because that is going to be crucial. That's going to be critical as well. Again, the way the team of Blind Esports have got themselves spread out on that region is going to be pretty good for them. You can hear a lot of sprays taking place. Where is this? You're going to be able to see who are the ones taking on those shots.
Autobots. Right above them are the players of GT, which are still starting to be a big pain in the foot. Genix FM 2 in the back lines. Luckily enough for the players of Genix FM, they do not really have a lot of players to worry about. Gujarat Tigers at the top. They've got a lot of attention on themselves. They're kind of like the center of attraction at this point.
True.
But then
Definitely.
You've got the players of God's Green slowly and steadily moving in from the southern side towards Yasna Poliana. Next circle shift comes in. It shifts right on top of the Stalber Mountain. And now a lot of things are going to be cleared up as well. And soon enough, a lot of teams will try to push on top of the Stalber Mountain. And that's where a real fight will start to brew up.
Again, this zone, it is slowly but surely drawing in all the teams to get closer and closer in its crosshairs. But There isn't enough space for all of these teams to be able to share that landlock, that's for sure. 56 players in this small, tight-knit area. There's definitely going to be a lot of third parties as soon as these teams get a little comfortable in this area. For now, information is being retained by quite a lot of these teams as we've got Entity on our screens. They're being sprayed on upon from far away. And it's none other than GenX FM, I believe. So right behind GenX FM, the area that was open, that is now Entity's foothold, it seems. And Entity are going to be able to find a compound in that region as well. So decent rotation coming in from them. All they need to worry about is what's up top, and that's going to be GT. That's, I believe, Prince up above their positioning.
Oh, the amount of teams.
Have to be very careful of.
Blotter, the amount of teams that are currently at top of the Stalber Hill.
It's not looking too good. For sure.
Yeah, it's not looking too good. There's a lot of teams on top of the Stalber Hill. I see 6 teams right now, and including Team Prince. Team Prince is controlling the majority of the Stalber Hill. I want to see how
Blind
well.
Is being so quiet though.
Yeah, Blind Esports.
They've been there for a long time.
Yeah, they're just playing super passive. They're just playing really defensive. But Team Prince is the one who's going to be controlling the real half of the Stalber Hill. And I want to see how well they can control this Stalber. They're also taking a lot of shots against the foes. They're trying to shook away a lot of the competition, I'm not going to lie. Especially Jackson. He's keeping the players of Team Zero off at bay. And I'm loving it.
Absolutely. I mean, even the split that we can clearly see on our screens right now, the spread that we've got coming in from the side of Team Prince, as you perfectly mentioned, the control that they've got is really good. Entity realizing that seem to have fallen back as well from that area. And there we have it, Blind Esports. Finally on our screens as they have been stuck at this compound for a long, long time.
They're
not making any moves. They're not stuck, yeah. They're not stuck.
Yeah. They're just playing there because they want to. There's AUTOBOTZ in the front lines, right in front of Blind Esports. But once again, Blind Esports do not even want to peek around the corner. They do not even want to peek around the ridge. They're just comfortable. They found themselves a comfort zone, and they're just going to stay over here for as long as they want. And it's okay,
this
too.
Is incredible.
Because they've got the circle, so it's completely fine. Because Team Prince is doing the majority of the job that they really do not need to do. And Team Prince is just trying to keep a lot of teams off at bay. They're not letting anyone just climb on top of the mountain from the backside. And in the front side, of course, Blind Esports, they've got a trap set up. They're just waiting for someone to step inside of that trap.
Let's see what this overextension from the side of Team Prince is going to result for them. And wow.
Okay.
The way the zone moves and helps out Blind once again. This is where now perhaps they dictate the entirety of where this fight should be or how it should turn out to be. But again, look at 8-Bit from the northern side. Entity and 8-Bit, they've made a very extensive rotation trying to enter the zone from the north. GenX have been around that vicinity for a very long time. So GenX and 8-Bit can very well be in a bit of a kerfuffle against each other. And that's exactly what happens as the trains jump on down.
Destro found, instantly finished. 4Shot Esports with just a 2-man squad. They're still being a bit of an annoying team to a lot of the ones that are in the front. And one of those was Godsreen. Destro, the IGL has been taken down completely from the game, so it's going to hurt them quite a lot in the future. GenX FM, they spot out the players of AUTOBOTZ. Even 8-Bit's taking a lot of damage. Rona gets knocked out, and the confirmation's going to follow up instantly. And it was the players of Blind Esports who were taking shots against the players of 8-Bit. As I mentioned, it's a trap being set up, and Blind Esports is just waiting for someone to step inside of that trap. And Team Prince, they've realized someone has invaded the territory. So now they're also going to try to put their attention a little bit more on top of the Stalber Hill.
Oh, not before Team Zero have something to say as Dark Lord takes on shots and DBS close to the face of Team Prince's players. And just like that, Team Prince's players, they have taken a big blow. Again, you perfectly mentioned that Team Prince, they were making a lot of racket right there that was not required. And Team Zero knew exactly where that was coming from. And that in turn resulted in a lot of these teams now not being able to share the same landlock. Jumping into quite a lot of individual fights. OR.
Oh, man spotted out in the open. Team Zero. They're here to grab the opportunity and the points at the same time. Troy and Gamla Boy, they fall down. Now Samraj, the IGL himself, needs to take matters in his own hands. He's got a lot to worry about, but Entity Gaming, they still need to perform up to the occasion. There's another man who's a little bit separated from the pack, from the side of Entity Gaming, but now even the Wall of Death is starting to move up. Tries back upon his feet, considering the Blue's going to start to deal a lot of damage. Entity Gaming, they do not have a lot of time left over too. They need to get inside of the vehicle, and they need to keep themselves moving up inside of the circle. Team Godlike too, and not that good of a spot. They've got so many teams surrounding them, including WSB in the front lines. And Godlike, Raiden's the only man left alive from the side of WSB. That's in the front, but Raiden instantly gets picked off. And Godlike, they're here to steal the elimination point away from AUTOBOTZ.
They definitely do it in style as they find themselves at the edge of the zone right now. But AUTOBOTZ, I mean, the positioning that they've got and the height advantage that they've got working with right now can very well help them out. But Godlike, they are playing it very, very safe. Right in front of them is going to be WSB. WSB also pretty much in the same situation that Godl find themselves in. But in all of this, AUTOBOTZ, they are playing it very carefully also because they're not overextending. And if they don't showcase that aggression, Gen X that we saw from the black angle taking a rotation could very well be a big trouble for AUTOBOTZ and their positioning. Again, tricky approach right here for all of these teams because the zone is such that it's all on the side of the mountain. And AUTOBOTZ, even though they have a really good position, somehow they're underutilizing it.
Godlike. All the four players playing together. I like this unity, but soon enough it needs to be broken in order to find yourself a better spot inside of the circle. WSB Gaming 2, they lost out on Raiden a while ago, but they've still got 3 players up and alive. Even WSB, they need to move up inside of the circle. AUTOBOTZ is currently being a big thorn in their way. Skrills and Carry in the front lines. Godlike is trying their best to deal against the players of AUTOBOTZ, but look at that split they've got. Mr. Spray on the left flanks, he gets knocked out, so that's going to be a big pressure subsider for the side of WSB. Now all they need to do is just keep moving up and take care of Skrills and Carry, but even Skrills and Carry, they're deciding to pull out of this position. WSB, they've got a clear shot at making it inside of the circle, and that's what they're going to do.
From one side, it's going to be WSB. On the other, it's going to be Godl as well. And Gujarat Tigers in between find themselves in a bit of a tricky position against the players of Godlike that were rotating. Gujarat Tigers they are in between, but right above them is another team as well. There, of course, Gujarat Tigers don't have a lot that they can do. The nades being brought on.
Matt gets knocked out from the back lines by Vikendi. He's got an off angle. Godlike, they're still not out of this pickly position. They're still in quite a tricky spot. Jelly, the IGL himself, is still up and alive, but I want to see what exactly Jelly can do. Godlike, they've lost out on Mac, or almost on the verge of losing out on Mac. The squad's about to fall down to a 3-man squad. Mac's been taken down and dusted from the game. Gujarat Tigers right now being the biggest thorn in their way for success. What can they do? Godlike, they need to pull out of this position. They need to make it inside of the safe zone too. They do not have a lot of time left. 50 seconds and the Wall of Death as well. It's going to start to close in once again. So Godlike, time's of the essence, and it's running away right now. Blind Esports, they start to pounce on top of the players of Gen X FM because they sense a massive threat approaching from that direction. Skips was knocked out, but Skips instantly backs away. Adi in the front lines, it's his job to keep the enemies off at bay.
And he does so gracefully with the use of that nade as Adi brings that nade to perfection. It seems like a few of the players from the side of Gen X are going to have to fall back. And as they do, Adi just does not want to let open this angle. Now again, a bit of a slow pace is what Adi wants to bring in. He brings in a perfect smoke wall so that Gen X does not even think once of trying to approach this angle and this area of this hill, which is in complete control of Blind Esports as of now. But again, overextension for Blind Esports can go very much against them, and that is what it seems to be going for. Where Gen X FM have their crosshairs set up against the players of Blind. As Adi goes down, he overextended, and that's exactly what has resulted in Blind Esports themselves taking on a few of their players down to their knees. Harsh and Adi will be given a revival. But in all of that, one good thing that's come out for Blind Esports is that entire angle has been cleared. So Gen X FM have been eliminated. Down to 6 teams we're left with.
Godlike, three players.
Somehow surviving.
Yeah, still 3 players they've got. I'm still trying to find out where exactly are the players of Gujarat Tigers. Yeah, there we see Clutch God. His position's compromised, though. Jonathan tosses on that nade. Might just scratch up a little bit of damage on the Clutch, but no. Instead, he's still up. Godlike, they do sense a lot of terror coming in from the top. And that's why they're just now starting to toss out a lot of nades. MG3 from Clutch God. It's a deadly weapon, and he finds 2 bodies. Godlike on the verge of getting eliminated. Is this going to happen, though? That's what I want to find out. But no, Jelly, in the end, squeezes that Clutch and saves the entire team. Team Godlike still in the run, but I guess they've been taken away instantly.
Absolutely, annihilation is what we've turned out to be, what we've seen right here between those 2 teams, as we're left with TTE and Blind, the 2 main contenders right here. Amongst all of them, we do have one final player remaining, and that is going to be Cheyenne right here, who brings in the nade to perfection and actually helps out the 2-man split coming in from the side of Blind Esports for a chicken dinner for Blind Esports, because the numbers that is dwindling down for TTE is a saving grace for Blind Esports in their chicken right now.
Oh,
just a perfect chaos.
Look at Shaikat, is barely alive, and somehow Team Together Esports. Oh, they make it out alive from that bad spot. They were on the verge of getting eliminated. They were just a step away from getting eliminated, and now final 2 teams alive, and Team Together Esports, they just cannot stand strong against a 3-man squad of Blind, and even they get dismantled. Winner, winner, chicken dinner in the favor of Blind Esports, and we're having a conversation about this team too, that sometimes they do overcommit onto a lot of things, but inside this game, they did not commit to anything until it was the final few moments.
Absolutely, they had to hold on to their angle, they had to hold on to their hill, and that is what they did so perfectly against the players of Gen X FM initially, and then pushed on ahead against them. They waited patiently for their opponent to do the deed for them, as their opponent did bring down the numbers of TTE. That was the perfect time for Blind to come into action. They took down the final player from Godlike, they took down the final player from TTE, and just like that, got themselves an incredible chicken dinner. I mean, we were talking about this team as to what exactly is it that they are underperforming. What could be the reason for that? Well, this is their playstyle. This is what they are known for. And we might think, have they gone blind? But that's not really true, because they know exactly what's going on. They've got all the information, and they utilize it to perfection for that chicken.
What a big change in the pace that was. From a super aggressive team inside of the map of Vikendi and Sanhok, now to a completely defensive and a passive team in the game of Erangel. That too on a Stalber Hill circle. I mean, you got to give props to a team like Blind Esports. They realized the main issue, the main concern, and that was overcommitting to a lot of these fights. And this time, they just did not commit to any fights until it desperately needed to commit to any type of fights, and they actually took the fights as well. So I just love that quick adjustments that they did on the fly.
Oh, absolutely. But again, I mean, there were so many individual fights that took place based on the way the zone actually dictated. Now, this is the moment where we saw Big Brothers lose out on their players, where Rishi and Sarwat were lost to the cause. And it was all thanks to GT and the approach that they made. And of course, they held on strong to that area. GT did not let go of that. And this is the moment where, of course, the entirety of it was segregated between one side it was Godlike, from the other side it was WSB trying to push on. But again, a GG play is what it was, because on top of that hill, it was Blind Esports.
And then you also saw Clutch God with the MG3 just completely spoiling water on all the strategies that Godlike was trying to bring up. That one single MG3 found 2 players, and then later on, Jelly was the one to sort of stop Clutch God in his own tracks, but he was a little bit too late. And well, then Godlike 2 just got eliminated in the same flow. Team Together Esports, they were at least able to make it inside of the top 2. And we were mentioning this over and over again too as well. That
True.
Team Together Esports, they're getting the wake-up call. And I guess they finally reacted on top of that wake-up call quite nicely. Squeezing themselves inside of the top 2. Blind Esports getting these elimination points as well. I mean, in general, Blind and Team Together Esports, they needed to wake up, and they woke up at the right time.
They definitely did, and so perfectly, of course, that when it comes to the overall ranking, it's going to be in their favor, I'm sure. If not, then they've definitely gotten so very close to getting themselves in the LAN finale and confirmed almost in the LAN finale itself. For TTE, this is the kind of game that they needed to be able to showcase to the entire lobby, and they've done so in style. Sad that they did not get the chicken dinner because the numbers that they had were dwindled down. That's okay. They still got decent amount of placement points, and that is what matters in the end. Getting those points and getting closer and closer and concretely solidifying yourself in the top 16.
Exactly. Let's move on and take a look at the MVP of the previous game. I think so it has to be someone from the side of Blind Esports. It's going to be Skips with 45% finish contribution and 5 finishes wrapped up. Blind Skips was the man who did a lot of job, but still one question remains in my mind. What exactly happened with Team Prince? That team was controlling the backside of the Stalber Hill quite nicely, and then later on we just did not see Team Prince in the contention.
It was Team Zero because Team Prince, they held on that for a very long time, and we saw that right below Team Prince. It was Team Zero that they were holding on against, but Team Zero, they slowly got closer and closer and just completely started annihilating the players of Team Prince with a DBS none other than anything else. It was a close-knit affair that took place between those two teams. But again, you had mentioned it previously that, Team Prince, they're making a lot of racket right there. They're letting a lot of teams know where they're positioned, and that in turn kind of backfired for them.
Yeah, I mean, Team Prince, they were just completely holding off the back lines of the Stalber Hill all by themselves, right? All the 4 players that were spread out, and I guess maybe that spread out approach sort of hit them in the back, but not exactly sure what happened with Team Prince over there. But we've got the stars of the match in the previous game. It's going to be Blind Esports all across the board. Skips with going all out, also best companion being Dark Lord, and then it's going to be Hirsch with 4 finishes wrapped up. Blind Esports, finally, now they're starting to get in the swing of things.
Blind Esports all the way. We spoke about them, and they are here to dictate the entirety of the lobby that this day it is them who are not going to be missing a beat to get a decent play out of every single opportunity that they get, and that's what they've done so. So a perfect turn of events for the final game right here for Blind Esports, and that takes us down to the end of day 2 of week 3 itself. So that means that tomorrow being the final day, a lot of these teams are going to have to rack up a lot of numbers, especially the ones that are on the 4th page, actually.
Absolutely. I mean, Blind Esports, they've squeezed inside of the top 16, so that means at least some team is going to be kicked out of the top 16. I just want to find out which was that team who actually is not in the top 16 anymore. Godlike 2, there's a chance they have barely made it in the top 16. Well, you know what? A lot of speculations we've done. We need to look at the match rankings and find out exactly how many points these teams managed to screw in before they got taken out. So, Blind Esports, they got 26 points. Team Together Esports, 16 points. And even Godlike got 16 points, Potter. That's massive.
That is massive, of course. I mean, Team Godlike, the way that they were just pushing on again ahead against the entirety of that hill, that was really good to be able to see. And slowly but surely, with 16 points that they've accumulated, they're looking really, really good when it comes to the top 16 for the overall ranking.
Exactly.
But not only that, Gujarat Tigers as well.
And look at Team Prince. They only managed to get 1 point. That is a big sign of concern. Big Brother Esports, too. You saw them alive inside of some of the late game scenarios, but even Big Brother Esports, they only got 1 point. And that is also quite unfortunate. Global Esports, off the bat, we saw that awkward fight happen, and that's why Global Esports, they were not really able to come out on top in that good of a way. God's Green 2, not able to pull a lot, considering the circle was completely to the opposite side from their top location, and God's Green, they had to rotate a little bit too far away. And I guess during that rotation, they got caught out.
Absolutely, and again, I mean, same was the case for Entity as well, as they tried to make that rotation down from south. It was just not looking too good for their side. But overall, we're still left with one more day. That is going to be tomorrow for the end of week 3. So there's still a high chance for a lot of changes to take place in the overall ranking. And talking about the overall ranking itself, I would love to be able to see how big a leap has Blind Esports been able to create for themselves. Because with this chicken dinner winner game, they have, I'm sure, gotten in the top first position itself, the pole position itself. Nevertheless, we shall confirm that. Apart from all of that, of course, as you did mention, Global Esports, sad turn of events for them, going all the way from Ferripier to all the way north towards Savoni. Just tough luck for them.
Yeah, I mean, it was just an unfortunate turn of events for a lot of these teams. And I think so the main reason why it was a tough affair for a lot of these teams, I think so, was just because of the Stalber Hill. It has a weird terrain.
Yeah.
It has a little bit of flat ground and then still a little bit of climb and then once again a flat ground. It's like big steps that you take in order to climb the Stalber Hill. And maybe that open terrain is something that was costing a lot of these teams their lives. You saw Godlike too, when they were trying to push up close and personal against GT, they were also taking a lot of backfire, not just from GT itself, but it was also a bit of a third party from the left lines. But now it's time to look at the overall standings and find out how exactly it's looking like. Godsreen, they're still inside of the top six. They're still inside of the top 5. You've got WSB2 at the 4th spot. And then in the first 2 and 3, you've got the usual suspects, Chemin Esports, Entity, and Team Soul.
Well. This is a really wonderful turn of events for the side of these teams as they find themselves on the first page of the overall ranking. But as we push on ahead from the first page to the next is where we shall see what the cutoff has been for day 2 of week 3 as far as the 16th position is concerned. And also we're going to find out which team has not been able to find themselves in the 16. Godlike, they have made it. Team Hydra officials have made it, which is looking fabulous for the side of these teams. GG play right here for Gujarat Tigers TTE.
Team Forever on the 15th spot. Godlike, as you mentioned, they've made it. Even Gujarat Tigers managing to squeeze themselves in. Look at Blind Esports. That leap that they took all the way to the 9th spot. Now, at least they're going to be out of harm's way. They have a bit of a cushion to work around with, but still this cushion is not enough. Tomorrow's day is going to be really essential for a lot of these teams. One single bad move from Orangutan, Global Esports, Godlike, Forever, and even Hydra officials, their position will be easily compromised. Tomorrow, everyone's going to be desperate. And if that desperation is going to answer, a lot of these teams in the top 16, or at least from 12th to the 16th spot, will be kicked out.
Absolutely, that is only a 9-point difference actually that we're looking at from the 12th to the 16th position. So a lot can change tomorrow between those 10-11 points. And of course, as you perfectly mentioned, a few of these teams sitting on the second page are the ones that are going to be jumping up. Now, Reckoning Esports, we're going to be keeping a close eye towards what exactly are they going to be able to do tomorrow. Same will be the case for Team Prince, 8-Bit, iFleck, Gen XFM. They had a decent day today. Ups and downs is what we're noticing from them, but sitting on the 19th position is still so much better and only 3 points shy of the top 16.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, not a lot of points away from getting inside of the top 16. Even Team iFlix, Team 8-Bit, Team Prince, Reckoning Esports. Today, they made a massive comeback happen in the overall standings, but now their comeback is starting to fade away. So Reckoning Esports tomorrow, it's time to reply back in the same fashion that you guys did today as well. It's, of course, going to be a little bit more tougher because I assume tomorrow is going to be much more tighter, considering everyone's going to be desperate, especially the teams on the latter half of the board. They're going to be desperate. So tomorrow, the room for error is none. You cannot make any errors if you're on the latter half of the boards.
Absolutely. And talking about the latter half of the board itself, we shall move on ahead towards the final page of this leaderboard itself. From the 23rd to the 24th position that we're looking at right now, Reckoning Esports, a Team X-Spark, we've got a 20-point difference. And that itself is a huge undertaking for Team X-Spark to be able to overcome. And then from that 24th position all the way down, we've got Team Zero or AUTOBOTZ Esports, where there isn't too much of a difference between these teams. So there will be a lot of changes that will be taking place from that 24th position till perhaps even the 31st position.
I mean, Skulls Esports, today, they showcased some improvements, but then once again, you saw that downfall. TWM Gaming, we're just not seeing anything. We're still just seeing that stagnant flow, and which is not good at all. Metal Esports, a little bit of breathing signs we saw from them. 4Shot Esports, still just down in the slumbers, not looking too good. The teams on the latter half of the board, they've got some massive improvements to make. They've got some massive tweaks to make, including the side of AUTOBOTZ Esports too. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with AUTOBOTZ Esports, but I guess it is okay considering there's still a pack of new players and they're still trying to adjust around to this entire competitive scene. So it is completely understandable. But tomorrow is going to be the last day, the last 3 games that you'll ever get. And if you're not able to make anything happen in the last 3 games, well, then you're pretty much done, down and dusted. You will be kicked out of the finals.
Well, again, I mean, we can't be that stern as well about this, Necro, because after all, week 4 still will remain after tomorrow. But you're absolutely correct in certain sense of the word that week 4, it is not going to be one of those weeks where you're going to be able to make a tough break. And even to expect a tough break in week 4, it is so very tricky and difficult to anticipate. But at the same time, it is still going to be an opportunity for those teams that do not make it out tomorrow. But before we talk about any of that, let's first things first talk about an interview that has been lined up right now with the Hindi desk.
उनके आइजल साहब आदि, what's up?
हेलो बढ़िया बढ़िया, आप कैसे हो?
बस सांसें चल रही हैं, मजेदार और अच्छे मैचेस. थैंक यू सो मच इतने अच्छा गेम खेलने के लिए. सैनॉक की बात करेंगे पहले.
हम भी बहुत,
हाँ बोले.
हम भी बड़े टाइम से मतलब अभी कुछ टाइम मतलब कुछ मैचेस हमारे मतलब कंसिस्टेंट नहीं रह पा रहे, तो वही बस वो रहने का ट्राई कर रहे हैं.
बट ये क्या डिसीजन था आज आदि, आपका जो दूसरा रूप हमें देखने को मिला सैनहॉक पे, एक ही मिनट में 2 स्क्वाड्स निपटा दी एंड देन फिर गॉडलाइक के साथ वो फाइट. प्लीज रन मी डाउन, क्या चल रहा था, किस माइंडसेट से आए थे आप?
हम शुरू में तो बस जोन लेने के लिए ही निकले थे, फिर बीच में हमें कुछ 2 टीम मिली. हम मतलब सैनहॉक का ना ज्यादा कंसीडर नहीं करते हैं मैच.
अच्छा.
और शुरू में हमें मतलब एक मोमेंटम मिल गया ना फिनिशेस वाला, तो फिर हम रुके नहीं उसमें. फिर तो कोई भी सामने आ जाए रुकते नहीं.
वहां पे स्किप्स के कुछ क्वेश्चनबल प्लेस देखने को मिले थे गॉडलाइक के खिलाफ. हमने वो मुद्दा रेस किया था, बातचीत हुई थी उनसे?
हुई थी वही में. वो बड़ा मतलब एक बहुत ही स्टूपिड सिचुएशन था वो.
वेल अगर आप सैनॉक और वीकेंडी की बात करें, इसमें आप बहुत एग्रेसिव जा रहे थे, फिनिशेस आ रहे थे. सडनली इरांगल में आपकी साइड से बिल्कुल डिफरेंट प्ले स्टाइल देखने को मिला. क्या आप वो सोच के गए थे कि हमें विनर चिकन डिनर चाहिए?
वही हम लोगों का आज का गोल जो था कि हमें टॉप 10 में फिनिश करना है, वही हम सोचे थे. 2 मैच में अच्छे डिसेंट पॉइंट्स निकल गए थे, तो हमने लास्ट का सोचा था कि इसमें चिकन लेना ही या कुछ भी हो जाए, तो हम उसी हिसाब से खेल रहे थे.
क्वाइट वैलिड. अभी ये चीज मुझे जाननी है कि हर बार ये ऑनलाइन स्टेज होता है, लीग स्टेज होता है ना, यू ऑलवेज परफॉर्म अप टू द मार्क. नंबर 1 फेवरेट की तरह आते हो. अभी भी मतलब हुआ है, बिकॉज आज ही हालात सुधरे, वरना इससे पहले टॉप 16 से बाहर ही थे. इससे पहले क्या चल रहा था जो इतनी दिक्कतें देखी हमने?
थोड़ा कुछ डिसीजंस गलत हो रहे थे. थोड़ा मतलब जहाँ पे थर्ड पार्टी करना चाहिए वहाँ पे बस थोड़ा टाइमिंग का मिसकैलकुलेशन हो रहा था, बस और कुछ नहीं.
और एक फाइट थी आज विकेंडी में जहां पर 4 शॉट्स के अगेंस्ट, वहां पे क्या हुआ? जब इनिशिएशन इतना बढ़िया हुआ, अचानक से रुक क्यों गई फाइट?
मैं और बस डार्कलोड ना वहाँ कंपाउंड लूट करने गए थे, और इंस्टेंट फिर हम पे स्लैम आ गया, तो डार्कलोड ने 2 नॉक दिए. वो हील करने के लिए रुका था, पर वो हील नहीं कर पाया, और फिर फाइट जो भी था वो कंटिन्यू हुआ, उसमें हम दोनों फिर नॉक हो गए.
यार आदि, एक कड़वा सवाल है मेरे तरफ से. BMPS हाल ही में देखा है लीग स्टेजेस में जो खौफ था, जो आतंक आपने फैला के रखा था, फिर जब हम लैंड स्टेजेस पे जा रहे थे, उम्मीदें सबकी थी कि टीम इनसेन, अभी करंटली आप ब्लाइंड पे हो, कि बढ़िया खेलेंगी. फिर क्या हो गया एंड अभी क्या प्रॉब्लम चल रहे हैं, क्या एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हैं आगे चल के?
कुछ गलतियां होती है जो हमें चिकन कॉज करती है. जो BMPS में भी बहुत पहले दिन ही हमने इतनी सारी गलतियां करी ना, ऑलमोस्ट मतलब कि 6 में से हम 3 चिकन निकाल सकते थे पहले ही दिन. तो बस कुछ जो गलतियां है ना, जो चिकन और आप में जो डिस्टेंस रहता है, बस वही हमको इम्प्रूव करना है. वो अगर सीख लिया ना तो फिर टॉप ही रहना है.
अब मैं ये सवाल सबसे पूछ रहा हूँ बिकॉज ये वो सवाल होता है जो बिल्कुल पंचिंग सा होता है कि अभी हमारे पास 32 टीम है. ऐसी कोई टीम जो आपको बहुत इंप्रेस करी है और आप उनका गेम देख के बड़ा खुश होता है कि ये खेल रहे हैं, ऐसा कुछ हमें भी करना चाहिए?
जी ने बहुत इम्प्रेस किया है मेरे को. तो जी का जो मतलब एग्रेशन वगैरह, जो अभी फिनिशेस निकाल रहे हैं,
मतलब फिनिशेस की वजह से
जी
सही ट्रैक पे है.
मतलब हाँ, ये भी मारपीट करके खेलना पसंद करते हैं, उनका भी सेम ही चल रहा है
भाई है.
अभी तक 3 टीम है जिनके पास 100 से ऊपर ज्यादा फिनिशेस है, 110, 115. और ऐसी टीम जिससे आपको बहुत उम्मीदें थी, बट उनकी परफॉर्मेंस अभी हाल फिलहाल थोड़ी कमजोर चल रही है.
एक तो विंड गॉड हो गई, फिर एक मेडल है. ये लोग मतलब बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं नॉर्मली, पर पता नहीं अभी क्या चल रहा है उन लोगों के बीच में.
थैंक यू सो मच आदि, इट वाज सुपर अमेजिंग. एंड फैमिली टॉक, लाइक आदि के साथ तो बातचीत चलती रहती है. मतलब हम लैंड पे जाएं और आदि से ना मिले, ऐसा हुआ ही नहीं कभी भाई. ठीक है आदि, आई होप कि आप लैंड तक जल्दी बिल्कुल
डेफिनेटली.
अरे 100% मिलेंगे.
अरे
बस यही चाहिए था.
ठीक है, ध्यान रखिएगा. बेस्ट ऑफ लक.
गुड लक.
थैंक यू. बाय बाय. थैंक यू.
He named some
right.
teams that he was disappointed about, Blotter, and I think so.
Yeah.
2 of them he named was WindGod and Middle Esports, and I think so the disappointment is completely valid.
Is valid across the board. I think the two names that he's chosen, of course, they are spot on the right track, right trajectory. Because after all, these are the teams that we saw perform, and we've seen them perform really well. And like he mentioned as well, that normally they perform really good. It's just somewhere, somehow, not entirely sure what has happened, that in the challenge series that they've kind of going down the drain. But hopefully, again, like I always do, keep my fingers crossed that the sloop doesn't remain for too long.
Yeah, exactly. Well, we've got the Finnish leaders of this entire challenge season and of this entire tournament. It's going to be Ninja Boy with 24 matches played. He's managed to get 46 eliminations. He is the highest currently, and that too is miles away from any other player, even looking forward to touch him. Then you've also got Troy with 35, and then you've got Psychic with 34. And then Skips from the side of Blind Esports with 34 as well. Now, Troy, Psychic, and Skips, they're really close to each other, but Ninja Boy, he's miles away.
Absolutely. I mean, 11 finish difference is what we're looking at between the first and the second right here, between Troy and Ninja Boy themselves. And again, you look at the finish contribution itself, the closest is Soykot right there, and he, with this finish contribution, is at 34 compared to 46, and that too for Ninja Boy is only 40% finish contribution. So that means for Ninja Boy, it's not only him, but Global Esports' entire lineup that helps him out when it comes to the kind of aggressive plays that he's making with the finishes that he's been able to, dominate in with the Finnish leaders on our screen.
And that's what I call a star player. Ninja Boy, he's living up to the mark.
Yeah.
He's living up to all the expectations. Mavi's the man who's sort of directing that team. Yeah, in the previous game, things are sort of a little bit down bad, I'm not going to lie, but still, Ninja Boy, he's able to keep himself so much more high in the Finnish contribution as well, and when it comes to the Finnish leaders as well. One thing is for sure, Global Esports, their main target has to be to set up Ninja Boy for success, because he's been able to just eat so many eliminations like that. And in general, Global Esports, yeah, even in that roster, we've seen a couple of issues when it comes to the play style, when it comes to the communication as well. But slowly and steadily, I guess those issues are starting to get ironed out now.
They most certainly are, and as we progress on ahead with week 3 and then move into week 4, I'm sure all of these things are going to get that much more finessed over the time, and that is what is expected from them. And because it's such a big name that we're talking about, so are the fans going to be expecting that sort of finesse coming in from them as we progress on towards and get closer and closer towards the LAN finale itself. So definitely, these are the things that each and every team, they realize and understand as they play in different lobbies, and nothing can be taken away from the best or the underperforming ones when it comes to this sort of a conversation.
Now, let's be honest, Blotter, tomorrow's day is going to be all about the third page of the overall standings. There's so many teams that are so close to make it inside of the top 16, while the teams that are currently at the 12th and the 16th spot, they're going to be in a big terror. They're going to have a lot of paranoia when they go back to bed this time, and they're probably going to be coming back up with some new strategies tomorrow. Hopefully, that's what they're going to do. Blind Esports, they've managed to squeeze themselves up inside of the top 10, so I would say they've still got that cushion, but there's still teams like Team Godlike who've got massive fan base looking after them, and if Godlike's not able to squeeze themselves in the top 8 or top 7 tomorrow, then once again, they're going to have that red zone just lingering on top of their head, and I'm pretty sure Godlike do not want that.
Oh, 100%, 200%. They are not going to be wanting to even let that thought come around their entire, being, basically, because of the big name that they are, because of the big fan following that they have, and also, the biggest thing in all of this being the fact that they take themselves so seriously, and that is something that Godel will never. They will always try and get better and better every single game that they're a part of, and that is something that goes in with the play style that Jonathan and his teammates progress each and every tournament with, and that is something that helps out in terms of how they're able to just dynamically improve, and that is what we saw in today's final game as well. They pushed on ahead against being on the receiving end when it came to the position that they were in, and being at the receiving end and still pushing on to get 16 points, I believe is what they got, if I'm not wrong, which is commendable. And they're at the lower half of that hill. It's not the position that you want to be.
maybe you can also look at this as like a positive factor, right? Maybe Godlike has got that little bit of a momentum. They've got a little bit of a push. One more fact before ending the show I'd like to bring up is that Blind Esports currently, they are of course inside of the top 10, but today itself in just 3 games they managed to get 52 points. In just 3 games, they got 52 points, and that is a stark statement being made by the side of Blind Esports. A good question was also asked inside of the interview was that you guys do pretty good in the league stages of a tournament, but when it comes to the grand finals, you guys fail to perform. You guys tend to choke. And well, Adi mentioned this clearly as well, that this time, hopefully, the same thing's not going to happen. We were making a lot of mistakes in the past, but this time, hopefully, the same thing's not going to happen. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys know the end of the show is quite close. Make sure to follow all the socials of Nodwin Gaming, and not just that, make sure to follow our socials as well. You guys can see it down there, and if you guys like the cast, do let us know in our socials.
Absolutely. Along with that, of course, a huge shout out to our sponsors, Galaxy S23 Ultra, along with Snapdragon Elite Gaming, where winning matters the most, and none other than Monster Energy that unleashes the beast within you. With that, it's been an incredible day number 2 right here in week 3, but with that we do reach the end of our stream for today. Thank you all so very much for tuning in. We'll be back again tomorrow with the final day for week 3. Until then, take care. Bye bye.
Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt. Push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win.